All right. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our September 5th Board of Supervisors meeting. Welcome back from the holiday. Hope everybody had a good one. And we're going to get started first with the Pledge of Allegiance. And I've asked Mike Thomas to come up and help lead that.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. We've got quite a hefty agenda today. So there's a lot of items here, and so we're only going to take an hour for lunch rather than an hour and a half, just to let everybody know. And also, I need to let the public know that Supervisor Goldenberg has taken a leave for this month. He's got a family issue that he needs to resolve, so he will not be with us for our meetings in September. And like I usually do, I try to remind everybody that Tuolumne County is a place where neighbors come out to help each other, that we care for each other here. And in this boardroom, we do the same. We are courteous, we are respectful, and along with that, I like to add a touch of kindness. And so I pick a quote every time we meet to kind of set the tone. And today's quote comes from somebody back in history. He was a German poet, playwright, scientist, and statesman. It was Johann Wolfgang von Goethe. And what he said: "Kindness is the golden chain by which society is bound together." And with that, I would like to open up public comment for anything that is not on the agenda. You have 3 minutes. And please come forward. Any announcements or anything you want the public or the board to know?
Board of Supervisors, thank you for allowing us to speak today. Cynthia Hallman and myself, Kim Garrow, are co-founders of Lantern of Light, a faith-based suicide prevention ministry. Today, we are here to express our support and agreement with Tuolumne County Behavioral Health regarding the proposed resolution recognizing September 10th through the 16th as National Suicide Prevention Week in Tuolumne County. We also express agreement with Tuolumne County Behavioral Health that suicide is preventable and each one of us can play an important role in keeping people alive, safe, and connected with hope. The important role of our faith community in preventing suicide cannot be understated, and to date, Lantern of Light has trained 257 faith community members representing a total of 17 churches in our county. Cynthia and I are very excited to share an event happening this Saturday, September 9th from 2 to 6 p.m. at the fairgrounds in the Tribal Building. It's the Kevin Hines event. Kevin, who jumped off the Golden Gate Bridge and survived, will be sharing his story of hope and resilience while encouraging all of us to love the life that we have. This event concurs with the California's mental health movement of 2023, promoting the theme, Share Hope Together, focusing on the power of sharing hope, a sense of belonging, while reducing the weight of our burdens, allowing us to take action for suicide prevention together. Everyone is welcome to attend. It's free, and local bands Messenger will be performing, and we'll have 17 vendors there from our county that will all be sharing their efforts of what they're doing to prevent suicide. So Board of Supervisors, together we can prevent suicide, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. I think we've got a technical pause here. Do we? It's okay? All right. And I just wanted to let you know, I let you go ahead, but this is on the agenda, so we make announcements at the beginning of the board meeting on anything not on the agenda. But you did mention Kevin Hines, and I don't think that's part of our agenda item that is number 25,
Correct.
I believe.
Tammy Mariscol's letter was kind of an overbroad, view as the quotes I mentioned here, and she mentioned the Hope and Honor Walk, but Kevin Hines was not.
Right, yeah, so thank you for that. I just wanted to be clear with the rest of the audience because we usually stop people and tell them to come back when it's time.
Okay.
But thank you very much for your announcement. Yes, leave the flyers in the back for the public to pick up, and yeah, thank you very much. Come on up.
Good morning to the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors. I'm so glad that you're all here. I just want to, I have a presentation to make, but I wanted to just encourage our county in a small, really quick story. Right after we had our board meeting, I got in my car and I put my pad on top of my car and I started driving away, and I got to Tuolumne County, and I heard this flap, and papers were going all over the place, all over the road. And so I pulled over, and I stopped, and I started picking up papers, and I had 5 or 6 people along the road that stopped and helped me pick up papers, in addition to a very handsome fireman who pulled over his truck and placed it so nobody could, get in front of me and knock me over and so forth. And that is why I love Tuolumne County. And I belong to GSAC, and we also love the people of Tuolumne County. I might relate that both Dick and Hazel are not in great health, and for everybody who knows them to give prayers. Right now I'd like to introduce a new member of our board, which we're so glad to have, and this is Jacob Fadley, and he's going to come up and tell you about our newest, we're getting ready to roll out, I hope you heard about it, our new bus that is a MLV. It's a laundry bus for people who need to have laundry done free. I'll have you.
Greetings. I've met most of you here already. Just to let you know that Give Someone a Chance would like to inform the public about our new service, the mobile laundry vehicle. This program aims to offer the unhoused in our community the opportunity to wash and dry their own clothing at the same site as our current shower bus, which is at the Adventist Health facility. We do this on Wednesdays, and the program is tentatively scheduled to begin at the end of the month. We'd also like to extend a public invite to the ribbon cutting event, which will be September 21st at the Sarah Bible Church at 15171 Tuolumne Road. Please come and celebrate over 2,000 hours of labor and love that we put into this vehicle as we put it on tour. And of course, cookies and refreshments will be available. I have sent out emails to the board. If you guys are interested in coming, we'd love to have you. Same with the city council. And again, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Mike Limke, president of our local Tuolumne County building industry. What I have here is a 16-penny vinyl-coated sinker nail. It's the most common fastener used for assembling projects by hand on site, as in built local. It is 3/4 of an inch, 3 1/4 inch in length, has 115-pound shear strength. As I said, it's the most common built local nail. Variations of it will be duplex nails, cement-coated, ring shank, collated nails in either a coil or stick formation. Weatherproof, it could be stainless steel or galvanized. Galvanized could be electroplated or hot dipped. Don't carry hot dipped galvanized nails in your mouth. You can get zinc poisoning. Thousands of details like these can be overwhelming when they're dropped on a person trying to build a project, trying to build any type of a thing, a doghouse in your backyard. Whether you're working in air conditioning in an office, trying to maintain your budget or schedule flow of materials, or you're wrestling with the heat of the day of the sun with sweat flowing into your eyes, you need to access clean-cut, clear information on the scope and spec and process of what you're doing. Failure to do that, Failure to achieve a straightforward, clear communications will be disastrous for any economic viability of any type of a project. Your customers, your taxpayers, the industry, eventually will all have a say on where they do business and how. The weight of the regulating documents, they outweigh the feasibility and penciling of a project, will lead to evaporation of a market. With that, I'll conclude my remarks. Let's build local. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Just a reminder that I'll be beginning my prayer group for Tuolumne County starting on September 19th. It will be held in Courthouse Park before each regular supervisors meeting at 8 a.m., and anyone is welcome to join. But I've also set up a Facebook page, Praying for Tuolumne County, if you'd like to join that, and an email, prayingfortuolumnecounty@gmail.com. And either of those can be used to submit specific prayer requests. I've set some flyers on the back. Hopefully that's okay. I do have great respect for the First Amendment and the free will that God gives us. So if there is anybody who wants to pray to anything other than the God of the Bible, I fully respect that, but I'll be asking them to join another group and take their prayers elsewhere, because in this group, we'll be praying to the God of the Bible in the name of Jesus Christ. Also, I fully understand that participation in a group like this is complicated for elected officials and government employees, even for those of you that are faithful believers in God. Also, I realize how busy everyone is, especially on meeting days, and I'm not doing this as some sort of weird test of one's faith. I just believe in the power of prayer, especially in a group. So just know that the invitation is always open, and you don't have to apologize to me if you can't make it. Also, anyone can submit prayer requests, even anonymously, if you want. Moving on, with the new school year just 2 weeks old, I had a teacher ask me to pray for the schools. And having just dropped my youngest child off at college, this will be the first time in almost 20 years that I do not have a kid enrolled in Tuolumne County K through 12, and I'm already missing it. So now I just have to hope for grandkids. Dear Heavenly Father, our kids are our most prized possession, and I can't even imagine life without them. And in fact, human life would end without them. Thank you for allowing us to participate with you in the creation of life. Please be with our schools, Lord, as they start the new year. Help the teachers, parents, students, coaches, administrators, and all support staff to do their best. Help them to recognize the importance of each person as a valuable part of the process. Let them all understand each other's perspectives. Let all the students strive to do well. Let both in their extracurricular activities and in their academics. Keep everyone safe as they travel to and from campuses and events. Help the schools get to a place where they are well-staffed and well-funded, especially the special ed department, Lord. They always seem to be the most understaffed and underfunded. It's a lot to ask, Lord, but I ask these things in your Son, Jesus' name. Amen. Thank you, and go Bears.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. As most people don't know, we're about a month away from construction. The Tuolumne County Magical Biomass Mystery Tour is about to take place down in J59. As people probably don't know, the Enigma, which is Golden State Financial Authority, saw billions of dollars potentially as early as 2016 and had a conduit to our board, and they came into being. Shortly thereafter, J59, SPI, and an interested lobbyist got them to buy a property down there, and you can ask them, they won't tell you what the economic situation is there. We then got newspaper articles. They're going to generate power. They're going to do biomass, wood pellets, and send them all over Asia and stuff. There's no contracts with Stockton. There's no contracts with Longshoremen. There's no contract with the railroad. And then there was a tour. They brought distinguished gentleman visited around the county to find a biomass site. He visited there, and the newspaper reported the tour, but they didn't say what the results were. He said there'd be no way it'd be economical to take biomass to thin the forest and bring it all the way down here. So what's the board doing at that time? The board is failing to launch and whiffing on incredible real biomass projects that have been up close to the forest, produce electricity. Now, we have a couple of board members that in 2021 were at meetings with Golden State, and they know that the great 20-year stewardship plan has been signed for Golden State, and they know that all of the material has to come from the stewardship zone. But if they'd have been to meetings, which nobody went, not even the press, they know there's a 100-mile circle if they're going to bring hundreds and eventually millions of tons up here to deal with and burn our county. Our county doesn't know about it. And they also need to show business acumen and expertise in the area of wood pellet production. And if you went to one of those meetings, it was comical. They didn't even think they had to consider that because they're going to ban burning in 2025 in the valley. They don't know where to take it, and you're going to let them bring it up here and burn it in our county. And my family's affected by what's happening down there, and there's going to be many biomass plants. I was interviewed by the FBI on the 27th of July, and I'm just going to say that there was 4 areas of interest, and it's been passed on in the Bureau to the correct place. I think you can imagine what kind of stuff's going on. Now, we have an election next year, and you can't believe the interest in our congressional district. They want to know where all these billions of resilience dollars, who's benefiting from them. And also, we're going to have local elections here, and I promise this will be part of that. The people need to know the media is dead on this and not doing anything. Please, cut connections with this outfit, please.
Thank you. Good morning.
Lori Livingston, Tuolumne County Arts Executive Director. I just wanted to stop by and give you a short report on the Creative Core Grant. So first of all, what is it? Just a reminder, it's a $60 million California-wide project to help artists restart their careers due to the pandemic. The model is the Work Projects Administration that was implemented by Franklin Delano Roosevelt to get America back to work after the Depression in the 1930s. The California Arts Council, our state agency for the arts, was tasked with shaping the way that funds were distributed throughout the regions in California. Tuolumne County was fortunate to have been included in a 3-county group with United Way Merced as our administering organization. They were awarded $4.2 million out of $5 million available. United Way grants were awarded to the 3 counties, Merced, Stanislaus, and Tuolumne County, based on population. 7 artists and 1 organization were awarded grants in Tuolumne County. 47 total grants were awarded to all 3 counties. I'm happy to report that the project that Tuolumne County artists proposed were excellent, and it was decided that our artists deserved more funding. The original $423,000 awarded was increased to $680,000. TCA, the mandated arts agency for our county, was given $35,000 of this number to administer the Creative Core project. The rest of the funding is all for artists to create their work. This is money that will stay in our county as they roll out their creative projects through June of 2024. I want to thank the supervisors who voted for supporting TCA in 2023 by giving us money from the Federal American Recovery Act. Most importantly, I want to be clear that without this investment in the arts, we would not have been able to access the $680,000 because our doors would have been closed. My hope is that the community at large understands that without support, grants will not be awarded. Our tax dollars will not be coming back into our county. So I'm asking the community to please become a member. What do you get? Not a mug, not a t-shirt. I think we all have enough of those. You get a functioning arts agency that can add to the economic vitality of our county. Membership is now $25 a year. Please join. We'll give you a mug if you really want one, but your membership is an investment in the arts. You can go to www.mytuolumnecountyarts.org. And again, I thank you again.
Thank you. Good morning.
Hi, I'm Dana Jorgensen. I'm with State Senator Marie Alvarado Gill, having office hours this morning, starting at 10 o'clock to noon in Supervisor Half's office, and thank you very much for hosting me. I appreciate that. Just a couple things. We're barreling towards the end of the legislative session on the 14th next week, so it's really about a week and a half. And then we'll be pretty much done for the year. So a lot of big decisions are going to be made in the next 10 days or so. And then we can have an opportunity to have more legislation or change legislation in January. Some of the things that I've done, I've actually spent quite a bit of time down here in Tuolumne. I met with some county officials regarding proposed legislation for first responders. I attended the Tuolumne Business Council meeting, and that was KKBN gave Supervisor Brandon was there. That was very interesting. KKBN talked about their business and what they do. It's very unique. I attended a chamber luncheon. I met with county officials regarding priorities for Tuolumne County. Did the tour on the rim fire. That was with the California Cattlemen's Council in Tucare, and it was the rim fire 10 years after. That was pretty interesting, especially since being state, I don't interact with federal agencies much, and there was Forest Service was involved, and that was interesting. One thing that I wanted, and I thought about this on the drive over here today, that I think is a good thing. This is just in the atmosphere. We have a new speaker in the assembly, and he is from Watsonville. And we just announced last week we're going to have a new pro tem in the Senate, the leader of the Senate. He's from Healdsburg, and he's actually from where I am in Humboldt County, and his district starts at the Oregon state line and goes practically to the Golden Gate Bridge. So we're going to have leaders in the legislature from rural areas, which is the bosses, and I know Senator Alvarado Gill spends a lot of time educating what it's like to represent a county with 55,000 people. So I think that's really a positive thing going forward, and I think especially in the assembly, that gentleman could tend to be there for several years. So let's work on those relationships. And it's just, you don't have to like give them a 10-minute background about the lifestyle we live. And that's just such a breath of fresh air, I think, for all of us in rural areas. So anyway, I'll be in starting at 10, any state agency. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dana. Good morning. Welcome.
Good morning, Board. Darren Grossi. I'm the Executive Director of the Tuolumne County Transportation Council and Transit Agency. The purpose for me to be here today is to let you know that at our August TCTC meeting, our Chairman, Peter Rye, announced that he would be leaving the Transportation Council effective January 1st, 2024. So we have posted a notice of vacancy on our website on the Union Democrat, and I'm here today to talk a little bit about the position, how people might want to apply. The position would serve both the Tuolumne County Transportation Council and the Transit Agency. The Transportation Council is the designated regional transportation planning agency for Tuolumne County. Key projects coming forward is the RTP update, also the multimodal update of Highway 49. That highway is a two-lane highway with limited facilities for pedestrians and cyclists, so that's become a real focus for us going forward. Also, evacuation planning implementation is a big part of what we'll be doing. For more information on the council itself, you can go to tuolumnecountytransportationcouncil.org. Also, the transit agency will be overseen by this position. It's a part of the 5-member board. The transit agency really serves to oversee transit and making sure it meets the basic needs of Tuolumne County citizens. But also very important is moving forward is our transition to zero-emission vehicles, looking at both electric and hydrogen options. It's important to note that the transportation field is very complex, so while we encourage any person to apply and could be appointed, finding somebody with a background and interest in transportation and transit services is important. The field is very complex. There'll be substantial reading involved for monthly meetings, which would happen typically 10 to 12 meetings a year. Knowledge of the Brown Act, CEQA, and other government programs would be helpful for this person. The closure date for receipt of applications is October 9th, 2023, with an expected start date of January 1st, 2024. Again, the notice of vacancy is on our website, as well as the application that could be filled out and submitted. All that information is on tuolumne-county-transportation-council.org. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Just to let the listeners know out in the county, my name is John Flynn. I'm your political watchdog. I've been doing this for 3.5 years. Tired, but I'm still here. All right. I want to. Good morning to County of Tuolumne Corporation is what I wanted to say, and I have a quote. It's easy to make a buck, or $1, $2. It's a lot harder to make a difference. And that's from Tom Brokaw, investigative news reporter. That's the quote. And so I'm going to try to do my part to make a difference here. Now, we have our oral communication, 15 minutes. Our board values public participation and encourages community members to take this time to provide comments on matters of county interest. Now, I brought this up the last time I was here. We have Zoom calls have been cut out, and the Zoom call-ins for rural county private citizens, there is a county emergency in this county, the high cost of gasoline. And a lot of us were all brought up, and even you, Kathleen, have, and David Goldenberg, he's not here, but on public service, civics. And to participate in civics would be petition the government, redress the grievances, and freedom of speech, which I'm doing right now. And with the high cost of gasoline, they can't come in here. So it would be helpful if you would resume Zoom, because we all know there's a fake pandemic coming in, and you're going to shut everything down again, blah, blah, we attempt to, but that's another issue. And so I would like that and speak on behalf of all the rural counties, beyond Groveland, behind Twain Hart and the boondocks of Tuolumne County, no offense, but they need to come in here. Okay, I'm running out of time. Then the next issue, Peggy Hall, thehealthyamerican.com, she'll tell you everything what's going on her website, what's going on in Lahaina, the fires in Maui. And let's see, okay, there. The next one, now Judge Siebert, Superior Court case number, handling Superior Court case number 64848, was the second judge to be bribed by the Tuolumne County Legal Department. He was not the first. Judge Laura Craig, whatever, was seduced by county lawyer Christopher Schmidt, California Criminal Code, that's sexual favors. California is an at-will state. Either party can terminate within 24 hours of each other. You have a track record with your legal department of bribing judges. Now, time. I'm up. All right, sorry.
All right, I don't see anybody. Oh, one more. Welcome.
Well, John Flynn, you do make a difference, and you always give me a good laugh. I see a lot of COVID occurring in our community again, so I'd appreciate it if you're going to be coughing and sneezing that you not come here or wear a mask, and please stay away from me. I see sick people coughing and sneezing, going to the library, going to the senior center, riding transit, and I have not had COVID yet, nor do I want it. And everyone I know who has had it recently has been vaccinated and boosted, and they've all been sick. So please stay away from me. I want to applaud the CHP, specifically for our maximum traffic enforcement. I've been talking about traffic enforcement for a long time. And so it was really nice to see finally some enforcement. And a lot of people talked to me because they were very unhappy that they got tickets. So when I asked them if they were doing everything correct, they said, well, no, well then, hey. And thank you to Brian Bell and his staff for cleaning up what I thought was a disgusting mess on Racetrack. It was disgusting to walk by it. It was disgusting to look at, because I never went up to Camp Hope, which I hear was far more disgusting. But anyway, I haven't seen anybody move back in there either. And then specifically for Kathleen and Jaron, I was kind of disappointed to hear that you got the perk of being invited to Columbia College and hearing Tim Wise, because most of us didn't know anything about it until it showed up on the front page of the paper. That's a public institution. It was paid for by public money, and the public was not invited to a nationally renowned speaker. And so many of the trustees and leadership at Columbia College has heard from me, because I thought that was appalling that many people in the social equity world and whatever were not even invited to attend. And that was a really lose-lose and a missed opportunity for the community, and shame on them. And I want to salute Calaveras County Sheriff DeBasilio. That man is amazing. And when they were passing out the anti-Semitic information in Calaveras County, he responded right away with a public release that they were not going to have that kind of crap going on in Calaveras County. And I was very impressed with that. And he also talked about the incompetent to stand trial program, which I have a lot of concerns about. And he also talked about making naloxone far more available to the public. And I'm still waiting for some public information outreach on getting naloxone in the hands of the public. And I believe this week it is going to go on sale in the local pharmacies, but it's like $45 a dose.
Thank you, Carol.
So thank you.
Okay, not seeing any other participants. I'm going to close oral communications. And this is the time for staff reports. If there are any staff members who want to come up and let the board and the public know something of value as to what you're doing, now's the time. Good morning.
Good morning, board. My name is Robbie Bergstrom, Senior Administrative Analyst over Economic Development, and I am excited to announce the start of a new series here in Tuolumne County called Discover Tuolumne Businesses. And this is where any person in the public is welcome to attend to be introduced to businesses in our county and be exposed to their history, their what it is they do for the county, and what's it like doing business here in the area. Our first one in the series is going to be at Sierra Biosystems. They are a maker of state-of-the-art DNA synthesizers. And this will be on September 15th from 2 to 4. They are asking that it be limited to 25 persons. So if you would like to attend, please RSVP with me at area code 209-533-5532. Or you can email me at rbergstrom, RBERGSTROM @co.tuolumne.ca.us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good morning. Dory Beats, your Office of Emergency Services Assistant Director. Happy Tuesday, everybody. A few little updates. September is National Preparedness Month. National Preparedness Month is an observance to raise awareness about the importance of preparing for disasters and emergencies that could happen at any time. So we here at Tuolumne County OAS just want to remind everyone to be prepared. FEMA's Ready campaign for 2023 theme is Take Control, 1, 2, 3. And the campaign focuses on preparing older adults for disasters, specifically older adults from communities that are disproportionately impacted by all hazard events, which continue to threaten all of us. We know older adults can face greater risks when it comes to multiple or extreme weather events and emergencies we now face, especially if they are living alone, are low income, have a disability, or live in rural communities. For all of us who work with and support older adult communities, please visit ready.gov/olderadults for more information. Tuolumne County Office of Emergency Services is committed to working with our community to prepare for any disaster. In observance of National Preparedness Month, we will post 30 days of preparedness on our social media. We've been doing that since September 1st. And every board meeting, we will have a staff member, as you can see out in the lobby, who has some preparedness information for all of our community. We want to remind folks to sign up for Emergency Alert, pack your go bag, have a plan, discuss that plan with your family. We also will be out visiting many of our older communities. We were visiting with Sonora Hills last week, and we are doing other older community to talk about the importance of preparedness and also some unique characteristics of those communities and how we can support them and our first responders. And so if anyone has any questions or would like more information, please always reach out to our office, 209-533-6395. Thank you.
Thank you. Morning.
Good morning, Chair Half, members of the board. My name is Rebecca Espino, Health and Human Services Agency Director. In less than 4 short weeks, Tuolumne County, along with 7 other counties, will implement the new CARE Act law. The new law allows family members, certain service providers, and first responders to petition the court on behalf of an individual who has untreated schizophrenia or other psychotic disorders. The goal of the CARE Act is to connect the untreated to behavioral health services and supports with court oversight. Through the leadership from our CAO, partnership with our courts, and the support of your board, Tuolumne County is implementing this new law 1 year earlier than the rest of the state. Going first has given us the opportunity to affect policy and ensures the voice of rural counties is heard. The planning team has already provided 3 community information sessions, and our final session is scheduled for tomorrow from 5 to 6:30 via Facebook Live. During this session, the Behavioral Health Department will provide an overview of the CARE Act, and the courts will provide information about the CARE court process, including a tutorial of how to petition the court. Information flyers about the Facebook Live event are on the back table. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Morning, everyone. I just wanted to make sure that everybody was aware and invited this Saturday at Columbia Airport. We are doing Airport Day. No Father's Day fly-in this year, but 10 to 6, we're going to have plenty of food, cars, airplanes, lots of fun stuff for the kids and people to see. Should be good weather, so this Saturday, hope to see everybody out there. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no other staff member coming forward, I'll close staff reports. And we've got an extremely long consent calendar today, so Heather, are you ready?
Okay, item number 1, approving the minutes of the August 15, 2023 meeting. Item number 2, waiving the second reading and adopting an ordinance amending Title 15 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code regarding buildings and construction and finding the ordinance exempt from CEQA pursuant to the California Code of Regulations, Title 14, Division 6, Chapter 3, CEQA Guidelines, Section 15061B3. Item number 3, approving a grant agreement between Tuolumne County Behavioral Health and the California Department of State Hospitals for planning and coordination of diversion services for felony, incompetent to stand trial, and care court clients, accepting a total of $500,000 for 5 years from July 1st, 2023 through June 30th, 2028, recognizing unanticipated revenue of $100,000 and increase appropriations in the same amount in fiscal year 2023-24 and the Behavioral Health Department budget for fiscal vote required, and authorizing the county administrator to sign all related documents. Item number 4, approving an amendment to a grant agreement between California Department of Health Care Services and the Department of Social Services in the amount of $509,000 and $250,000. $509,250 from September 29, 2022 through June 30, 2026 for the implementation of Medi-Cal Health Care Navigator Services, and authorize the county administrator to sign all grant-related documents included in the fiscal year 2023-24 budget. Item number 5, adopting resolution 76-23, approving unanticipated revenue of $19,937.95 from the CAL FIRE Volunteer Fire Capacity Grant, increasing appropriations in the fire fund by the same amount, and authorizing the county administrator to sign all related documents. 4/5 vote required. Item number 6, waiving the second reading and adopting an ordinance correcting a clerical error in Exhibit A of 3437 adopted by the Board of Supervisors on June 20th, 2023. Item number 7, approving of annual facility use agreement between County of Tuolumne and American Red Cross for use of county-owned facilities during a disaster, and authorizing the county administrator to sign. Approving agreements for, item number 8, approving agreements for on-call general nuisance and or hazardous material abatement services with 1 CVE Contracting Group, Inc., doing business as Central Valley Environmental, and 2, Professional Asbestos Removal Corporation, doing business as Park Environmental, each contract in an amount not to exceed $300,000, authorizing the chair to sign the agreement and the county administrator to sign all future related documents included in the fiscal year 2023-24 budget. Item number 9, adopting resolution 77-23, approving the 2023-24 Tuolumne County tax rates pursuant to Government Code 29100. Item number 10, approving the discharge of accountability for 40 accounts totaling $69,177.39 in the Ambulance Enterprise Fund in accordance with Government Code Section 25259. Item number 11, accepting the Enhanced Prevention and Control Funding Allocation from the California Department of Public Health, CDPH, Tuberculosis Control Branch, TBCB, in the amount of $5,000 from July 1, 2023 through June 30, 2024, recognizing unanticipated revenue, increasing appropriations in the same amount in the fiscal year 2023-24 Public Health Department budget, and authorize the county administrative officer to sign all related documents. 4/5 vote required. Item number 12, appointment of Alexis Byers as the District 1 representative for the duration of the current term expiring on July 31st, 2025, and reappointment of Dick Southern, Dick Southern as the District 3 representative with a 4-year term to expire on August 31st, 2027, to the Tuolumne County Transportation Council, TCTC Citizens Advisory Committee. Item number 13, approving of class specification change to Director of Library and Recreation Services. Item number 14, awarding an agreement to Four Creeks, Inc. for design services related to the conversion of the Pereira House into a working fire station in the amount of $246,245. Item number 15, adopting resolution 78-23, delegating authority to the airport manager to execute and issue an encroachment permit to Mid-Valley Aviation, LLC for airport estates lots 1 through 8. Item number 16, approving amendments to agreements for professional services in each of 2 categories. Traffic Engineering Services 3 with Fair and Piers, Advanced Mobility Group and TJKM, and Environmental Services with Nichols Consulting Engineers, Area West Environmental, and First Carbon Solutions, and authorizing the board chair to sign the agreements included in fiscal year 23-24 budget. Item number 17, approving the reappointment of Jim Phelan, Jim Maddox, Kevin Townsend, and Billy Ray Youngman, and the appointment of William Morales to the Fish and Game Preservation Fund Advisory Committee with terms to expire on September 05, 2027 and September 05, 2025, as detailed in the memo. Item number 18, approving a subcontractor agreement to receive homeless housing assistance and prevention program round 4 funds in the amount of $312,731.56 from Amador Tuolumne Community Action Agency to the County of Tuolumne for regionally coordinated efforts to reduce homelessness in Tuolumne County, and give authority to the county administrator to sign all related documents. Okay. Item number 19, finding that contributing funds in the amount of $50,000 to Soulsbyville School toward costs related to purchasing a security camera system serves as a public purpose and is not a gift of public funds. Item number 20, approving plan specifications and working details for the Oak Terrace Navigation Center roofing project. Item 21, approving the 2023 County of Tuolumne Ergonomics Program in compliance with current regulations and replacing the 2002 policy. Item 22, approving the County of Tuolumne Bloodborne Pathogens Exposure Control Plan in compliance with current regulations and replacing the 2008 policy. Item number 23, approving a letter to Pacific Gas and Electric and the California Public Utilities Commission requesting action that addresses impacts related to sustained power outages. And item 24, adopting resolution 80-23, restricting roadside parking along a segment of Rawhide Road north of Highway 108 and along Rawhide Road to 100 feet north of the Rawhide Road Bridge.
Good job. So my first question is, do any of the board members wish to pull an item on the consent
I have one item, but it might just be a comment, but
okay.
Let's just make it a pull. It'll be quick.
Okay, so no items pulled. So comments, I understand Supervisor Campbell has some comments he'd like to make.
Just a brief comment, Chair. Thank you very much, and thank you very much, Heather, for laying out the consent agenda so well, better than I could have done. So I just wanted to highlight item 19. It's contributing funds to Soulsbyville School toward the cost of purchasing security camera system. I really want to applaud our county staff and the staff at Soulsbyville School for working out a way we can kind of work together to alleviate some of the concerns I think that were created with the navigation center being so close to that school. I think it is a way to try and maybe not solve every conceivable possible problem that could arise, but it's a good faith effort on the part of the county and the school to kind of work together to find ways to address an issue that I think that there was a lot of concern about among the parents that go to school there. And, you know, in my thoroughly biased opinion, it's one of the best schools in the county for kids to go to, and it's important that we protect that and that we keep the lines of communication going there. So I'm happy to speak to anybody that has wants to know more about how we're working together with the school. And again, very grateful that we have that line of communication with the school, and we're able to help them get some cameras that are badly needed, I think, and have been for a long time, even before this project. So,
all right, thank you. Supervisor Brandon.
Thank you. We sure have a long agenda today, if anybody picked one up in the back, so thank you for hanging in with us. I want to just make comments on 4 items. One of them is item 2. Every year we have the building codes changes in California. So say we're having a later discussion. The building codes are not something we have a lot of authority over when the state puts something on us, but a lot of the future items are things under our control, and it makes them all the more important to consider. So item 14, I want to thank our staff, thank the CAL FIRE, Tuolumne County Fire Department, and the board as well. Looking forward to seeing some much needed repairs to what will be the future home of the Columbia Firehouse for that area, which was in a massive response gap, both locally and with the state authority. I think it speaks volumes that at the point we had a local district that was floundering and struggling to meet its means, and a lot of it was not their fault, just circumstantial. We stepped in to be able to help provide for that area and to work with them as partners, and that means a lot to me. I also want to say thank you to Chair Half on the PG&E letter, and if you have not read our response letter, I just want to give you commendations for it. I think it's very well written, it's very logical, and it really expresses where we're at as a county right now. And then lastly, item 24, this is a particular thing that's been of a lot of impact to the Jamestown area. This one small step to install no parking zones at the Rawhide Bridge zone. By no means is this silver bullet solution. I think it's going to be one of 4 or 5 that are going to have to be implemented to address that. But I just thank the staff for being able to get this onto there and for their communications and kind of vetting some of these ideas. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Kirk.
All right, so I'll make my comments, and then if county council thinks I need to pull it, we can pull it. But there's a lot of things on consent, so I don't, for the interest of time, I'm not going to make comments on a lot of them, some of which I agree, some of which I don't. But the one I wanted to comment on was number 23, which is your letter to PG&E. I think it's great. The only thing I wanted to comment on, and I sent you an email a minute ago, was just to give you some information specifically when they talk about their 4 sections that they want to break things up into 4 sections. There's around 1,100 miles of power lines in Tuolumne County, which means if they do 4 sections, that's about 275 miles per section. And if you think about that, how long does it take PG&E to drive 275 miles? So the point of me bringing that up is I think they need to break it into even more sections. So I shot you that information if you want to look at it and include it in your letter, just to give them some data. Like 4 sections sounds good up here, but when you break it down, it's not. I think it needs to be many more sections. So I shot that too if you want to include it in your letter, and if the board was okay with that, I just wanted you to have that information. So.
Thank you. Not sure what I want to do with that because I was not intending to pull any item. And we'll see where this letter goes as far as with PG&E. They have an opportunity to act early here without getting the CPUC involved, and so I'm hoping they take us up on that offer. The only thing I wanted to say on item 23 is that I actually have 2 things. First of all, there's a correction that needs to be made for the CPUC, 2 of the CPUC commissioners, the last 2, John Reynolds and Karen Douglas. I inadvertently put .us as the last part of the email address, and it's .gov. So if those corrections could be made. And originally I started writing this letter to come from me as the district representative for District 4, where all the calamity happened in July. And then as I got going with it, realized that this really did need to come to the full board for their approval. And I did get the help of Supervisor Brandon also. He helped me tighten up what I wanted to say very well. So I appreciate your help and collaboration in that as well. And I'd really rather not at this time pull. There's a lot that needs to happen in the county.
Sure. Just see the email if you want to add it.
Okay. All right.
It's to support your idea for sectionalizing.
Yeah. All right. And so now I want to go to the public to see if there's any public comment on anything that's on the consent calendar.
Well, I appreciate that you have a long agenda and that you don't want to take time to comment on a lot of things due to the length of the agenda. And thank you, Heather. That was a chore. But this is the public's meeting, and we deserve to hear from you on items as well as to be able to comment. So to tell me that you don't want to have a chit-chat in front of the public is kind of offensive. So I would like to talk about item number 3, because if I understand things correctly, our incompetent to stand trial program is trying to avoid sending people to state hospitals because their waiting list is huge. So they're going to pay us now to do it in our own county. And so I have some kind of concerns about that because the services, as I understand it, are only to inform people on how to become competent to stand trial. It doesn't require any treatment of their mental health or behavioral health issues. And on item number 12, for the appointments to the Citizens Advisory Committee for TCTC, I love the fact that everyone thinks everyone who goes to the TCTC meeting should be extremely well informed about all these basically county issues. And I really need some people representing the public on these committees, and coming at it from the point of view of trying to understand things as a member of the public. And I also think if you're going to apply for a committee, then by God, you better have been going to those meetings for quite a long time and be very well informed about what's going on. So the District 1 representative seat has been empty for quite a long time, and they only have 3 members on the committee. So I applaud someone who's stepping up. And then the reappointment of Dick Southern. He's been on the committee for a long time, and he shows up at every meeting, and he may make a motion or second a motion. But I went back and looked through the past year of minutes, and I didn't, and in my experience several years ago of being at the meetings with him, I don't think he's ever ridden the bus. He never usually makes a suggestion as to how to make it better or speak on behalf of the public. So I applaud that he's willing to show up, but I need someone to really participate. So I'm sorry, I oppose his reappointment. Then on item 19, I can't believe you put this on the consent calendar. And I appreciate that you want to appeal and alleviate the fears and concerns of Soulsbyville School, and I thought it was very interesting that you made the comment that it's been a needed concern in a long
Thank you.
time.
Thank you.
Okay.
Hello again, I'm back. This is John Flynn, your political watch. Now, I might be wrong. Your item, was it item 23, approving the letter of Pacific Gas. I don't know if I can talk about it, but we had a helicopter over on Wednesday going over Tuolumne City and Soulsbyville, and then on Thursday, there was going back and forth, and it was about 300-400 feet, very close to where I live. Acrobatics, really very low on the ground, in the air, and over by Oak Street, and they had. It turns out the phones went down, the cell phones went down, AT&T, Verizon, the landlines went down. That doesn't happen. Anything else goes. They always stay open. And the landlines go, they're playing, and nobody could call in. And I couldn't. I was trying to get a friend of mine to drive me to the sheriff department. He says, "Oh, you're being paranoid." No. I said, no. This is not right. There's something wrong here. And there was a bubble, and there was an appendix sticking out. And it turns out after the power came on, I called the radio station. I found their business card, and they said it was PG helicopter. Phone number is 800-582-2840. LiDAR imaging, underground for power cables. That's what they're doing. But that looked like a Lahana setup for a fire. I mean, and then a friend of mine, when the power came up for the phones, there was Twitter and Facebook. It just lit up like a Christmas tree. And the sheriff department didn't know. Probably Dory Beats didn't know. The police department didn't know. The local radio station, they said, "Well, why didn't you get this out on the airway, on the radio?" And they said, it was a female. And she said, we didn't think it was important enough. But that's not your fault. That's the owner. It's going to have to talk to that employee. And PG&E, for their helicopter, they didn't think it was worthy to notify anybody. So is there any way that Sheriff Bill Pulley and the county DA can find out, can you find out why wasn't anybody notified? Because there was this just looked like another setup, like the Lahaina Maui fire attack. There was a lot of concern. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other comment, I'll bring it back to the board to entertain a motion.
Chair, I'll move to approve the consent calendar with the corrections that you noted on item 23.
Second.
Okay, it was moved by Supervisor Campbell and seconded by Supervisor Brandon. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Carries 4-0-0. All right, I think we are on now to commendations and proclamations. Heather, if you, when you're ready, will please read item number 25.
Consideration of adopting Resolution 81-23, recognizing September 10 through 16, 2023 as National Suicide Prevention Week in Tuolumne County.
Good morning, Board.
Good morning.
My name is Lindsay Lujan. I'm a Deputy Director for Behavioral Health, and our Director, Tammy Mariscal, is very regretful that she's unable to make it here to introduce this item today, as this resolution is very near and dear to her, as it is to so many other community members in Tuolumne County. I'd like to introduce two individuals, Bob White of ADCA, who's also a prevention and early intervention contractor with behavioral health under Mental Health Services Act funding for suicide prevention and stigma reduction, as well as Jennifer Gould, the agency manager for the Mental Health Services Act for behavioral health. Thank you.
Good morning, members of the board and members of the audience. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you about the importance of suicide prevention in our community. My name is Bob White, and I am the YES Partnership Director and Prevention Programs Director at ADCA. The YES Partnership is a community-wide coalition that was founded in January 1986 after several teen suicides in our community. For the past 37 years, the partnership's mission has been to support Tuolumne County youth and families, promote resilience, and prevent suicide, substance use, and child abuse. We receive funding from the Tuolumne County Behavioral Health Department through the Mental Health Services Act to promote suicide prevention and prevent stigma around mental health challenges. One of the vital things we do is provide trainings to equip people in our community to be alert and aware of others who may be having thoughts of suicide. For many years, we have not had accurate data on the number of deaths by suicide in Tuolumne County. In March of 2023, the Tuolumne County Public Health Department issued the first suicide data report that covered the period of time from 2005 to 2022. The following are some key data points from that report. From 2005 to 2022, there was an average of 14.3 suicide deaths per year in Tuolumne County. In 2022, there were 19 deaths. 17 of those were Tuolumne County residents, and 2 were non-Tuolumne County residents. 15% of suicide deaths between 2005 and 2022 were non-county residents who died in Tuolumne County. Firearms were used in 54% of suicides, which is significantly higher than the state average of 35%. The average age among suicides was 52 for men and 50 for women. And suicide is the leading cause of death for youth ages 10 to 19 in Tuolumne County. In the memo prepared for you by Tammy Mariscal, the Tuolumne County Behavioral Health Director, she states, suicide is preventable, and each one of us can play an important role in keeping people alive, safe, and connected with hope. This is an important message because we know that at any given time, roughly 5% of a population may be having thoughts of suicide. The population of Tuolumne County is approximately 54,000 people, and that means about 2,700 of our neighbors, family members, and colleagues may be having thoughts of suicide. As Tammy said, each one of us can play an important role in keeping people alive, safe, and connected with hope. There is a statement in the resolution before you which reads, whereas no single suicide prevention effort will be sufficient or appropriate for all populations or communities, all are asked to join together and take a stand to prevent suicide. Several years ago, my friend Serena Orman Oakes shared with me a quote, and I believe I have shared this with you before, but it bears repeating. And I quote, "We may never know what was inside that took them away from us, but they did the best they could until they couldn't any longer. They never wanted to leave us, they just didn't know how to stay." It is my hope that as we recognize Suicide Prevention Week in Tuolumne County and Suicide Prevention Month throughout the nation, that all of us working together will help anyone struggling with thoughts of suicide know that we want them to stay, and that we will help them know how to stay and connect them with hope.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Board of Supervisors, and County Administrators. My name is Jennifer Gould, and I'm the MHSA Agency Program Manager for Behavioral Health. National Suicide Prevention Week is September 10th through 16th, 2023, and World Suicide Prevention Day is September 10th, 2023. In support of these nationally and worldwide recognized events, California's mental health movement, Take Action for Mental Health, is promoting the theme, Share Hope Together. National Suicide Prevention Week is a time in which individuals, organizations, and communities around the country join their voices to broadcast the message that everyone can take action for suicide prevention. This year, we are focused on the act of sharing, whether that be sharing hope, stories, time, resources, or experiences. It can serve as a powerful tool in suicide prevention. During September and beyond, there is a special focus on the power of sharing hope, as sharing can create a sense of belonging while also reducing the weight of our burdens, allowing us to take action for suicide prevention together. Suicide is a serious public health problem that can have lasting harmful effects on individuals, families, and communities. In 2020, the California Department of Public Health Epicenter database reported 7 suicide deaths in Tuolumne County. A Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, or CDC, studies show that a range of factors contribute to suicide among those with and without known mental health conditions. Mental health conditions are often seen as the cause of suicide, but suicide is rarely caused by any single factor. In fact, many people who die by suicide are not known to have a diagnosed mental health condition at the time of death. Other problems often contribute to suicide, such as those relating to relationships, substance use, physical health, and job, money, legal, or housing stress. Making sure government, public health, healthcare, employers, education, the media, and community organizations are working together is important for preventing suicide. Public health departments bring together these partners to focus on comprehensive state and community efforts with the greatest likelihood of preventing suicide. Facts from the Centers of Disease Control and Prevention and National Institute of Mental Health. In 2020, suicide was the 12th leading cause of death overall in the United States, claiming the lives of more than 45,900 people. Suicide affects all ages. In 2020, suicide was the leading cause of death among individuals between the ages of 10 and 14 and 25 to 34. The third leading cause of death among individuals between the ages of 15 to 24, and the fourth leading cause of death among individuals between the ages of 35 to 44. In 2020, there were nearly 2 times as many suicides, nearly 46,000 people in the United States, as there were homicides. Suicide rates increased 37% between 2000 and 2018 and decreased 5% between 2018 and 2020. However, rates nearly returned to their peak in 2021. In 2021, 48,183 people died by suicide in the United States. That is 1 death every 11 minutes. In 2021, 12.3 million adults seriously thought about suicide, 3.5 million adults made a plan, and 1.7 million attempted suicide. Among adults across all age groups, the prevalence of serious suicidal thoughts was highest among young adults between the ages of 18 and 25, which is roughly 13% in 2021. Some groups have disproportionately high rates of suicide. The racial ethnic groups with the highest rates in 2021 were non-Hispanic American Indian and Alaska Native people and non-Hispanic white people. In 2021, the suicide rates among males was approximately 4 times higher than the rates among females. And males make up 50% of the population, but nearly 80% of the suicides. In 2021, people ages 85 and older had the highest rates of suicide. Suicide is preventable, and each one of us can play an important role in keeping people alive, safe, and connected with hope. Since 2010, through the Mental Health Services Act, the Tuolumne County Behavioral Health Department has funded suicide prevention efforts, and since 2013 has sponsored a suicide prevention program which is coordinated by Amador Tuolumne Community Action Agency, or ATCA. ATCA's programs provide local training, education, and outreach on suicide prevention awareness and stigma reduction to individuals and groups of all ages. ATCA collaborates with other local community organizations and community members through the YES Partnership, which was established in 1986 in response to several teen suicides in Tuolumne County. The partnership is a community-wide coalition dedicated to supporting Tuolumne County youth and families by preventing suicide, substance use, and child abuse. The 5th annual Hope and Honor Walk will take place on September 16th, 2023 at 9 a.m. at Courthouse Park in Sonora to remember those who have died by suicide and to bring attention to local suicide prevention efforts. In addition, we have also prepared a packet for you that highlights information, supports, resources, and community events. They're also available on the back table. The Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors has recognized Suicide Prevention Week since 2014. With continual focus on mental health, self-care, and awareness of others' actions, behaviors, and well-being, trainings and outreach across California have empowered community members with information on how to identify and manage risk factors in others and for themselves. There are no fiscal considerations associated with this item. It is respectfully recommended that the Board of Supervisors recognize September 10th through 16th, 2023 as Suicide Prevention Week in Tuolumne County. Thank you.
Thank you. So first I have to ask the board if you have any questions of our 2 presenters. Nope. All right. Then I would like to take this to the community members that are present with us today to see if anybody has any comments they'd like to make.
Well, thank you, Bob White, for reading all of that data. It was really nice to see Kim Freeman take on the issue of actually looking through all the death certificates and actually getting all the numbers, because I think it's very important that we have accurate numbers. And she detailed it out between non-county residents and county residents, and that was good. So Bob said there was an average of 14.3 per year in Tuolumne County from 2005 to 2022, and the average suicide deaths for Tuolumne County residents was 12.3 per year. And our recent 5-year average was 13 per year. So I have an issue with the resolution. Thank you, Jen, for reading it, because it said that in 2020 we had 7 suicides, and we did not. We had 16. So there was 1 non-county resident and 15 Tuolumne County residents. So I think that number should be corrected. And then I don't know why he went off on this tangent, but Father Suresh at St. Patrick's on Sunday veered off from his homily to talk about how unchristian it is and not godlike for people to try for dignity with death, or to, and he really went off on a tangent that was much less than compassionate. And if people are in a position where they may want to make their own choices, I think we should be displaying compassion and not condemnation. So I would like to ask ATCA and Behavioral Health to perhaps reach out to St. Patrick's, and perhaps they could use a little suicide prevention information. Thank you.
Anybody else? Okay, I'll bring it back to our board for your comments. Who wants to start? Supervisor Kirk.
I'll start. We got to get moving. Thank you, staff, for presenting that. Bob, everybody for getting the data. I've been hearing bits and pieces of it over the last year. And I just highlighted it, wrote it down several times, prevention, prevention, prevention. That's what this whole thing's about. And the longer that society talks about it, the longer we have these resolutions and those faith-based organizations and everybody gets involved in this conversation, the better chance we're going to have of saving a life. So I'm honored to be up here to support this resolution. I was sitting down here and I was keeping tally of the amount of people I know who've taken their lives, and there's so many people that it affects the lives of everybody who have to keep living after the fact. So these are just words, and we're doing resolutions, but the real people out there are you guys on the ground doing that work, like what's going on this weekend, and we just got to keep pounding the sand and making it known that there is help out there. It's okay to talk about it. It's okay to know the sign. Well, you need to know the signs, family members and friends, because they are there. I witnessed it 5 years ago. Saw signs, didn't say anything. That individual's not with us anymore. And I wish I would have said something. So thank you guys for being here. Honored to support it.
Supervisor Brandon.
Thank you. Haven't lived a long time, but just over that period, I've had I was trying to tally in my head, 5 different friends who have committed suicide in one form or another every few years, basically since being a kid. And I maybe have an unconventional opinion that I think people do have a right to their own life and decide, and that's kind of what Carol said, what they end up doing with it, but the death with dignity and those types of things. But in each one of those cases, at least the ones that I was most connected to, that wasn't the issue, was somebody making that choice. It was somebody who was in a crisis. And you never really know what's happening inside somebody's soul and the trauma or the struggle that they're dealing with. And oftentimes that's written off, or they're not getting to the right resource. So Jen, Lindsay, Bob, thank you for your work in this. Mr. Kim and everybody, thank you for the data to be able to have this conversation. And the more we can do to, I think, understand why, because it's one of those issues where every case is going to be probably unique. We might be able to draw some conclusions, but a suicide here and a suicide there are not necessarily the same thing. Somebody facing a medical bankruptcy and losing all of their assets and don't know what to do financially versus an emotional roller coaster of a relationship or a mental illness. The more we can try to, I think, identify that, the more we can identify implementation strategies to address it. I think there is an element of awareness and destigmatization. We should be able to talk about it, and people do need to know the facts of what it is and where the resources are. I think we have more resources available now than we used to. If we want to take it to the next step, is how do we prevent the really unnecessary ones that, for lack of a better phrasing, just really don't make sense, where it is somebody who is making a snap and rash judgment call that is the wrong one, who one day later would have woken up and probably felt a little different about their situation. How do we attack that issue? And how do we attack the issue we have in our community we talked about before of chronic loneliness? I know we talked about the younger populations there, and I think, if anybody doesn't understand, ask a millennial and a Gen Z about a lot of the anxiety and issues over buying a home or getting a good job or AI or whatever thing you want to pick, and the pressures with that. But we also have an aging community, and that is a demographic that I think we'll probably see maybe a rise in it, because oftentimes they're not connected in the same ways. And we see that they may have be widows, they may have their kids out, they may not have family close, and that's a really tragic way. And that's been several of those deaths that have been within my time there, and that's a really sad one, because if they just had somebody to talk to, that's all they needed. It probably would have been different, and that's very hard. So thank you for the presentation on this, bringing awareness to it, and again, any effort we can to help understand and separate out those reasons to then bring back, this is what we can do to target that group, that solution. As you eloquently said, it's all different. That, I think, would be very helpful to narrowing what the solutions would be at the local level.
Thank you. Supervisor Campbell.
Thank you, Chair, and I agree with comments of my colleagues as well. And Lindsay, Bob, and Jen, very good information that I hope a lot of our community is listening to, because, just like everyone up here, my life has been touched by suicide as well, and it's not a great feeling for those of us that are left behind. Supervisor Kirk, you mentioned Know the Signs, which is, I think, a really critical campaign that our county behavioral health engages in, educating teachers and people that are in the community that might interact with large numbers of people that are at risk of suicide, and being able to understand that, when somebody starts withdrawing from the things that normally give them joy, when they start giving away personal items, that there are very clear indicators that somebody is contemplating suicide. And if we know those, and we're educated about those, we can take steps early on so that we don't have to ask ourselves what we could have done differently. Also, and as we go, this has progressed over the years. I think we learn more, and the community does more to prevent suicide. It's a problem that is still with us, unfortunately. But last year, for example, we went from the 10-digit suicide hotline. It was kind of a hodgepodge of different numbers across the nation and across the state, to now there's one number. It's 988. So if you are contemplating suicide, if you are needing to talk to somebody, needing to connect to another human being, you call 988, and there will be somebody on the other end of that phone that'll be able to help you. So that's a big improvement, and a lot of people I talk to aren't aware of it yet. So I think it takes a while for that information to come out, but it's been about a year now that we have a new suicide hotline that's nationwide. So thank you very much for the presentation, and thank you for everybody listening to this important issue.
Thank you. Well, first of all, thank you, Lindsay, Bob, and Jen, for your report to the board and to the public about this sobering matter. My overall feeling is, how do we embrace this matter with sensitivity and no regrets? That's the theme and the mantle I'd like to see everybody take on. Because we all share, whether, we're the ones left behind or we're the ones that are contemplating. We're all involved in this. I was struck by Bob's quote of the 10 to 19-year-old category, age category. Suicide is the leading cause of death. That is just overwhelmingly sad. I don't know the right word for it. That's hard to take in. Also, another thing that was quoted, that in 2020 there were as many as 2 times the suicides as homicides. Okay, what else happened in 2020? I think there's some lessons there to be learned. And the last item from this presentation that really struck me, and I don't have any answers for it, it was stated that many that were contemplating suicide they didn't have any known mental health condition at the time of their death. What is that? I think that requires further investigation to learn what that means. I'm left wondering what that means. Now, a member of the public brought up that our resolution needs to be changed because of the number of suicides, and I'm not seeing in Tuolumne County, and I'm not seeing the number of suicides in the resolution for that. I'm not seeing any number of suicides in our resolution. I see that in 2020, suicide was the 12th leading cause of death overall in the United States, but I don't see anything specific to Tuolumne County, so I'm not sure that we need to change the resolution unless there's further, it must have been in the memo because it's not in the resolution. Yeah. So with that, I will entertain a motion to approve this resolution.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, it was moved by Supervisor Brandon and seconded by Supervisor Campbell. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? I didn't hear your aye. Okay, so that carries 4-0-0. Thank you very much. And at this time, it's 4:26. We're going to take a 10-minute break, please.
Item number 26, consideration of providing direction on the prioritization of housing policies and programs for inclusion in the housing element update and pro-housing plan.
All right.
Good morning.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Supervisor Half, fellow board members, and members of the public. My name is Quincy Yaley. I'm the Community Development Department Director, and I'm joined today with Tamara Blankenship. She is our Housing Development Specialist who joined our staff earlier this year. Today, the item before you is a discussion regarding policies and programs about housing. It is a very important item and lots of information, and so without further ado, I'm going to turn it over to Tamara.
Okay, good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to talk about housing this morning. So I'm going to start with a conclusion right off the bat. Tuolumne County has a shortage of housing that is well-maintained, affordable, and desirable for current and future residents. And the requested action today is for the board to provide us direction and prioritization for housing policies and programs for the housing element and the pro-housing plan. The agenda for my presentation, I'll start with some housing trends. I'll talk about the housing spectrum. I'll discuss some tools and opportunities, and finally the housing element and pro-housing. My presentation's about less than 15 minutes, and the slides are numbered, so if there's anything you want to come back to, we can at the end. So this is the premise we're working with, and we're facing a national housing shortage, and in California that shortage is acute, which means even higher rents and purchase prices. Increasing housing production increases affordability. So here we have the drivers of development cost. It's nice that they can all start with L: labor, land, lumber, laws, and lending. And there's an element of risk in development: economic cycles, fluctuating demand, local opposition, legal challenges, bureaucracy. Basically anything that increases time and uncertainty makes projects more risky, and that makes them more expensive. And this risk is in addition to the basics like labor, land, and materials. For a long time, California has operated with the philosophy that growth must pay for itself. Rather than asking residents to pay for services, infrastructure, and public goods in the form of more property taxes, California's relied on the enduring allure of California for existing and new residents and passed along the cost for development and growth to developers. Developers wanting to build housing in California pay impact and mitigation fees. They pay for infrastructure improvements, for roads and utilities, and they provide public goods like parks, bike lanes, and sidewalks. And they're also tasked with protecting natural, cultural, and historic resources. And all of these demands increase the cost of housing. And in many cases, these costs make all but the most expensive developments infeasible. So housing scarcity isn't just an isolated local condition. There are factors at the global, national level, the state level, and the local level. And so many of these forces are largely outside of local control, but the impact or the result is faced or dealt with by families and individual households here in Tuolumne County. When we look at what we can influence and what we can control, this list starts to get really small. So in order to make a difference in housing at the local level, we need to be aggressive in addressing the few areas where we have local control and influence. So population trends are important to think about, where they reflect the lack of housing and forecast the types of housing we can expect households to want. Tuolumne County's population is aging, and this is a nationwide trend as well, and Tuolumne County is consistent with that trend. So our senior population is growing while our younger population is declining. Tuolumne County's population is expected to continue to decline over the next several decades. And multi-generational households are becoming more common, driven largely by finances, which includes housing costs. So it's not just us getting older. The homes in Tuolumne County are getting older as well. Homes that are around 25 years old are going to begin to need repairs and renovations. And the cost of maintenance, repairs, and renovations can be high and out of reach for some owners and landlords. And many of these homes are at risk of falling out of the housing inventory due to their condition. So housing preservation is a significant need, and that may be considered a priority. A recent study confirmed that people are waiting longer to purchase their first home, especially in California. While affordability isn't the only factor, it is the main driver. This means that many young people are waiting longer to start families and perhaps aren't putting down roots in communities the way they would if they owned their home. And home ownership is an important source of financial stability for older adults, and fewer have that security as prices continue to rise. Many Tuolumne County renters are rent burdened, which means that they spend more than 30% of their monthly income on rent. This is compounded by increasing costs for food and transportation. And for families with children, childcare can easily take 30% of the household monthly income, and things start to get really tight, and families have to make tough decisions. So I want to talk about the housing spectrum next. And we can think of the housing spectrum, we can think of housing as a spectrum that takes into account income, need, and preference. So you've seen this housing ladder before, and this helps us visualize income levels as they relate to housing. At the lower rungs of the ladder, we have household income levels that need affordable housing options. And at these levels, housing is only going to be provided with subsidies to both the developer and the renter. Toward the middle of the ladder, there are income levels that are insufficient to obtain market rate housing, especially in California in the current conditions. Housing affordable to these income levels can either be provided by subsidies to developers and/or households, or through the market when conditions allow developers to build market rate housing affordable to middle and low income households. The trouble with this ladder is that some of these terms are unclear, like the term workforce, and it doesn't really describe how individuals and families move through the housing market during their lifetime. But the main point here is that there are kind of two types of affordable housing. We have housing that is subsidized and labeled affordable and is income restricted for sale or for rent. And we have housing that is affordable because developers are able to produce that housing at a lower cost and can pass that along in lower purchase prices and rental prices. And those can be available to families with lower and moderate incomes. Considering housing from a life stage perspective helps us understand different housing needs, such as space and accessibility. A healthy housing market provides opportunities for individuals and households to choose a home based not only on affordability, but stage of life, preference, location, and amenities. A healthy housing market also creates opportunities for upward mobility and downsizing. Individuals and households will want and need different types of housing at different stages, and ideally, Tuolumne County would have a variety of housing types available at a range of price points for both renters and buyers. There are a wide range of housing types that can meet the needs and preferences of individuals and households at different life stages and with a range of income levels. Some of these types are just naturally more affordable. Some types are well suited for young families without kids or young people without kids. Others can allow multi-generational living, and some can help older people remain in their homes longer. Single-family homes have really been the dominant housing product in the U.S. for decades, and as a result, we have this kind of missing middle. And reintroducing some of these housing types can provide more affordable options and create vibrant, thriving neighborhoods. So, tools and opportunities. As we start considering priorities for the future, it's important to recognize the work that's already been done and is in progress toward the board's goals of increasing housing supply. In addition to the work being done by CDD, we want to recognize Habitat for Humanity and our local builders, developers, and real estate professionals who are champions for housing. We're hoping to come to you soon with the outcomes of 2 grants that we've applied for, and we have some more grant applications on the horizon. And as you know, we're in the middle of the Housing Element Update and the Title 17 Update, which has been a years-long process. And currently, there are almost 500 units in projects that have come to our office as applications within the last few years that are in varying stages of development. And this progress really is a testament to the board's focus on housing. As you think about local actions that can make a difference in the availability and affordability of housing, we can think in terms of the available levers or tools. And it's important to remember these don't have to be either or. A combination of strategies will be needed. And whenever we pull a lever or push a button, we have to remember that there are downstream impacts. Those things never just respond in isolation. So we need to produce new housing as well as preserve existing housing. For subsidy and supply, we can use ADUs, accessory dwelling units, as an example. And a subsidy might include providing financial incentives to homeowners in the form of pre-approved plans or reduced fees. Or we can think of ADUs in terms of supply by streamlining processes that make building them more affordable for more homeowners. Short-term rentals can be an example of carrots and sticks. So a stick would be putting a limit or prohibition on short-term rentals and then enforcing that prohibition. And a carrot might include an incentive for homeowners to convert vacant homes or short-term rentals to long-term rentals. So while some of the trends present challenges or threats, we can also think about how these provide opportunities that we can respond to. We expect that California residents will continue to move from cities to more rural areas, looking for a different way of life while remaining in California. And we expect that some county residents will move from the higher elevations to lower elevations to get out of the snow and the higher fire severity zones, to be closer to services and amenities while remaining in the county.
Can you speak closer to the mic?
Are we good?
Yeah, that's
good. Are we good now? Okay, not close enough. As the county continues to invest in tourism and our recreational areas remain a huge draw for people, some of those folks will choose to make Tuolumne County their home. And it's worth noting that Stanislaus County actually has higher rents and lower vacancy rates than Tuolumne County, which makes it more expensive to live there with less housing options to choose from. We're asking for your priorities among a whole array of strategies and possible programs or policies. As we all know, there are finite resources, and we can't commit equal effort and resources to every strategy, and nor would we want to, because not every policy or program is a good fit for Tuolumne County. So we can consider the potential strategies for timeframe, feasibility, equity, and durability. We want some short, mid, and long-term strategies so we can get some early wins and build momentum. It's important to consider feasibility. Is this something within our control, and is it feasible? Does it create greater opportunities for more people to thrive? And is it right for Tuolumne County? Will today's investments make a lasting impact? So the housing element update is underway, and as you know, we've been given a housing goal of 2. We know that this does not address our local needs, but it does communicate the state's lack of interest in supporting rural communities and the state's priority for dense urban areas with lots of big multifamily developments. Therefore, as a complement to the housing element, we would like to pursue the pro-housing designation. This is an HCD program that provides incentives for adopting policies and programs to accelerate housing production. The application consists of a long menu of options, and the local jurisdiction supports the policies and programs that will work together within the local context to meet the local need. These are not our only options. We can definitely adopt other strategies that we develop, but this provides us a good starting point. We're asking for your input today in prioritizing the programs and policies to focus our efforts in putting together a pro-housing plan that we'll then bring back to you and the public for further comment. There are 4 categories. We've shortened that list for you today for this conversation. This is an abridged version that's here in the presentation and the memo as well. The link to the pro-housing application with the full list is included in the board memo. Next to the description here, we've included notes about what might already be in progress, ideas we're already pursuing, or areas where we would need more direction from the board. We don't necessarily have specific projects in mind for all of these options, and we don't necessarily have all the answers to any questions to all the questions that you might have today. Some of these items will take more research. We're asking for your level of priority, low, medium, or high, of the policy descriptions, and we'll come back to the board with specifics for programs or projects at a later date. So I'm going to go through the categories just at a high level right now, and we can come back to them in discussion. The first category deals with favorable zoning and land use. The second category deals with the acceleration of housing production timeframes. The third category is dealing with reduction of construction and development costs. And the fourth category deals with providing financial subsidies. Our pro-housing plan will need to include at least one strategy from each of the 4 categories. Again, we aren't expected to include every one, nor would we want to. This is a local plan specific to the needs of Tuolumne County. So again, the requested action, we're asking the board to provide direction and prioritization for housing policies and programs for the housing element and pro-housing plan. So just to conclude, the current shortage of housing and high prices is a result of decades of policies and forces at several scales. The problem is complex and there are many layers. However, I believe that Tuolumne County possesses the assets and resources necessary to produce and preserve housing to meet the needs of current and future residents.
All right, thank you very much. So just to make sure what we're doing here as a board, you want us to go through each category 1 through 4 and give you our top item from each of those. And go ahead.
I think that would be helpful. We can take your priority areas in each of the categories. If you have any other strategies you've identified personally that fit into these categories but aren't on the list, we would want to know that as well. And if there are any policy descriptions on here that are lower priority, you can indicate that to us as well. We'll keep track of your comments where we can find consensus, so we don't need you to vote or we don't need you to come to consensus necessarily together. We'll keep track of that information. We'll continue this conversation as we progress in the process.
So today is just for input and we won't be taking a vote on it.
Absolutely, thank you.
So what I want to do first is I want to ask the board if they have any clarifying questions. Then I want to go to the people that are in the audience to see what kind of comments they might have. And then I will bring it back to our board for their comments. Supervisor Brandon.
Great, thank you. why never talk about housing? So I'm gonna have probably a lot of comments with this, and I'm super excited that this is here, Tamara. So thank you for all the work you're doing with this, and to Quincy. This is very exciting. The question that I had was just on one of the specifics. It was the Housing Subsidy Pool Trust Fund, basically under providing financial subsidies, the last section. There are two. One references the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, which I think we already have, even though it's not a lot of money into it. And then that one, I was wondering what the difference was and if we already have a trust fund that meets that requirement.
In terms of local housing trust funds, if that's something that we are not using the trust fund that we currently have, if that's something that we want to use, then we would look at what specifically and how we would want to use that, and we would develop that program.
Okay. And did the other one that was later, I think it was Housing Subsidy Pool, include trust fund? I wasn't sure if that meant like land trusts or other type of like a way people can buy into, rent bonds basically, or something like that.
I think this is a really wide kind of category here that we can develop a local, and I think something like land trust is something that we can look at. There are a lot of creative ideas, so I think we can decide what those priorities are and then pursue those within these very broad categories.
Okay. And so then just to kind of put a bow on it, so the first one would be like the internal trust fund we would have through some mechanism. The other one would be looking at what sounds like broadly community financing of some type.
Yeah, and the first one we can look at whether that would be local or regional. Yeah,
Okay.
I think there are a variety of ways we can use those. These categories are quite broad.
Great.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Supervisor Kirk.
Quick question, and I may have missed it. Discussion about the inclusionary ordinance. I know our board has heard from developers and from the public and some folks, and we've had multiple conversations about that. Quincy, I don't know where we're at with it. I know every time we talk about housing, I bring it up. Is that where are we at? About potentially returning those fees back to what they were prior?
Yeah, so we've talked a lot about the inclusionary ordinance here, and Tamara and I have talked a lot about the inclusionary ordinance in our office. And we intend to propose to decouple it from the way it is right now. Is if you are going to ask for special concessions, reduced setbacks, or smaller lot sizes, or anything that we're understanding and hearing that you essentially need to have in order to build a project, you're required to use this voluntary inclusionary ordinance. So we're looking, first step would be to decouple those things, to decouple those. But what we also are looking at is changing the structure of the inclusionary ordinance to significantly increase the threshold of the number of units that if you were going to be building those, that then we'd look at some type of on-site subsidized affordable housing. It's not if you're doing, right now it's at 10 units. When you're building 5 units. When you're building 5 units or more, that low, you can't afford to provide that subsidized housing. So I know we had said eliminate it. There's policies that we're reading that say that modifying it significantly is going to be a better direction. And so we'll be coming back to you with that. But initially, it's to decouple it from the PUD process.
Yeah, I think because if my memory recalls right, we were going to have a meeting with some folks, and that's probably where that comment comes from, as far as instead of eliminating it, making changes to it. Is that kind of where the direction came from some of those?
Well, we talked at I talked to the state about it, and because the inclusionary ordinance was not isn't a requirement, it's a voluntary program. The state was sort of mid on whether or not we kept it or not. They didn't really have a good direction for us. So then initially we were like, cancel it. But then after Tamara coming on board and learning more about the broader range of items we can use to not just help housing, but help affordable housing, we're kind of taking a different strategy to it. So that's where we are on that one.
Is that wrapped up with Title 17, or is that a separate item?
Both. So first of all, the easy fix, which is to take it apart from the PUD, is in the Title 17 update. So that's the very clear cut answer is yes, it's going to happen in Title 17. That's what we're proposing. What it turns into after that is a conversation that your board and the public needs to be involved in.
Okay. All right, that's it for now.
Supervisor Campbell.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Quincy, for the successful use of the term mid, which is kind of a millennial thing. I appreciated that. I picked it out. Yeah, the kids teach us a lot. Yeah, thank you very much, Tamara, for the presentation. A lot of really good information. There are a couple areas that I wanted to ask about that, and I don't know if I'm doing this right, but I'm looking at the categories, and there are a couple things that you brought up that aren't reflected in the categories, and I wanted to kind of get into that. So you mentioned the short-term rentals. And I guess that's a real hot potato, you know, in our community and every community. It's the where do we draw the line in terms of available housing versus somebody's right to be able to use their property as an Airbnb or some other kind of vacation rental property. What is what kind of impact would an ordinance in that respect have in terms of making a dent in our housing availability? And are you looking at that, or are you asking the board to look into that? Asking the board to ask you to look into it.
That's a great question. Thank you. And that is something that as soon as I got here, I started looking at, because I started hearing discussion actually from both sides of wanting to prohibit or limit short-term rentals, and from the other side of wanting to continue to have them there and available as kind of an economic piece for people who own short-term rentals. It's definitely something, this is an area that I've done some research in, and I think that it's becoming more and more common to prohibit or limit short-term rentals. This is something that's happening worldwide, especially in places where tourism is a draw. A key when you want to limit or prohibit is the enforcement action and making sure you have that capacity to enforce anything that you come up with in terms of a prohibition or a limit. There are some trends or research that's coming out now that's saying places that have enacted these limits or prohibitions are seeing fewer of them. So even where enforcement capacity isn't great, there does seem to be a trend of reducing their availability. In terms of whether or not that makes more long-term rentals available is a question, because people could choose to rent out something short-term that they use as a vacation rental for themselves, and they're not interested in it as a long-term rental. So just taking it out as a short-term rental may not increase our long-term rentals. It's definitely worth more research locally.
Okay. Yeah, I'm the main thing I'm interested there is looking at the number. You know, if some kind of ordinance, and you know, you can pick a limit or pick a, you know, whatever your maximum number would be, but what is the impact that's going to have on housing availability? And you know, the implication there is that if it's going to have a big positive impact, then maybe it's something we should look at. If it's not going to really make a big difference, then, you know, stick with the status quo. But I will say that this past year, I've received more complaints and more people asking about this as an issue than I ever have in the past. So I kind of feel like at some point down the road, this issue is going to come to a head, and we should probably start looking into it now. That's just my feelings and not really a question. The other thing that you touched on was NIMBYism, which this is something I've expressed before in the past, that we have the authority to talk about what are the regulations and the limitations where the county interacts with somebody that wants to build a home, or a developer, or somebody that's trying to use land. We can't control what the neighbors say. In my experience, I've noticed that to be as big or a larger negating factor for people wanting to build and develop in the county, because everybody says we need more housing, we need more development, but you need to picture that development coming in next door to you. And then when you say that, people aren't as in favor of it. So what can we do to address that, or should we? Because are we talking about would we be limiting the number of ways that somebody can complain to the county about a development, or how do we address the NIMBY element?
Yeah, that one's really tricky. And, community engagement and public participation is a really important part of the process in planning and specific to housing. Like you said, people support housing. People want more housing until it's maybe next to them. And that's something that I think, with my position, I see that as a resource that can be used toward meaningful community engagement that's proactive and working with communities around the kinds of housing that they would like to see in their community. Not everyone will be open to that conversation, and there's not a lot you can do about that, but where individuals want to participate and have a voice and have concerns, I think that we can certainly be addressing those concerns. We can make sure that we're really looking at what the future of those communities look like, and I think it's fair to have concerns and to be fearful that your community is not going to look like your community anymore, that you're not going to recognize it if it grows too much or too fast or in a way that doesn't feel familiar. So I think meaningful, proactive community engagement is something that that I'll be committing to and that our office is committing to. And we're looking at some tools that will allow like some 3D modeling of kind of what proposed projects or developments would look like in a particular community to help people visualize what that would look like. I think that there's a lot of kind of tools out there that we can use, so that'll be something that'll be on my agenda for sure.
And I was kind of thinking along the lines of understanding the types of issues that come up, developing a tool. I mean, do you have the ability to like develop a toolkit for somebody that's wanting to build? To let them know, okay, if you want to build in our county and you want to mitigate the types of issues that typically arise, we call them NIMBY. It's never NIMBY if it's you, but those types of issues that arise, they're very often the same. It's wells, it's property lines, it's oak tree mitigation, it's it's maybe a dozen or so issues that are universally raised in those, and so letting developers know that these are issues and they need to address them before they even start, I think would be valuable.
Supervisor Campbell, we definitely do that. It might not be printed because I think words speak better to that than a handout. And so we work with any applicant either when they're coming through in the pre-development process. We call it the pre-application meeting. It's kind of a joke in our department because we have a formal pre-application, but people like to come in even before that. So we're very forward with our applicants on what they can expect when they're coming through the development process, and use our experience from either other similar projects to theirs or just projects in the geographic area to identify what we think are going to be the hot button issues.
Okay. And then I apologize, last one. When you talk about pro-housing designation and pro-housing subsidies, what does that mean? There's two things I can think of. One is, and you mentioned here, the waive of fees, which I'm not a big fan of. And then the second is giving a direct subsidy, which I guess would be, cutting a check from the general fund to a private developer to build. Are there any other ways that we can subsidize development that aren't so direct?
Yeah, so the pro-housing designation is just a program that describes our kind of suite of programs and policies, our local plan for pro-housing. In terms of subsidies and what that would look like, whether it be to developers or individuals or these trust funds or mitigating, or eliminating or reducing fees, that's all kind of where we're asking for your input in terms of which of those things you think is a priority or you would want to see have happen. We aren't required, by the pro-housing program to necessarily offer subsidies like you're saying. We do have to address the financial piece of it, but we get to determine locally what that looks like.
And I would add, sorry, Tamara, that we get calls all the time from the public of, is there any money to help me build my project? I have property, I'm in construction, and how can you help me build? And right now, our funding sources are limited by the programs they come for and come from. And so that tends to be state or federal programs, which are going to require the units to be deed restricted. But what we're hearing the need is, hey, I need help building a project, but I'm not planning on deed restricting my property, but either by design or lot size or product type, it's going to be workforce or affordable. That's the category of project applicants that we can't help right now. And so that's a part of our questions today, is to expand subsidies or support for those projects that aren't specifically deed restricted. For deed restricted projects, we provide subsidies and support in terms of staff time that's reimbursed by grants. We provide it by paying for technical studies, cultural resource studies, biological studies that project may need to go through a CEQA review. So there's lots of support if you're going to be deed restricted affordable projects. But if you're not, you're really on your own right now.
Yeah, thank you. And just on that last point, that those types of subsidies that you just mentioned, that would qualify us for a pro-housing designation. We don't need to actually take general fund money and give it to somebody.
Absolutely.
Okay,
Yeah, that would be correct.
that's what I'm looking for. Thank you.
And I don't have any questions at this time, so I'm going to open it up now for the public to come forward and make your comments on the housing element, what you'd like to see. Hello again.
Good morning again. Madam Chair, members of the board. Mike Limke, President of the Tuolumne County Building Industry. I would like to definitely express my appreciation on Community Development Department and commend Quincy with our new team member and hire, Tamara. I think she's been doing a fantastic job rolling up her sleeves, asking the right questions, digging in deep on the homework that it takes to try to make something happen here. And I have high confidence in what that team's going to be able to do for us. Our job as community leadership and is to help keep those types of new team members from getting stuck in the mud. Help give them runway. Let's keep them moving forward. From the housing-friendly perspective, my number one goal is, and thank you, Supervisor Kirk, for mentioning it, the inclusionary housing program that was applied to this county 15 years ago has proven to be a horrible disaster for our community. In 15 years, I challenge anybody to please show me any neighborhood that has actually been produced and developed here that has not gone bankrupt, not one, but two, but probably 3 times in a row. And that's created a horrible, damaging impact to our whole housing pipeline. When you are trying to create a cost-effective, affordable housing element, you have to be dealing with these lot sizes, et cetera, and that is not supportive of cost-effective housing. Taking out the teeth, reducing its fee structure back down to its optional status would go a long ways. If you want to try to keep some elements of it, then it can possibly be redeemed if it's a tool to be effective someplace after it's been retooled. But that really needs to happen in order to make us a friendly housing community. On the task in front of us, category 1 on the list, item number D, it's not identified in alpha fashion, but item D begins with modification of development. I believe is my highest redeeming item. Category 2, item number C, beginning with absence, elimination, or replacement. My next highest item recommendation. Category 3, item A, waiver or significant reduction of development. And in category 4, letter C, beginning with a comprehensive program that makes publicly owned lands available. I like them all. They'd be on my all of the above list. I understand we need to prioritize. I do have concerns when we start talking about funding mechanisms and machine to be put in place, and I can see the value, but then I also look at the state pumping billions of dollars trying to do the same thing. I see elements like San Francisco pumping huge amounts of money per individual, and the best, most effectiveness I can see of that is a horribly disturbing poop map that comes out of their efforts. We would never match those levels of dollars. I like all the creative fixes, the non-budgetary constraint issue fixes. Once you have those, where are you pulling the money from and who's really paying for it? If it's the end customer paying for the program, what did you accomplish? But if there's some ingenious there that I'm not thinking of, great. I like them all, and thank you for the support on housing.
Thank you. Who's next? I see quite a few people that I think are going to want to speak, so come on up.
Ron Kopf with Business Council and Tuolumne County Association of Realtors. 3 minutes is never enough time, with dealing with this issue. I mean, there's hours and hours of discussion here, but again, I'd like to reiterate what Mike said. This is a great way to look at, how we go forward. When we're dealing with housing in our community, historically, we have added so many layers of entitlement and restrictions. You would get a project approved and you still couldn't get there from here. So where we're going with the general plan, looking at the housing element, looking at Title 17, makes a lot of sense. When you're looking at your categories, I think it does make sense from a favorable zoning and everything is if we can get some of the things out of the discretionary entitlements and into ministerial entitlements so that you're not into all these different layers, as you were asking about, Ryan, or Supervisor Campbell, with, the adjacent neighbors. If you check all the boxes and you can go forward, nobody, I had a neighbor in my neighborhood that didn't want a house built on 35 acres next to him, so you're always going to find somebody that doesn't want something to be built. But if you can find a way to move forward and you've checked the boxes, that would work. What we're doing in our community is the number one things that people are building is single-family homes. Our small builders and everybody else are building single-family homes. We're not building a lot of multifamily. It's difficult to do. For-sale multifamily has a lot of issues. It's got liability issues with construction, latent construction defects and everything else where they get sued. So the thing we should be focusing on is how do we allow more single family development? And we've talked about small lots, and I think smaller lot sizes makes a lot of sense. Even in R2 and R3, we have minimum lot size of 7,500 square feet. So it doesn't make sense if somebody wants to sell a fee simple home and you can't do it on a small lot. You got to sell a duplex all as one unit and rent out one side. People want to buy each side of that duplex. So I think we have to look at some things with that. The time frame, if we can do ministerial, that would make sense. Reduction of construction costs. One of the thoughts we had was if we're charging fees and we're also like traffic mitigation and we're making people build off-site roads and things like that, maybe we let them pay or apply some of their traffic mitigation fees to some of their off-site road because that is regional roads. So we're not really reducing any of the fees out there, but we're helping how we apply some of these fees from the traffic mitigation standpoint. A lot of things with the inclusionary ordinance, I agree with Mike that I don't think it works, and if we are going to bring it back, if we're looking at larger projects, they're much more expensive to build, so we got to be careful how we apply that as well. And that was a quick 3 minutes, so sorry.
Thank you. Who's next? Really? Come on up. Good morning.
Morning, everybody. My name is James Evans. I'm newer in this space, but I met with Tamara last week, and it was helpful to talk shop about some of the barriers on housing. We work specifically with manufactured housing, and so we've had more than half of our recent projects over the last couple of years have been ADUs. And as we were talking about some of that red tape and obstacles on larger developments, even some of the NIMBYism, it's harder to have that be a barrier on the ADU side because of what California has done as far as putting language about fast-tracked permitting and even HPRC type of historical society filters don't affect ADUs as much. And so I could see just from, our kind of micro view of what we're seeing in the community is being able to get multiple generations together on the same property seems to be a benefit. And then also seeing folks being able to say, hey, when grandma passes on and she's living in the ADU, now that becomes a rental opportunity or something for Airbnb, et cetera. As far as barriers that we're seeing in our small space, definitely impact fees are something. 12 to 15K on a small ADU project is significant. And so that is a barrier at times, especially a lot of our, it's grandma going in and she's paying 4 or 5K for a school fee, and then 9 to 10K on impact fees can be expensive. The other would be timing. Often there's time-sensitive things we experience with clients, and we're down to probably 8 or 9 months from start to finish, but that can still be a big chunk of that is the building permit process, which is for us as a client usually 3 or 3.5 months. So as far as the levers that Quincy and her team or you guys are able to encourage is how do we get some faster timelines as far as somebody from starting to finishing, definitely because time is money as far as folks getting in housing. In general, I love that this is on the agenda, and we all feel the crunch as a community. How do people come here and stay here? We see the Chicken Ranch program going up and so forth, and I keep looking down the road. I think, man, where's all these people going to live? And how do we keep them not commuting from Stockton or somewhere? So anyway, thanks for this being on the agenda, and I appreciate it.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Board. I'll echo the previous comments that we're thrilled to have Tamara here working on this program. The presentation was awesome. I think it really encompasses a lot of what we've been talking about together for a couple of years now. So I'm really excited about where we are in this process now. And I'm not going to spend a lot of time because I think, we really need to have you prioritizing that concise list that's really well presented. But I did want to point out a couple of things that the housing ecosystem is dependent on a lot of factors. And I think that starting at the beginning, we need a lot of focus on infrastructure because we're going to run right into problems with water, power, broadband, things like that. And so we shouldn't take our focus off that. We need to do that as well. And then on the community acceptance side, this is a big opportunity for us to try to figure out how we collectively as a community arrive at a vision that we share for our future and how we can get consensus on building the kinds of housing we need for the purposes that we need going forward. So I think you have organizations in the community that are working on that aspect of it too. We just need to blend all those together. So I'm just trying to encourage that there's a lot of things to work on here, and we have lots of good people around to help with that. So thank you for your efforts in this.
Thank you. All right, anybody else? Oh, good. Come on up.
I might as well say something since I'm mid-project right now. And I just totally echo everything that everyone else has said, so I won't repeat any of that. But I'm one of those that Quincy mentioned. I did look into all the alternative funding methods, but I did not want to be deed restricted. So as she said, I'm on my own, which was fine. Luckily, I'm blessed to be able to do that. My project, I just finished phase 2 of 8 units that filled immediately. Phase 3 starts in a month, and that'll be 6 more units. But at this project with 14 units, there's no way that it calculates out on paper to be a successful project if I wasn't doing, 75% of the work myself, which I'm fine with. I'm not complaining about that. I love to do it, and I'm happy to do that. But I'm already starting to look at land for my next project, and I guarantee you I won't be doing that on my next one. This is getting older. This is probably the end of the line for heavy construction for me. So paying for the labor and with the increased cost of materials, it just wouldn't be a financially feasible project if I were to have to sub all that out. It just wouldn't have been able to happen. So that's hurdle number one for multifamily construction, and hurdle number two is just all the time involved in the process. Time is money, money is time. So those two things, if you can't build a project for a reasonable cost that's going to return on your investment, and if it takes so long that you're losing all this money in the process because of all the carrying costs, then people are going to walk away and they're not going to do it. So I'm glad to hear that some of these are being addressed, and I really hope that we can, first off, find solutions to those two issues would be where I think a good starting place is. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, last call. Any other comments? All right, I'll bring it back to the board, and who'd like to start? Supervisor Brandon.
Did you see my leg tapping in anticipation for this item? Again, just to reiterate, and I think you've heard it from the community, but we've had some very exciting projects moving forward, but this is one of the things we've really needed to do for a long time. Director Yaley had identified the need to have a position that can be able to focus proactively on some of the stuff that's not always just responsive, but able to look at and be dedicated to where should we be going? What other opportunities are in the state that we didn't have a lot of that capacity? And in creating that position and hiring you and being able to get to meet you, it's been an absolute pleasure so far, and I'm really happy that we have this here. So embarrassing compliments aside, I know we have a couple guests in the audience that I wanted to speak to. It is that housing is a terrible issue to run on. I forget who had mentioned it. I think it was Tom. You run square into challenge after challenge after challenge, all with conflicting timelines. None of these are like, oh, let's get it done in 6 months and then we have housing. Just the projects alone can take a year or 2 or 3 years to be able to get going. And then you hit the utility challenges to find, well, you can streamline everything, but unless we can have the plant and the pipe to get to it, we've got a real challenge. And when you've stopped building housing for 20 years, and when housing construction has been on a decline for 50 years in this county, though I am proud that we are one of the only counties in the entire state to have increased in population, albeit, probably like 2 apartments worth, while the state was losing it. We're feeling the ramifications of all of those decisions today. And we have to take action because maybe 80% of it isn't under our control, which makes that 20% all the more important. We may not be a very cheap area to buy a house in. No part of California is, but we could be the easiest and the cheapest and the most accessible. So it's a terrible issue to run on. It's probably the most important issue, in my opinion, that we face as a community. It's up there with catastrophic wildfire risk to me. Because if people can't live here and raise their kids that go to the school districts, if we can't have workers in our businesses or new investment, new entrepreneurs, our tax base falls away. We're not able to sustain the services that we need to provide, and we're on a downward trajectory, which makes every other issue harder. I think you had brought up, what about these projects coming in? Where are they going to live? It's a chicken or the egg. Well, we chose the chicken or the egg or whichever one it is, and some of the other partners have too, with the projects coming in the resorts and also with our tribal partners. But that's going to be incredibly important to figure that out because that's the local tax revenue we need here. And those projects, which are inherently good things, are going to continue to stress out our housing situation. So we have to begin planning yesterday, but today is the second best day, and a lot of these things are really good. I have here, because we have a lot of individual items, some specific comments on where it is. I want to say first that I'm very supportive of pursuing the pro-housing designation. It's a distinction that very few areas of the state have. It opens up grant opportunities, and I think it does finally signal that Tuolumne County, even if you've had, bad experience in the last 20 years, give us a second chance. We are different. We have a different direction. We have different priorities, and we are focused on making it easier to build. For the specifics of a lot of these, and let me see, you can, there, one here, okay. For category 1, I had listed all of them as a very high priority except for 2. All of them were support positions. One was, I think, residential on commercial. I do think that that is a medium importance, and then the reduced parking minimums is somewhat low if we have to prioritize. I think the biggest things that we can do would be a lot of the broad SB 9 and 10 and multi-unit changes. Those, I think, will have the biggest impacts, not kind of a one project specific thing, and it's going to depend partly on how much time. I have a few things in here as well that I would love to get the board's consideration of. One is the ministerial lot splits. I believe that is SB 10. That is the idea that you can split your R1 lot into 2. Most of our zoning and residential is R1. That's what we have to work with. That can create light touch density. I also wanted to support what Mike had said as well. PUDs separating from inclusionary, I think, is important. I also think we should restore what Supervisor Kirk had brought up in his question, a suspension of the in lieu fee for the inclusionary ordinance from all projects until we rework that into the viable incentive I think Director Yaley was mentioning. Also, upzoning amnesty. We discussed this in the Housing Committee. The idea is that if you would like to increase the density of your property reasonably, that we would pay that upfront $3,000 or allow it to be able to consider it. Another issue brought up by the building community has been the definitions of open space. We have 2 zonings for that. One of them are sensitive areas, riparian protected habitat, very legally restricted, should be legally restricted. And then other open space, which is kind of broadly green space. The terminology is used in sometimes unclearly. I think redefining that as green space, where we can allow it to include setbacks or contiguous trails, would make for a better use of it, but also easier to work with from a building perspective. And then a tiny home zoning overlay. This is something to allow within R1 up to 12 units per acre. I would say these would be ADUs without primary dwelling units. It's at the same population density as current suburbs, which is 2.2 per house times 6. 12 for single occupancy makes sense. For weird parcels that are hard to build large units, large lots on, I think that can make a very big difference in some projects. Okay, I'm going to try and go a little faster. I support all of the acceleration of the housing production timeframes. I think, and I agree that the ADUs in particular, we should aim for a much more reduced timeline than 4 months. I'd love to see it at 30 days, especially where we may be able to pre-approve some designs and manufactured homes in advance. And then the KPI dashboard is a new one as well. I think we've talked about this. I've had discussions with Mark as an example about how do we provide accountability and measurement to our staff, to the board, and the public. If we say we're doing permits in under 4 months, that we can actually track that over time and say, yes, we're on track. No, we're not. We can reassess. I think that would be really important to maybe measure the top 5 important metrics of success and show quantitatively we're making progress. For number 3, I do support all of them. The only one that I have consideration of, and I know who's in the audience too and may not agree, it's mixed with the fee waiver and fee reduction. The reason being, these support the services, including CDD, that we need to invest in capacity. So we don't want to hit a bottleneck to make one smaller thing easy and then not have enough planners or permit checkers that it slows your project down 2 months and costs you way more than those fees would ever cost. I think targeted incentives are important, where like maybe ADUs as an example, we could do a 2-year waiver, but I think broad blanket ones would actually undermine our housing goals. Also, pre-approved ADU design libraries are being used in a lot of areas, manufactured ADUs as well, that we can, at least for the architectural and design and the permitting process, pre-approved free to use, ready to go. You come in, you get it, you sign up. If your pad, your utilities, and your area meet the requirements, done. It's ready to go. You know how to do it. There's another issue too. I grew up in part East Sonora with my dad's house. Across the street was the Peaceful Oak Estates subdivision that's been talked about forever. We've had a lot of projects that have gone up and found unanticipated challenges during that, between when their planning is approved with conditions of approval and construction begins. So I'd request to CDD and the board that we would support a reevaluation avenue, that based on material changes to a project, we would be able to have a project come back before this board, and I think the developer should pay the full cost of that review, but to amend anything like that to ensure we don't get a failed project we already approved because they ran into rocks or they ran into some issue that there was just really no way in advance they could have known. I think we should eliminate minimum lot sizes completely in R1. It's taken care of in other ordinances. And I think we need to work specifically with each utility district to create a plan for expansion. They're separate governments, but we have so much in common. We've got to create joint plans with them. Category 4 did not have anything new to add there. I have a kind of a mix, but generally support of everything. I have one that's not sure for the trust fund, but if it's the community financing, I think that's an option. There are areas paying into it, and you get a dividend back out based on the rent and the investments it makes locally. And then lastly, I had a selection of small uncategorized ideas. Most of these are information because there is a lot that we don't know. The first is second home ownership and more. We have entire communities that have been ghosted. Less in my district, more up the hill, but we're seeing businesses close, workers not there, customers gone, seasonally only returning. We don't know how many. I would say we know that 50% of our property taxes are paid out of county. We don't know what rate of conversion is happening and how much it's impacting housing. We don't know what the community cost is and lost revenue. That's something that I do think we should invest in the expertise to conduct a study of. We also have on our goals, into Supervisor Campbell's question, we've got the short-term rental thing. Same thing, it's complicated. We don't know the details. We have it on our goals. We haven't yet been able to achieve that. Another that is also, I believe, on our goals is conducting an independent baseline audit of a lot of the CDD processes. And this is meant to provide us and you the information in our staff of how do other areas do it, independently verify that, yes, we are doing the best way, what could be improved, and provide recommendations. I think this is really important. I know that there's a lot that I don't know, and this is going to be highly technical. We need somebody with that experience. And I think the other ones that are kind of listed in here, again, tend to be communication oriented. So with that, I'm generally really in support of all of these. I know there's a lot of this is high priority. I think they are. If we need to further define that, I think what would be helpful, whether it's the housing element or a policy of the board, can we set a plan over 5 years to say, these are the things we agree with. This is the capacity that we have, and this is how we're going to pursue them beyond just the year-to-year goals. And if we want to accelerate that, to give this board the opportunity to put its money where its mouth is and be able to invest in that. I think that helps us get to a solution or choose what our priorities are. So, thank you.
All right, Supervisor Campbell.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to my colleague, Supervisor Brandon, for the work and the effort you've put into coming up with a strong list of ideas there. I have some areas where I agree and some areas where I disagree a little bit. And I kind of alluded to it a bit when we were asking questions, is that I'm generally not supportive of any kind of subsidy where we're asking the taxpayer of Tuolumne County to subsidize development. I just I'm against that. I don't like waiving of fees because we need those to support CDD operations, and I think if we're having trouble getting development without those kinds of subsidies, there's a bigger problem at issue here. Now, where I do think the county has a large role to play, so when we talk about what is the permitting process, how can we make that better, how can we alleviate some of these roadblocks and generally support the types of development that we need in the county. So how would you like me to do this? Would you like me to just go down the line on the different categories and just give you a thumbs up or a thumbs down? What's easiest to you, Tamara?
You can do that, or you can let us know kind of big picture what your priorities are, whatever you're most comfortable with.
Well, I'll tell you, I think most of these ideas are really valuable. It's very difficult because if I say they're all the most important, then none of them happen. So I'm gonna choose the baby that I like the best, and then you run with that, okay? So for category one, number one is the very first element. So permitting missing middle housing types, duplexes, triplexes, fourplexes. I think that makes a lot of sense. We need that type of housing. There are people that maybe can't afford, a 3,000 square foot, 4-bedroom, 2-bathroom house. There are people that are starting out. We need a wider variety of housing types. And it's one of the big complaints that I have about the types of housing we have in Tuolumne County is that generally you have these very small homes that were built in the 60s, 70s, 80s, and then people make additions on them, and they become kind of these Frankenstein monsters. And there's so many houses in the county that are like that, and I think it's because we lack more diversity in the housing types that we have. The second to that in category one is the very bottom, modification of development standards. I won't go into. If we want to have a larger conversation about the reasons behind that, we can do that. But I'll just say that the permitting is my number one. One thing I'll highlight that I am not in favor of is reducing or eliminating parking requirements for residential development. It's a problem that I think a lot of our communities have that we, as a county, didn't enforce well enough in the past, and we're paying for it. So another fundamental issue that I have is avoiding problems in the future that the community will then have to, on the back end, try to find solutions to, and parking is absolutely one of those. If we're going to plan a large development, we need to have parking for a large development. That's just a non-starter. I mean, that's how it works. We can't just open the door and hope things work out in the future. So, okay, I'll move on to category two. I'm not opposed to any of these elements at all. If I was to prioritize them, I would say that the absence, elimination, or replacement of subjective development and design standards, I think is the most necessary thing out of those. Second to that, I would say priority permit processing to reduce plan check times. I would say those two interchangeable, of equal importance, but whichever one that we think we can achieve. One thing I'd like a little more information, and would probably be at the bottom of my list, is establishing a hard 4-month cap. That absolutely should be a goal, 4 months, but I can see many reasons why we wouldn't be able to do that. And so if we create a policy where we have a cap of 4 months and we're not able to fulfill that, then we're creating more problems than we're solving. So maybe if that, instead of establishing a permit process, just create a policy where that is the goal, which I guess is a little bit more flexible, but I think I can see situations where we would need that flexibility. But generally, I'm supportive of all category two. I'd prioritize the third and 1, 2, 3, 4, and fifth elements. Category three, adoption of the ordinances or implementation of other mechanisms to reduce the barriers for property owners to create accessory dwelling units. That's really important. We need ADUs, and it's difficult to build them. And then I would say second to that is adoption of universal design ordinances. That's, having, one of the complaints that I get a lot from developers is that they submit plans to the county. County says, well, you have problems with X, Y, Z. They're perfectly happy to change those, but then they change them, come back, and the county says, well, you still have problems with X, Y, and Z. And so what they want is for the county to tell them what is the right thing to do, that will get their plans approved ahead of time. That's a big frustration that I hear a lot, and it makes sense to me that we would have design standards that if you follow all these rules, you check all these boxes, you're going to get your permit. A couple of things that I'm not in favor of on this is the looking at innovative housing types. Now, I would exclude manufactured homes. I think that's worthwhile. The two that I have issue with are recreation vehicles and trailer park homes on existing parcels. I see that, again, that could be creating a lot of issues that we're not thinking about. By having the goal of increasing housing and not looking at anything else, we would be, I mean, if we're adding RVs to existing septic systems, that creates another issue where it creates traffic issues in areas that weren't designed for them, parking issues. So I am not supportive of that. Okay, category 4, finishing up here. A lot of this relates to providing financial subsidies. So of the categories in total, this is the one that is, I would say that I'm least in favor of in terms of the methods and goals. I'd rather work within our permitting system. That being said, if we look at private or publicly owned land that's available for affordable housing, it would have to be appropriate. So we don't just want to sell off all of publicly owned land because in the hopes that someone will develop it for housing. There has to be very specific locations, specific uses. And talking about the NIMBY issue, since we're talking about public land, there needs to be a whole lot of public input on that. And so to me, that would present a lot of barriers to a project like that being successful versus something that's happening on private land. But if we can find the right secret sauce that makes that work, I'm open to the idea. And then the other that I'm in favor of is establishing local housing trust fund collaboration. That I just don't know a lot about, and so if we're talking about investigating it as a concept, I'm open to that because I don't know about it. I would love to learn more about it. The other three are about providing loans, providing subsidy pools, this type of thing. I'm generally not a big fan of that. So those are my categories. I hope I wasn't too long-winded.
Thank you. Supervisor Kirk.
Okay. Tamara, thank you. Quincy, thank you. Especially Tamara, I know you've been pushing hard, so thank you. Hopefully you'll stick around for a while. And when I look at this list, I go back to my statement when I got on the board, is keep it simple, stupid, which is really hard to do in government. But what I really want to do is just start getting some wins in this area. If that means we just do 2, then let's just do 2. And then let's come back and do 2 more. Let's come back and do 2 more. Because we have a lot of ideas, but these things are going to take time. And instead of getting flustered by a million different directions, I would rather us go to the drawing board, to the board, and get 2 or 3 of these things done in the next 6 months. And then come back and have another conversation. Because I think this is probably one of the most important items before our board, not just today, but for a while. And we really got to get this right. And we really got to make sure we don't burn everybody out and put everybody in 20 different directions. Let's just get some things done and build on some success. So with that being said, I'm not going to read through a million of these. I'm just going to tell you the ones that stick out to me. And again, to my point of keeping it simple, I'm probably going to have 4 or 5, right? But if the rest of the board kind of aligns with them, then we can start picking some out. So section 1, let's just say it's 1, we'll just call it 1A.
You're on category 1.
Or sorry, category 1A, permitting missing middle housing types. I think that's a good idea. 1.4, modification of development standards. I'm on board with that. Category 2, let's call this A, B, C, D, E. We'll call it category 2B, the second one, establish of a permit process that takes less than 4 months. I think 4 months, I don't know the complete makeup of CDD in the routing process. I know OpenGov is coming online. There'll be some efficiencies there. 4 months to me sounds like too much. I'm gonna throw a number out there like, hey, let's get it done in 6 weeks. I think that would be amazing if people, like it says, once the receipt of the application is there, because sometimes it takes multiple go-arounds to get the information to CDD correctly. But once it's there and it's with CDD and it's doing this routing thing, I'd rather see like a 6-week turnaround. That's just me. So I'm going to scratch 4 months and say 6 weeks doable with the technology coming online that we have.
6 weeks or 6 months?
6 weeks. So that is category 2B, and then category 2C, the next one down. Absence, elimination, or replacement of subjective development design. That's one that is highlighted to me.
You said D?
C, ABC.
C. Okay.
Absence, elimination, or replacement, that one. Category 3, let's just call it 3A, waiver or significant reduction of development impact fees. So I hear what Supervisor Campbell's saying, because I've been around long enough to know that if we start getting rid of all the fees or huge reduction, then we're going to have budget issues within that department. We're trying to get that department to kind of float itself. So my question, Quincy, is there a way to put fees on the back end? Is there a way to put fees as part of the loan? Is there a way to make the fees some sort of payback system to where we're not eliminating them, we're just making it more doable?
I think if the board tells us that that's what they want us to look into, we will look into it and bring you some ideas, pros and cons of each one.
Okay.
I know that there's been a lot of discussion about fees that the county doesn't charge and the timing of those fees as a hindrance to the development process. And so maybe that's something that we can also leverage the board in helping with those conversations with other entities to kind of collaborate on the issue of fees.
Can you say that again? There's fees that we don't charge?
Yes, the
that
school
are-
fees. School fees is a big one, and the timing of when
Right.
school fees are due.
Right.
I know that the development communities talked to the superintendent of schools about that. Maybe there's some more room for conversations with your board and that entity.
So I think for me, I just want to have a better understanding of the fees, when they're due, who they're due to, and if we can have any sort of influence on how that might be able to accommodate. One thing off the top of my head is that, if I could, I'm remodeling my home right now. If I could add some of those fees to my mortgage, for $20 a month versus $10,000 today, it would help. So that is for category 3. For category 4, 4A, B, C, let's call it 4C. A comprehensive program that looks at publicly owned land, similar to Supervisor Campbell. I just want to see if we can make that available to potentially, if it's the right project, right community, but I am on board with that. One thing that I did cross out that Supervisor Campbell highlighted, I would agree with is, I'm sorry, back to 3A. I don't really ever care to have another conversation about recreational vehicles or manufactured homes, yes, but some of those other categories, I think that could just open up a horrible can. So unless there's something I'm missing, I don't really care to hear about that again. And then something, I need more time, Supervisor Brandon, to digest what you brought here. I think part of the reason why I want to just get 2 or 3 of these things knocked out in the next 6 months is because, I want to look at more of what you presented, but then as we do these, maybe there's going to be other things that come up that surface. But the one thing that Supervisor Campbell brought up that I'm kind of agreeing with is the suspension of inclusionary fees until we get that inclusionary thing fixed, because we've been talking about it for a year, and I think we're headed in the right direction. And now that we got Tamara on board and she's diving into this, I think there'll be quicker movement. But what I'm hearing from some of the developers is we can't do it. So I'd be okay with suspending that until we get the fix, whatever that fix would be. And I need more time to just go through these. And I'm big on ADUs. Anything we can do to help ADUs, yes. And then I'm going to end it with this, which is I think we all know this. It's not part of the presentation, but fire insurance is crushing us. The cost of wages is not keeping up with the cost of labor, with the cost of materials. So we can come up, and we need to come up and flush some of these things out and get some things done and handled to do whatever we can to make it easier. But at the end of the day, I think that gentleman at the hat, I'm sorry, what's your name again, Mike? Yeah, Mike. Mike nailed it on the head. It's to a point now where it's not feasible. The only reason why I'm adding on to my home is because I have six kids. I have 6 people living in a 2-bedroom home. I don't have an option. It's either add on or my wife's going to say goodbye. So I have to add on. But I also know that I'm going to be there until I die. That's the plan. I'm going to be there until I'm like dead. But if I'm in my 20s or early 30s and I'm thinking about building, I'm probably not going to live in California because it is insane. So I just want everybody to hear that, because I don't want everybody to look to the board, and people who understand this market and who understand what's going on understand that we're not going to be able to change the world. But if we can do something to help, we're going to do it. You're looking like you're mad.
No.
Okay. I'm going to shut up, but we just can't lose sight. Unless we get fire insurance fixed, that right there is probably the biggest thing that would change a lot of this stuff locally right now. So.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to be very quick because I'd like to get our 11 o'clock appointment on before we go to our 1-hour lunch. So I am pro-housing plan designation. I'm for that. And actually in category 1, the only one I'm not necessarily that big on is the second one. The other 3 are high. In fact, A and C, for example, kind of, even though they're different things, they kind of go together in my mind. And I see that we have our development people in favor of the modification of development standards, floor ratio and all that kind of stuff. I want to see that worked on as well. So I'm sorry, this is the one that I'm just all over the place on, about the only one. I could even see a reason for reducing or eliminating parking requirements if there is transit nearby. I could even see that, and I know that's the one that we have some no's on. But anyway, I think the other 3 are all high on my list. Now I can get a little bit more specific here, because it's only a priority if you've got a couple. If everything is high and everything's a priority, nothing's a priority. And I'm surprised that nobody else chose this. It's the establishment of a one-stop shop permitting process. I think we need that. And then the other thing I would be for is the absence, elimination, or replacement of subjective development and design standards, etc. So that's category 2. Category 3. What I first chose, and I think, and it's something nobody else has gone for, establishment of pre-approved plans for missing middle housing types. That's because I felt so strong in category 1 for the middle housing types. We've got to support that. Okay, so category 4. The one I am most in favor of is a comprehensive program that makes publicly owned land available for affordable housing. Obviously, I've been working on that, and I think we need to make the most of that, because that's what makes projects affordable, is that the land doesn't cost very much. So, yeah, that would be my priority there. And do you ladies have what you need now to go forward? All right, very good. Thank you so much for the presentation. All right, we're going to move to our 11 o'clock appointment, but we can only be here until 12:30, and then we have to do a hard stop, because we're only taking an hour for lunch today because of the extensive agenda items we have. So we'll obviously wait until Len and our guest Barbara Hayes are set up here. And while they're setting up, we can have Heather read the agenda item.
11 a.m. presentation on open access last mile fiber broadband infrastructure by Golden State Connect Authority.
There we go. Good morning, Board. My name is Len DeGroot. I'm the IT Project Manager for broadband here at the county. And today we have with us Barbara Hayes, who is the Chief Economic Development Officer, is that right, for the Rural County Representatives of California, and she's going to explain the Golden State Connect internet project. So.
Thank you, everyone. We can certainly make up time here. I can talk really fast. So,
well, what you have to say is important, but
we gotcha.
Okay.
So thank you again for making the time for the invitation to appear before you today. I am, as Len mentioned, Barbara Hayes. I'm the Chief Economic Development Officer at Rural County Representatives of California. And you see here on the slide in front of you, RCRC, as it's affectionately known, represents 40 of the state's 58 counties, those that are among the most rural, Tuolumne, of course, being one of them. It was formed over 50 years ago, initially to provide legislative and advocacy efforts on behalf of rural, but has since, in the intervening years, added a number of affiliate entities, 6 to be exact, and one of which we're going to talk about today. The reason for the affiliate entities is that's where our distinct specific programs of work occur. The one I'm going to talk about today is, of course, Golden State Connect Authority. So Golden State Connect Authority is a joint powers authority. It was formed in December of 2021 by the RCRC Board of Directors. All 40 RCRC member counties elected to join Golden State Connect Authority as well. So the membership, it mirrors the RCRC membership. The board, the approved program of work there that you see approved by the board really focuses in 3 primary areas. That of broadband strategic planning, and in that endeavor we were able to secure a U.S. Department of Commerce Economic Development Administration grant for the development of what currently underway 25 county-wide broadband strategic plans. Tuolumne is one of those counties that opted into that grant with us. So that work is underway, expected to be completed by November, just before Thanksgiving of this year. The second area that you see there as far as the board-approved program of work is capacity building and information sharing. Our overall goal is to increase the investment in broadband dollars to our rural counties, i.e. to have them be involved and engaged in not only the conversations, but the investment opportunities as well. So in the form of grants, and we'll talk about this one in just a moment, but in addition to the U.S. Department of Commerce, EDA, grant for the broadband strategic plans, this county also, in working with Len specifically, we were able to assist in having Tuolumne be awarded a $500,000 local agency technical assistance grant that was available under SB 156 through the CPUC last summer. And again, we'll talk a little bit more about that. But that's really our focus in Area 2, is to increase that investment and involvement in all things broadband for our members. And then the last bullet there is the biggest lift, of course. It is the focus that we have on deploying an open access municipal broadband network. And that is last mile. And we're going to talk a little bit about terminology, but last mile is essentially the delivery of broadband to the address. So middle mile being more of what goes down freeways, if you want to look at it that way. It's the backbone. And then last mile comes off of the freeways into the streets and to the addresses. So our focus is on open access municipal broadband deployment for last mile purposes. This slide it's just a graphic that I was able to find that kind of illustrates an open access last mile network that Golden State Connect Authority is proposing to finance, construct, own, operate, and maintain. So you see there the network operator would be Golden State Connect Authority. We, as I mentioned, finance, construct, own, operate, and maintain the infrastructure under Golden State Connect Authority, and then we invite providers onto the network, and that's what you see on the left-hand side of the screen there, service providers. These can be your AT&Ts, your Verizons, your Charters, as well as your local fixed wireless. So providers of all shapes, sizes will be invited to come onto the network and then compete for customers and deliver services to those customers using our network. And it's not at all dissimilar to the way airports are operated and maintained, if you want to think of it that way. So a local government owns, operates, maintains, for that reason, finance and constructs an airport. The airlines pay a fee, as will the providers pay a fee to utilize the infrastructure that they did not have to provide the capital outlay to construct. And then we, as customers, as the flying public, then similarly pay a fee, and that fee will be paid similarly by the customer through their provider back to Golden State Connect Authority for the benefit of utilizing the infrastructure. It is community focused. I mentioned it's a JPA. It's local government led. The board of this JPA is set up so that one elected supervisor from each of the 40 member counties is on the governing board. We will, built into the JPA is the ability to do projects in cities and towns. However, cities and towns will not ever have a seat on the governing board. That will be held to county representatives, county supervisors. Another benefit to the open access model, and by the way, this is a newer model, a new model in the state of California. If you were to leave California, you'd see it much more prevalently. But because you're inviting providers onto the network to compete for that service, you get competitive packages. You get competitive pricing and competitive services. It's just the nature of the beast, all that results in customer choice. And you can see there the guiding principles that the board approved as far as Golden State Connect Authority. So just a couple of very high level, I've mentioned a few of these, but they're worthy of repeating. So Golden State Connect Authority will take on the responsibility of financing, constructing. We will own, operate, and maintain that last mile network infrastructure. Where possible, we will connect to the state middle mile, which is open access middle mile. And I'll talk about that in just a second, but we're really designing our network to avail ourselves of that new state infrastructure that's available to support that creation. Plus you get extra points on grant applications if you design to connect to the state. So that's another consideration. In order to finance this, we will issue bonds. The bond issuance will be the bottom layer of our financial stack. So since our focus is on getting to those harder hit areas, the unserved and underserved areas, they are by their very nature the more expensive areas to get to. Otherwise, they would have been served already by the private business model. So because our business model is really to get to the unserved and underserved areas a priority, you'll have a total project cost. The bottom layer of each financial stack will be an issuance of a tax-exempt bond that will cover the part of that project that is financeable, where the revenue covers the debt service on the bond. Where there's a delta or a difference between what's financeable via the bond issuance and the total project area cost, that's where Golden State Connect Authority will pursue grant financing through a variety of sources. The one most immediately before us that closes at the end of this month is the CPUC Federal Fund Account / Last Mile program. And we'll talk about that one in just a moment. Providers, I mentioned this providers are invited to utilize the network and compete for customers. So you can have a local fixed wireless provider who serves at present a neighborhood with their own infrastructure. They could utilize this network to get into neighborhoods or communities that they aren't currently reaching and broaden their customer base. the customers actually get to choose the provider and the package at the price point and the speed that they would like. And my next slide here, I have an example of what that would look like. But we're excited about what that would mean for rural California. Some areas of rural California, and I'm not certain of the situation here in Tuolumne, you have one provider or no providers, or a satellite as your only option. So this would be really a sea change in the way that broadband is offered to rural California. We would, in all cases where we are executing our open access last mile network, we would have an affordable, and I say it in quotes because it actually is stated as a requirement by the CPUC, an affordable option, which I noted there. It's the 100/20 speed at no more than $40 a month with the affordable connectivity plan, or an equivalent program covering some of those costs. So we will have a $40 package that will be at a minimum of those speeds. And then bond payments and maintenance costs are included in the operational model. So they're all considered as part of that financial stack. As we look at each project area, we will consider how much of it's financeable via bond based on assumed take rates, which are very conservatively assumed, and then how much we need to come up with alternative financing in the form of grants. This is just a screen grab that I took from the Utopia Fiber webpage. And Utopia Fiber, by way of background, I only grabbed the first 5 providers that are an option, but if you look at their website, and I encourage you to do so, they have 15 providers that you can choose from. But what I wanted to just show you here was a little bit of the model. And the reason that this is important is that this is what the Golden State Connect Authority model is based upon. Utopia Fiber is our operational partner. We have a signed operations agreement. They are at present the largest open access last mile municipal network in the United States. They're based in Utah, but they have projects in Idaho and Montana and other states as well. So the model is such that you would select from your menu of providers at whatever package you would like, and via using in this case, I'll stick with Utopia Fiber, using the Utopia Fiber network, you can avail yourself of that package from that provider. The customer then receives 2 bills. They receive a monthly bill from Utopia Fiber for $30 a month, and that actual fee goes to pay down the bonded indebtedness. So that's the bond payment portion of the fee. And then they would pay the fee that you see here based on the package that you select as a user from your provider. That you remit a payment monthly to that provider. That provider then would remit a portion of that payment back to Utopia Fiber, and that's the maintenance. That's the O&M portion of the business model. So what it does is none of these providers had to realize the capital expenditure to build the network. They can hop on the network and compete for customers. So their cost recovery allows for that model. This is a successful model, like I said, elsewhere across the United States, Utopia Fiber just being the largest. So I'm just going to end with I think I've got 3 slides here, but they're all based on SB 156, which was, as we all know at this point in time, signed by the governor in July of 2021. It was an historic piece of legislation, not only for the $6 billion that it invested in broadband infrastructure in the state of California, but as importantly, for the non-monetary related items that it created. It is in statute now, as a result of SB 156, it allows counties for the first time ever to own, operate, and maintain broadband infrastructure. Prior to SB 156, counties were not named in statute as being able to do so. So thus the creation of Golden State Connect Authority as a JPA of counties. The $3.2 billion that you see down there, that's the state middle mile investment. They've actually, that number's been plussed up a little bit now. It's closer to about $4.25 billion. It's still not enough. The state has broken their middle mile pledge of doing, or commitment of building 10,000 miles. They've broken it into a phase 1, phase 2 at this point. Phase 1 is 8,300 miles, and it won't all be new build. It'll be some new build, it'll be some purchase of existing open access middle mile, and some lease of open access middle mile. So the model has changed a little bit from the vision, shall we say. $2 billion in last mile money, that's the federal fund account last mile program that I referenced earlier. It's a little bit less as a result of last year's budget, but there's still a significant amount, of roughly about $1.5 billion is still in that pot. We're applying for that money as if the full $2 billion is there, and let the state tell us no. So that $2 billion, that's the program that I mentioned. The application window closes on September 29th, at the end of this month. The $750 million under SB 156 was earmarked to create a loan loss reserve program. This is a new program for the state of California. Quite honestly, it's there in large part because of our work, and we intend to use it. It's available to local governments, tribes, and nonprofits in the telecommunications space to securitize bond issuances or debt issuances. So we intend to use this as our security for our bond issuances, which was why it was created. And then the $50 million there that you see at the bottom highlighted is the Local Agency Technical Assistance Program. This was really the first one out of the chute. Wrong button, sorry there. This was the first one out of the chute, and I mentioned earlier that Tuolumne County was lucky enough to win an award. We have been working, Golden State Connect Authority, been working with Len on your team to use your award to complete network design for Tuolumne County, and it's done on a step basis. So you can see there the first step was conceptual design. The design work was done for the entire county with some stated assumptions. It's really the foundational piece of work that supports the next two steps. At the completion of the conceptual design phase, we had a briefing with the county and presented the work, and then looked at where those underserved areas were on the map per the data. And that was really, again, what was kind of driving our work under this grant on your behalf. In the scope was how do we get to those people that do not have broadband service at present, or don't have quality broadband service at present. So that took us to the next step, which was the refined high-level design and financial analysis. This work was done very specifically in delineating different project areas across, in this case, Tuolumne County. The network design is done, and there's an associated financial analysis that's done with some stated assumptions that's plus or minus 15% of actual. And the next step in the process is we will go to low-level network design. So the first two steps are desktop exercises. They're engineers utilizing software doing network design. The low-level design is actually street level. They come, they walk, they see, they check out the terrain, they make assumptions based on the actual cost, such that at the end of the low-level design, under your CPUC LADA grant, roughly 40 miles of low-level design, that is construction-ready low-level design, will be completed for a priority project area or areas in Tuolumne County. And you can see we're through the first two phases now. We've hit pause on the LADA grant on the Golden State Connect Authority end because we are running hard and fast in the direction of the federal fund account last mile money, which is what I want to touch on here. Is so we have Golden State Connect Authority has partnered with 30 plus member counties to go through that network design process. And when I say partnered with, you all received the award, then you turned around and entered an MOU with Golden State Connect Authority, of which you are a member. We then contracted with Tilson Technology and Utopia Fiber. Tilson for the network design, and Utopia Fiber is serving in an engineering fiduciary role on behalf of Golden State Connect Authority to oversee this work. We are now through the refined high-level design. We are evaluating, we being Golden State Connect Authority, together with our external partners that include KeyBank, who will be our bond underwriter, our financial advisor, with Utopia Fiber, who's our operational partner. We are evaluating project areas and are looking toward, have made available the option to all of our Golden State Connect Authority member counties that we will apply for federal fund account / last mile dollars on behalf of projects within your jurisdiction. And upon receipt of that award and a subsequent bond issuance once the loan loss reserve program is through rulemaking, we would, again, finance, construct, own, operate, maintain that open access last mile network across that project area. And this is my last slide, and it just really kind of reiterates what I've already mentioned is, in large part, is we have identified our key partners. We have an experienced external finance team that I just referenced. We have an operational partner in Utopia Fiber who's been in this business for 20 plus years. And we have all of you as our partners. And by that I mean our local governments, our member counties, and in some cases, cities within. We are evaluating, as I mentioned, and identifying those potential project areas for the federal fund account / last mile program area funding right now. That's what we're running hard and fast on right now and really focused on, and again, have a pause on the next step in the process that will be that low-level design under your LADA grant. I'll turn my attention right back to that on September 30th, and we'll get those briefings scheduled that'll take us into the low-level design and identification of those 40, a little over 40 miles of low-level design area that you all would like to see done. And then as we prepare for the applications, once the applications are submitted, we will, as I mentioned, the CPUC is currently in rulemaking for the loan loss reserve program. So that's our next big lift is we now know what every project area across every one of our partner LADA awardees cost. So we have the ability to identify how much of each project area is financeable via bond issuance and how much of it's going to be required for grant funding. Before I leave, because this is my last slide, I just want to say that the FFA Last Mile program is really just the first really the first tranche of funding. This time next year, California will receive approximately $1.86 billion from the U.S. Government in the form of BEAD financing, broadband equity. Thank you. I've been on vacation for a week, so my brain isn't completely engaged. But yes, it's coming from the National Telecommunications and Information Agency as part of a $42.5 billion distribution of funds across the U.S. California will receive $1.86 billion of that. We anticipate that the state will drop a large portion of that into the FFA Last Mile program, probably take some off the top to augment their existing middle mile program of work as well. But that's really all in rulemaking right now. But that will be another large tranche of funds. And then there are subsequent ongoing tranches of funds that are available for broadband infrastructure deployment that we will be seeking out in years to come to really build out this network in areas where it's needed. And with that, I've left you 4 minutes. I'm so sorry. But that's what I have, and I'll turn it back to you, Madam Chair.
All right, so I'm going to start with questions from the board. Supervisor Kirk.
So one quick one. I don't know where it was in the presentation, but the thought came to mind. Is there going to be fiber run on the same poles that Comcast currently owns? Do we know that?
I don't know that. There could be. We're looking at undergrounding and doing it with via directional boring, point-to-point directional boring. So we're going to try and stay off poles.
Gotcha. That was my only question. I'll get comments later.
Okay, Supervisor Brandon.
Great, thank you. And as an FYI too, and thank you to shout out to Supervisor Gary Bradford in Yuba.
Yes.
He authored and I co-authored or co-signed. He did all the work. At NACO, a resolution to support BEAD funding being able to go to open access broadband networks just like this. So that's been kind of a federal push as well. So the question I had was, Len had mentioned in previous conversations that when these grants become available and we can apply, that having some level of public ownership, I think up to 20%, can add a certain percentage to the grant application, like 4 points, I think, or something like that. Would this qualify for that, even though it may not be county-owned?
Yes.
Or it's county-owned?
We'll get all the points.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great, I like that.
Yeah.
That's a good way to describe it. The second is, as opposed to looking at any type of public-private partnerships in that, one thing I wanted to ask about this was Comcast, a lot of these other companies, they pay franchise fees to local governments. Is that going to be incorporated into this, even at a small level, to where we can help to, for example, support the staffing we need locally? RCRC has been an amazing partner. We, however, have also benefited from having Len as our representative and not fully relying just on that statewide stuff. So will there be any type of franchise fee or return to the member counties to maintain a position or expand on that based on how many we're doing?
Not that I'm currently aware of. You're the first person to ask that question. So I will go back and ask in the Utopia Fiber model. I don't believe so, because Golden State Connect Authority in this case would do all of the heavy lift. But we would certainly look for ways through the grants coming in that we could support, much like we did with the LEDA grant, where there was an administrative portion and Golden State Connect Authority took 3% of the 15. I think the county took 5, maybe more. But but we'll look for ways to share with you guys, of course, because at the end of the day, if Len weren't here, you know, Tracy only has so much bandwidth. And so if Len weren't here, having Len here is a tremendous asset. So.
And we see with a bit of the clawback that's happening and the realignment of the vision, that even after this is done, we're going to have areas unserved. We're still going to need that position even if the big push is gone.
100%.
So matching other ones. My last question too, and this is not specific to GSN or Golden State Connect, not GSNR. I just wanted to ask, you mentioned the 120 standard. To my knowledge, that uses the existing kind of cable fiber system. Remember high-speed rail? Between when I saw it proposed when I was a young college student and then now, remember when it was saying that, well, it's going to use some existing rail tracks, so high-speed rail can't exceed the speed limit. It has to go down to and throttle itself. One thing that I'm worried about is by 2030, we're estimating by the Fiber Association 2,000 by 2,000 standard for download and upload. And to go from the 120 standard up, we have to change the underlying infrastructure, right, to be able to meet that. Now, I know that there are sections we don't own in that, but I'm wondering how would Golden State Connect Authority be providing and planning for that, since that is only 7 years away and it's 10 times where we're at right now for data consumption.
Yeah. So the wonderful thing about fiber is you don't have to change the underlying infrastructure because fiber is fiber, the light travels. You change the electronics on either end, and those electronics are above ground. So it's built into the O&M portion to have that aging the aging equipment replaced with state-of-the-art. And if you look at, if I go back to the one, I mean, the minimum that that Utopia Fiber has as a service offering, you can see there is the 250 megabytes. So you're absolutely right. We're dealing now with I mean, this gets into it deeper, and I know you all have to go, but we're dealing with 25-3 service as a consideration for what is served and unserved. And by going up to 100/20, we're in effect moving the ball a yard down the field by declaring what is considered unserved or underserved. When in fact, can't carry that analogy out any further, but the ball should be down at in the other end zone, you know?
I don't know sports at all. That could have been soccer.
I do, and I got myself into that one precipitously, but
thank you.
But yeah, so we have that as a consideration, as a highlight, and really the beautiful thing about fiber is you can just correct on either end. The underlying, and by that I mean quite literally, the underlying infrastructure remains the same.
All right, thank you. I don't have any questions, and I don't think Supervisor Campbell does either, so we'll go to the public, see if there's any public comment. Seeing none, this is for our understanding. I don't know if there are any comments that our board wishes to make. It's the final part of this. We're not deciding anything. This is just for our understanding and the public's understanding of what's going on. Seeing none, I want to thank you so much for coming here to give us this presentation and update us, and don't be a stranger.
Thank you. Thank you all for having me.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
All right, with that, we will come back in an hour at 1:33. All right, thank you. We're ready to resume our meeting. As we had stated earlier this morning, this agenda is just jam-packed. So bear with us. We're going to start with the 1:30 appointments because they are appointments. And we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. We've got several of them. And then we'll go back to the agenda items that we missed along the way. So with that, Heather, would you please read the first 1:30 appointment?
1:30 p.m. presentation of the Yosemite Parks Visitor Access Management Plan by the National Park Service.
All right, and I understand we have the Park Service online. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Hi, Cicely.
Hi, Kathleen.
Welcome.
Thanks. Well, thanks very much for having us here today. I know how packed your agenda is. I'm just going to speak briefly before I turn this over to Rachel Collins, who is our project manager for this. And I know she's trying to show a slideshow there. I'm not sure if she has access yet. I can't see it on my screen, but apparently it's up. Anyway, folks, this is Cicely Muldoon. I'm the park superintendent. Thanks very much for time on your agenda today. Very important issue in our world, and also I know in yours, is working our way through a really good visitor access management planning process. We so appreciate the participation of Tuolumne County so far and look forward to this ongoing collaboration. So we just want to give you an update on where we are in this process as we come to the close of our second public comment period. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Rachel.
Great, thanks, Cicely. I'll go ahead and jump in here. We have about 8 slides worth of updates for folks. So I'll go ahead and do those, and we'll have some time for any questions folks have on our summer update. So a couple things to go over with folks in this deck. Want to talk a little bit about the planning framework as a refresher, the context and goals that we're working forward on, the process that we have initiated, and what the current comment period is all about. So just as a refresher for folks, we are using this visitor use management framework as a part of our planning process. This is the framework that is shared by the whole NPS as well as our sister agencies. As we're heading into summer and kind of working through this comment period, this is the beginning of our identifying management strategies section. Over the winter, we've been working on building foundations and identifying future directions. And this is really our chance with our collaborators in the counties and the public to really start to identify those potential strategies that help meet our purpose and need, help resolve our issues, and move us forward in our process. As a refresher, we have a couple goals for this project. One, we really want to understand patterns and develop long-term strategies to better manage visitation and use to the park and connect visitors to those key experiences. We want to be incorporating best practices for managing use, protecting resources, and promoting those connected and high quality experiences for visitors, while also meeting our legal requirements. And also, we just know that Yosemite is a rare and unique resource, and we want to continue to protect the resources that make up this unique place. This project is trying to address a number of key issues. This was a focus of our comment period in the winter and also carrying them forward. We really want to be looking at both roadway congestion as well as delays along that roadway network, along with parking and entrance stations. We know that those are all part of an experience as you're arriving and traveling to the park. We also want to be thinking about what crowding looks like and making sure that folks can actually access those key experiences that are so important to them. We want to be looking at making sure that we have sufficient staffing to respond to intensive use, maintenance of facilities, and also we really want to be thinking about how designated parking interfaces with non-designated parking. There are a number of impacts that occur from visitors creating their own parking spaces and wanting to mitigate that issue. So those are some of the key issues that we are looking at. Did want to give folks a refresher on what we heard during the last comment period that ended in February. We really focused on background, the purpose of the park, needs, and goals. That comment period ran from December through to February. And we had so much great engagement. We were really excited about that. So we had over 4,000 letters that came in from all over the country, as well as 8 additional countries. This was really wonderful to see this much engagement. We're tracking for a similar level of engagement for unique letters that were received during this comment period. Really excited again about all the people who are taking their time to share their feedback with us about what strategies we could be considering during this time period as we head into our next phases. Speaking of the next phases, I mentioned this a little bit earlier, we are at the beginning of exploring solutions to the issues that have been identified and really wanting to look at that. Once we close this comment period, we're going to take all the letters and all the ideas, start analyzing them and looking forward towards putting together a draft plan and working through the compliance next steps. So when we say we're going to be analyzing these strategies, what does that look like? What does that mean? Just a little bit of what the next steps are going to look like for us. We're going to be looking at each strategy or each management concept that was presented to us in the public correspondence, as well as the ones we presented, and start assessing their desirability. So who does the strategy serve? What are their interests? How does it work in there? Who would use this and how would they use it? We're going to be thinking about feasibility. So we're going to be thinking about costs. Would there be fees required? Do we need more staffing to make that an implementable strategy? But what does it look like to implement that idea? And then we're also going to be thinking about sustainability. We want to be thinking about broadly applicable across time and seasons, and if there are other impacts to resources. So this is what's been available during this current public comment period. So we have been looking at ideas around reservations for vehicle entries, other ideas for wayfinding and orientation, options for upgrading and modernizing entrance fees. We want to be thinking about how we could be leveraging bike and pedestrian opportunities, shuttle opportunities, and other transit, as well as other opportunities to modernize infrastructure. This is especially true in areas of the park that aren't the Merced River Plan corridors and the Tuolumne River Plan corridors. We really took a hard look at those areas during those plans, have really good guidance for how to manage those corridors, but there's other areas of the park that haven't received direction as recently that are worth looking at. So just a reminder for folks that our comment period runs through tomorrow, September 6th. We're looking for feedback on what strategies or combinations of strategies best achieve the purpose of the plan, and also looking for what other ideas should we be considering at this time. Again, we've heard lots of correspondence, super grateful for the interaction, and looking forward to reading all the letters that are coming in. So with that, I think we have a few minutes for any questions folks might have for us.
All right, thank you very much. We usually start with questions from the board and then go out to comments from the public. So I will start with our board members to see if Supervisor Brandon, you have a question?
Yes, I do. Thank you. I wanted to ask, based on the presentation there, in particular, there were over 4,000 letters and comments submitted into this. It showed as far as Australia. How were local interests basically compared to, as a relatively smaller number of that, to say somebody from another country submitting a letter on how they think Yosemite should be operated?
I'll go ahead and take that one. We're a National Park Service unit, and so because we are a national unit, we do consider all letters and ideas as having equal weight. We don't do any weighting. All good ideas get their moment in the sun in this process. And it's the same thing for form letters or multiple letters. It doesn't matter how many times an idea gets brought up, every good idea gets analyzed.
Okay, so if 3, for example, resorts or 10 businesses within Groveland that rely on their existence for the park submitted a letter, they would be equal to 10 people signing a form letter that was sent out by email. I'm just trying to compare kind of the quality of those types of inputs coming in and whether there is any trying to pull those out and highlight those that have a lot more at stake in the changes being proposed.
The quantifying isn't something that we do as a part of it. Again, we're looking for those good ideas, and some ideas take more analysis than others, are more well thought out and thoroughly developed, and those take obviously more time and more consideration as we kind of think through them. And then other comments that are kind of short, off the cuff comments that don't have a lot of meat to them, we don't necessarily have as much to do with those ideas, but we don't do any quantifying of correspondence as a part of the process.
Okay. One just last question on this. So under the presentation here, project goals, key issues, and management strategies, I don't see any reference to local communities being any of those issues, strategies, or goals. Am I missing something in there, or how were kind of local interests considered in the goals of this project?
I'll start and I'll see if Cicely wants to add anything to that. Those are our highest level goals. There's obviously a lot of other goals that go into running a park. Obviously, we want to be a good neighbor and come up with solutions that work for everybody, and that's a range of different interests that are a part of that. And so we know that we're hearing from a lot of folks and having a lot of meetings about those. And so there's a lot of supporting goals, and I think that we're also hearing a lot in the correspondence too about what are the other goals that we could be seeking to achieve with this process. Cicely, do you have any additional thoughts on that related to like the big picture park management?
Yeah, thanks for that question. I would say, we get ideas on planning efforts like this in the Park Service from all over the place, as you referenced before, but this is where we have our meetings. We have our meetings with the boards of supervisors and with interest groups in the surrounding communities. This is where our face-to-face happens. So I would say oftentimes, I might be going back to the last question, my apologies, oftentimes the quality of feedback we get from the local region is much more detailed, and it gives us much more grist to work with versus, as Rachel said, some letter that says, I like visiting Yosemite, make it a good place, which can be what those far-flung letters are often about. Of course, local interests are very important. Our mission in the Park Service is to protect these resources for future generations, and part of protecting these resources is the visitor experience that starts outside the park and the services that are available to visitors outside the park, because we can't do everything within the boundaries of Yosemite. So I'd say we, as we like to do, as we do in emergencies and as we do in planning efforts like this, we work as a region and try to meet those goals, where our fundamental responsibility as the Park Service is provide a great visitor experience and protect the resources for future generations. And I think all those interests can join together.
Okay. Supervisor Kirk, do you have any questions? No? Supervisor Campbell? Okay, I will bring this to the public for your comments at this time. You each have 3 minutes to make comments on this particular agenda item. If you wish to come forward, just come to the podium right here and make your comments. Seeing none, I will bring it back to the board. Start with you for comments on this.
It would just, I don't have any comments on this portion. We have another
Yes.
1:30.
We have
after,
yes, our second 1:30 appointment is on a specific suggestion to be made by a group of people.
I would just, my comment would be I receive and understand
Okay.
the presentation.
Yeah, and that's what I was talking to Half about during the meeting was I get that there are 2 items, so I'm ready to go on to the next one when we are so we can get to the actual recommendations, which I think will make this VAMP program much better.
And Supervisor Brandon.
I will keep the comments really quick. There are 6 management strategies. There's 9 project goals, I believe, or 3 project goals and 9 key issues, or 6 key issues. We didn't make any of them in this presentation. And so to say it's a goal and then to not write it into any of this, to me, is just somewhat disingenuous. And I wish that you were able to be here to present to the board as well. This has really huge impacts for our community. I've been to 2 of these online sessions, receiving stakeholder input. I've been to a presentation as a member of Yosemite Gateway Partners, talking with the Park Service, and I didn't walk away in any of those with a very clear idea of what's being proposed. So I'm going off the documents, and it seems like local input is not separated. We're not in the goals. It's not necessarily being addressed, and that's a big concern to me, especially when this is a presentation for Board of Supervisors for one of the main gateway counties that have to deal with a lot of these issues. And I have really strong concerns about, for example, the vehicle reservation strategy put forward. I do fully support, I think, what has been brought forward by our community and our business community and our lodging community, Visit Tuolumne, and a number of other partners that I think will help figure out the issues that is happening with Yosemite, but doing so in a way that's good for the communities, because whether or not, the park boundary and looking at the resource, and I think everybody wants to protect it, we're a critical component of the Yosemite experience, and we have to be treated that way, not as just another stakeholder equal to Joe Schmo in Australia, but really, I think, put front and center is we're hearing these concerns, we're developing other resources, we're trying to, I think, have a targeted and not sledgehammer approach. We've had a really hard 2 years with some of these solutions that's had a really negative impact on our community and our county government. And I hope we don't return to the solutions of that time without exploring a lot of the specific things first that are much easier and appropriate, in my opinion. So I want to thank our lodging and business community for putting together a lot of research in the proposal. Had a couple calls over the weekend, and it was very helpful as well.
Yeah, we're not on that one yet. That's our next one. Right. Okay. Yes, Rachel, go ahead.
Yeah. Sorry, I was just going to make one clarifying statement. I wanted to be really clear that at this time, we are not proposing anything. We're trying to gather ideas, and so that's one of the things that we have an opportunity for, and I'm glad we're hearing from more folks on the meeting today, is that we really want to be generating all of the good ideas that can go forward into this process. And so we do want to be hearing how we can be incorporating those, what the concerns are, what the root causes of those are. So as we go into the next phase of developing a proposal, we can consider all of those things in our process. So I just wanted to clarify that we're still in the idea generation phase of this project and don't have anything to propose at this point.
Okay, thank you for that, Rachel. I do have a question for you. You are in Denver, is that correct? Rachel?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, okay. My concerns are similar to Supervisor Brandon's in that the National Parks Service is taking a broad approach to this. I don't think this is just for Yosemite. Is that correct? You're developing some kind of a platform for other national parks to follow suit. Is my understanding correct in that?
There are other parks that are looking at similar issues and similar solutions, but this is a Yosemite specific project.
Okay. So then I think some of Supervisor Brandon's comments are even more to the point than I thought maybe it was for the broader arena of national parks, or at least the western part of the National Park Service. So, okay, so I'll just voice that. And then, you know, I was one of the ones who made actually a pretty long comment during your first comment period. And I made suggestions based upon near-term solutions and long-term solutions. And I'm just wondering, as far as your strategy goes, have you considered that there might be some kind of planning that would take place for the near term, but the ultimate goal might be something that you'd have to build towards in the years to come? And I don't know where you land on that.
That's certainly something that we can and will take into consideration about how we might phase the implementation of strategies, as well as how we're going to leverage an adaptive management approach to try something and learn and build in adaptations that we might need in the future. As the context changes or as the users change, we'll want to be thinking about how we build a plan that is both stable and predictable for their users, as well as adaptable to the context.
Okay. And I'll just finish with, I would hope that you would reconsider how you weight the comments, because I think the ones that are made in California should be weighted more, and definitely the ones for the gateway communities should have the biggest weight as to solutions and remedies and strategies. And I'm hoping that that's not written in stone. So those are my comments. This is for presentation only at this point. Is that correct? You don't need anything from us as far as a vote or anything?
Correct. We just wanted to make sure that everyone had the information that they needed to actively participate in the process.
Great. And so I want to advise the public, if you have not yet put in answers to this plan, you still have a day to do so. Is that correct, Rachel?
Yes, the comment period is open through tomorrow at midnight.
Okay, and can you give the URL that they would plug into their computer, into their browser to find this? Do you have it? Maybe Cicely does.
I do have it. It was up on my slide a second ago. It's parkplanning.nps.gov/Yosemite Visitor Access.
Okay, very good. Just wanted to give that as a reminder for the, to hit the point there. So if people have not had a chance to make their comments, they still have about 24 hours or so. All right. Well, thank you so much. And
thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Cicely. And I think that concludes our first 1:30 appointment. So
thanks very much.
Yeah, are you going to stay on for our second appointment, Cicely?
I'm going to try to hang on for as long as I can.
Okay,
yes.
Good, because this is specifically a presentation from our community members that I think you probably have heard somewhat, but I'd like you to be able to hear the whole presentation. So we're going to move on to that. And Heather, could you please read our next 1:30 appointment?
1:30 p.m. Item number 2, presentation and board consideration of supporting the recommendations by the Yosemite community stakeholders to the Yosemite National Park Visitor Access Management Plan.
And good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Robbie Bergstrom, Senior Administrative Analyst over Economic Development, and I have the honor of introducing Lee Zimmerman, who is joining me today, who is with the Yosemite Community Stakeholders Group. Today we will be presenting, Lee will be presenting the recommendations by the Yosemite community stakeholders, and we are asking that the board consider signing a letter of support for that recommendation. So as a matter of background, in recent years, in 2020 and 2021, Yosemite National Park implemented a reservation system due to the pandemic, and as early as summer 2022, for critical infrastructure repairs. They implemented the reservation system as well. They also did this earlier this year in February due to the Horsetail Fall event. As we heard in the last presentation, the Yosemite National Park is developing their visitor access plan to address traffic congestion and to improve visitor experience. And it's been commented on their website that the reservation system is considered as a possible strategy. So the Yosemite community stakeholders have developed a system, and Lee will be getting into much more detail, but they've stated the reservation system has denied visitors to the entire park instead of the areas that are actually impacted by overcrowding. They feel that it is not conducive to those who have planned their trip far in advance. They feel it gives an unfair advantage to in-park lodging and an unfair advantage to those outside the park, and has impacted the economy of the area. With these recommendations, they feel that it would not deny the entry to the park, but would allow any person access and disperse those visitors throughout the park to avoid overcrowding, and create a more flexible plan that can be adjusted as needed. So with that, I am going to turn it over to Lee Zimmerman.
Great. Thank you very much. Nice to see you all. And look, can I be heard now? Is that all right?
Yeah,
okay.
we're recorded, so it has to go through.
Okay, thank you for that. So yeah, thanks very much for the chance to introduce these recommendations. You know, we're really excited about these. We really think it's going to be a potential step change in the way visitation access is managed, and it's going to be a real win-win for everyone. And we have been able to start introducing this to the NPS team, which has been wonderful, and we're really happy for that dialogue. And hopefully this will fit in the well thought out category that Rachel mentioned. So these ideas actually evolved from conversations we were having with CSERC and John Buckley, trying to figure out if there really is a win-win solution out there that can really address congestion and protect park resources, but at the same time not unduly hurt visitors and the local communities. And I actually believe we found them, which we're so super excited about, and those who we've been talking with in the last month or so are hearing that in our voices. And these recommendations have really resonated with the entire Gateway community. And they're going to be submitted on behalf of a broad coalition of the key stakeholders throughout the region, including Gateway Visitors Bureaus, other boards of supervisors, government leaders, chambers of commerce, lodging operators, rec outfitters, camps, and individuals. So it's been neat to see the enthusiasm of the community as they've learned about this opportunity. So I'll dive in here. So the issue is that on the busiest days, when morning and early afternoon congestion in Yosemite Valley is a problem, most of the park remains uncrowded. And that's what's kind of unique to Yosemite, and it requires a unique solution. And so given this, access management should focus on East Yosemite Valley and not restrict access to the entire park, if at all possible. So what happens, as mentioned, is that the reservation system previously tried, despite the best of intentions, has had huge unintended consequences. And it's denied the public access to all of Yosemite, not just the East Valley. It's disenfranchised populations who aren't good at accessing months in advance online ticket reservations. It also doesn't align with planning timelines of international and out-of-state visitors, so it really affects visitation to our county and tourism. It also unfairly advantages in-park lodging guests who get a pass no matter what, and it really significantly impacts lodging in the Gateway as well as transient occupancy tax in the county. And this is evidenced by the return this year without a reservation system of strong occupancies and occupancy taxes versus a 15% plus drop last year when the reservation system was in place. And in particular, if you you'll see here, I sent you a visitation chart. It was included in your packet. You'll see that the park visitation in the 3 years the reservation system's been in place has been, and in particular 2022, when there was no COVID effect at that point, has been the lowest in the last 30 years. And so this really is a very clear suppressive effect of this system, again, despite the best of intentions. And we just need to find a better way to handle that. But it's dramatic reduction. The system also, reservation system, are just rigid. They can't adapt well to real-time events like no-shows that might occur due to smoke from a fire for a few days. And then people who have tickets don't come, and others can't get tickets and don't come. And so last summer, August was sitting there empty in the park for no reason. So in designing a better system, we started with what we know about crowding and congestion, which is that it's primarily focused in East Yosemite Valley and at selected sites like Glacier Point. And most significant, The most significant congestion is really on the weekends between June 15th and August 15th when everyone's on summer break. And if you look at the new Nixle texting system that the Park Service uses to inform people, you'll see that the days that the texting system is warning people about things being full are really on those summer weekends. So the system should focus on those particular weekends in summer, as well as on Memorial and Labor Day holidays where there's a lot of demand pressure. And then the system that we are hoping will be piloted next year so that everyone can learn about its potential focuses first on what we call the East Valley Morning Pass. And this is basically a pass that's provided first come, first serve at the entry gates. And so each morning on every entry gate computer screen, it will say there are some number of passes. And the Park Service can help determine this. We'll use 5,000 for this example. Someone arrives, and the first person to arrive in the morning gets the very first pass, and the count goes down to 4,999. When the 5,000th person arrives, they get the last pass to enter the East Valley in the morning. Visitors arriving after the first, say, 5,000 passes have been given out are told, oh, you've arrived after we finish giving out our morning passes. You're welcome to go enjoy the East Valley anytime after 1 o'clock or 1:30 or 2 o'clock, whatever the number ends up being. And you're given information in that moment with a map detailing how you can enjoy other areas of the park besides the East Valley. And for the first time ever, guests now have an incentive and they have information to go explore other areas of the park beyond the few that they've already heard of. And so guests who are overnighting in the valley just receive a pass. They show their reservation and they can go on. They receive a different pass. And then what happens is the control of the system occurs at the LCAP traffic diversion down in the valley. When you're about to arrive into the East Valley, there's someone there in the morning who just makes sure you have a pass. And anyone who goes down there without a pass will have already been told at the gate that they need to wait till 1 o'clock, so very few people will even try that. So lots of benefits of doing this. It doesn't deny access to the public at all to Yosemite, because you can explore all of Yosemite other than the East Valley anytime. It alleviates the Park Service agents' stress of having to deny visitors their dream vacation and tell them they can't go into the valley. Excuse me, they can't go into Yosemite, excuse me. It doesn't disenfranchise disadvantaged populations. It doesn't deter international and out-of-state visitors because they know they can see the park. It doesn't unfairly advantage park lodging guests. It also doesn't cause significant peak season economic losses to the gateway lodges and to county tax revenues. And it squarely aligns with the goals of the Merced River Plan, which is defined as limiting peak visitation in East Yosemite Valley, not all of Yosemite Valley or the entire park. It also gives Yosemite visitors clear incentive to go explore these other areas and guidance on how to do so. So it spreads visitors through the park and throughout the day, and it's going to alleviate East Valley parking, road, and trail congestion. It also doesn't require a complicated, discriminating, costly online advanced reservation system. That whole thing goes away. And it avoids the problem we all saw of people hoarding tickets and then having unused tickets, where you buy tickets for the whole season, you just use the few you want to use because it only costs a couple dollars. So it creates this beautiful natural incentive also for people who have flexibility to avoid these busy days. They just don't want to come. They can choose not to come on the Saturday if they can come on another day. And they can also choose to plan to go to the valley later in the day and plan their timing so they just avoid the morning pass system altogether and they arrive later into the park. The nice thing about this also is the Park Service can actually give updates on morning passes that are remaining. So if they're about to give away their last morning passes, they send out an update through their text system or through their app. And now people who are sitting in Groveland can be like, oh, I'm too late for that. I'll just stay in Groveland, have breakfast, enjoy, spend some money in the community. Or I'll make my plan to go visit other parts of the park before I get there so I can go exploring before I head to the East Valley in the afternoon. So another beauty of this is that it puts control and distribution at the entry gates where there's already staffing and resources. So there's no new resources required to administer this system, but it allows the control of just one specific part of the park by just having a person who's down at that turnoff in the East Valley. And they already have someone there on these busy days who, when they close down the valley and they send people around as it is. So that is not a new staffing situation. And the beauty of this, it allows the Park Service to real-time test and refine the number of morning passes they give, the days it's needed, and the exact timing that's needed. So this is a system that's super nimble and allows the flexibility that the other system has really lacked. So that's part one. That's the big one, the East Valley Morning Pass. The other thing that we encourage, something that the Park Service has already done during COVID, which was a beautiful idea, when they started creating one-way loops on the busiest trails, such as the Mist Trail, and making it, you go up one way and you come out the other. And that really cuts congestion in half on these busiest days. And they could do the same in other areas like the Lower Yosemite Falls trails if needed as well. So in addition, there are a host of daily enhancements that we would encourage the Park Service to do throughout the peak season, not just on those weekend days that they might put in place the East Valley Morning Pass. So, and this I know is of interest already to the Park Service as well, but making sure that Wi-Fi exists at each entry gate is critical. And with Starlink, now you can actually do that. And this allows purchase of digital passes for the park. It allows people to download the app, download maps of these new destinations they can go visit. It'll make everything speed up at the entry gate. We also love the Nixle texting system that the Park Service is using. We'd love to expand that to keep communicating more effectively with guests. And then we would like to see design of targeted traffic congestion solutions for key crowded sites outside of the valley. So Glacier Point, they can just re-implement a system they already had, which is promoting a Glacier Point shuttle from Badger Pass as an overflow parking area to Glacier Point. And there's lots of parking there, and that can alleviate congestion. And same thing with Mariposa Grove. They can bring back the shuttle from Wawona to the Grove. So separately, another big part of what you're hearing me talking about is this idea of promoting and enhancing destinations and activities beyond the East Valley. And that's really critical, because if you drive around the park, you really only see announcements for and learn about those few key areas that get crowded in the park. So we are recommending, and our recommendations include a detailed map in this regard. We're recommending that the Park Service develop a destinations outside of the East Valley map. And we show 35 special uncrowded places people could go right now to visit right off the roadways, and that they could explore outside of the East Valley as they disperse both in these locations as well as just driving to and from these locations while they're waiting to go into the East Valley. So, and these can be given out with paper maps at the entry. They can be given out by gateway partners, by the visitors bureaus. They can also be given out by QR code so they can get an interactive version of the map right when they enter. Equally important is this idea of putting simple NPS appropriate roadway signage at each of these destinations along the roadway so people know where to turn off for them and where to park, so there aren't problems with people overshooting where they're going. And so easy to administer stuff that they could actually roll right into next year. The other idea we love is creating a Yosemite passport, just like they do for the National Park System passport, where you can actually get a stamp for each one of these 35 different locations around the park you might go, and it creates an incentive to go explore the park in new ways people have not done before. So the next item on our radar that we think is a great opportunity is to focus on promoting West Valley destinations as well. And so west of the East Valley, there's still opportunities to park and explore there. And if the Park Service can formalize some additional parking areas, protect non-parking areas so we don't have any resource degradation, and start offering bike rentals and West Valley Trail experiences and Riverside experiences, and promoting those, you spread people out further as well. It's a really nice opportunity. The other one that's important that I know is on the Park Service's radar already is just trying to avoid the summer closures of any valley parking areas, sites, and trails like we experienced this summer with Bridal Veil and other areas being closed. It's hard to gauge the potential for visitation when you have those closures. Also, we would love if the Park Service could find a way to increase resources to get the High Country and Glacier Point open by June 1st. You know, opening in mid-July, that obviously exacerbated the problems of concentration this summer. And we're hoping that maybe they can find a way to work with Caltrans for snow removal, as is done on federal highways. At that late in the season, Caltrans equipment won't all be deployed. There's a lot of that stuff's been wrapped up already. So we're hoping that's a new opportunity for the Park Service, because we know they're limited on resources. And that's maybe something we could even talk about. How does the county or others help fund to make that happen? But different issue. The last one is we just want to encourage that plans be developed to increase resources, so we make sure the entire shuttle system around the park is working throughout the summer, and that the entry gates are really fully staffed at capacity in summer, which really they struggled with this year, and which we know is difficult, but in order to gauge the potential of a system kind of has to happen. So then the last piece of the puzzle is just entry gates and entry gate efficiency and avoiding long lines at the entry gates. So here, the idea of developing an express lane is really central, and actually using exit lanes in the morning as express lanes, which the Park Service already does at times. It's a beautiful solution, and you can focus on those who have park passes already, and you can focus on commercial trip operators and employees and vendors to move right through the system. You can also have rangers walking the line and helping people buy those digital passes, selling with handheld devices. You can also have volunteers, tourism volunteers, and volunteers from local businesses and paid folks from the visitors bureaus come walk the lines as well to make sure people are using QR codes, getting these outside the valley destinations, as well as buying their pass ahead of time so that the whole line experience gets sped up and that pain goes away. And lodging partners, gateways can all focus on pre-purchased park passes for everyone. And that can be the mantra of as soon as you arrive at any place you're staying, you can be given an outside the valley map and you can be given a pre-purchased park pass little reminder, and that can alleviate congestion. So I know that's lots of ideas putting out there, but we're super excited, and we know that it's not just a single solution. It's this kind of combination solution that will really make a big difference. And we think that these recommendations together represent a new, really nimble, targeted approach to effective visitor access management, and it'll avoid the significant unintended consequences and unavoidable consequences of the advanced reservation system. And we think that in the end, if we can try this in 2024, that the NPS is going to look like heroes, we're going to protect resources, we're going to protect our community, and we're going to really give great visitor access. Thanks for listening.
Thank you very much for that presentation. Okay, so who's ready on the board to ask any questions you might have? Okay, do you have a question? Supervisor Brandon.
Thank you. Like a good lawyer, it's a question I already know the answer to. But I was wondering if you could read through some of the organizations, particularly the local ones, that have signed on, worked on, and supported this proposal, and kind of the breadth of those.
Do you have that list, Andy? Actually, I didn't grab it. But
it's a question,
yeah, just,
but it's really a
no
comment.
problem. But just thank you very much. The Madera County Board of Supervisors, the Mono County Board of Supervisors, the Visit Yosemite Madera County, all the tourism boards, Mammoth Lakes Tourism, Tuolumne County Chamber of Commerce, Visit Tuolumne County, Mammoth Lakes Chamber of Commerce, the Sonora Chamber of Commerce, Tuolumne County Lodging Association, the 120 Chamber of Commerce. Representative McClintock will be signing on as well. The City of Berkeley Parks and Recs Department representing Berkeley Tuolumne Camp. Chicken Ranch Rancheria and the Miwok Indians, California, and several lodges, Buck Meadows Lodge, Cedar Lodge, our lodges, Evergreen and Rush Creek, Firefall Resort, several campgrounds, other lodges and hotels, and then we have others that are kind of coming on board in the next day or so as well. Yeah.
Oop, the mic went off. Has there been another plan by a group from all the local communities that's been presented and supported, or is this the one?
This is, to our knowledge, the one. And again, this, it really was developed over a fairly long period in the summer when we were really challenging ourselves with how do we do this in a way that everyone can hold their heads high and not feel like we're just trying to present one side of the argument here. And so when we came up with this idea of controlling at the perimeter real time, but actually just focusing on the area of greatest congestion, that was kind of the breakthrough thinking. And so we're super excited, and we think that, and we hope the Park Service will be as well. And obviously there'll be refinement required for anything, and that's why we so encourage testing in 2024 of a pilot system with this in place.
Great, thank you.
Supervisor Kirk.
Yeah, I'll make comments later, but my question is actually for Cicely with the national parks. I'm curious what you guys think about all this. I understand it's public comment period and we've got to submit things, but I mean, as an individual, as somebody who works and lives there, and what's your thoughts on what's being presented?
Yeah, thanks for the question. You're right. We're in a public process, so I really can't come out and say this is it or this is not it, because that's not how we can do these things. But sure. What we asked for, what we really hope for in this kind of process is some really detailed suggestions that we can then analyze. And this is a very detailed suggestion, so it's really a helpful thing for us to have and for us to look at. Absolutely. Yeah. Lee and I have talked about this before multiple times.
Great. Yeah, and thank you. And I didn't think about putting you on the spot because it is public comment, but yeah, I think you answered the question, so thank you very much.
Thank you. Supervisor Campbell.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you very much, Lee, for the presentation, and also for Cecily for remaining on, because I think it's a good conversation, and I like the amount of work that went into this. I think it's very thorough. You know, I think there is an issue with traffic in the valley. I think anybody that's been there in the summer recognizes that. And I do want to participate in that discussion. One question I had for you is, so I sit on the board for Yosemite Area Transit System. I think it's an incredible service that provides access to the valley without reservations and without having to, you don't even have to stop at the gate. But I didn't see a reference to that in the plan. Is that something that could be added, or is this already, because to me, that is a central element to
that's a great
reducing
question.
the overall traffic, because, you know, we're talking about transit that's coming into the park from outside and not just the shuttle buses that take people from point to point. Anyway, thoughts on that?
Right. You know, we tried to be careful in these recommendations not to suggest items that would potentially be kind of a cost prohibitive implication. And so when it comes to, and we know the Park Service is already helping support and fund transport systems and shuttle systems. And so we tried to be careful not to be pushing on those issues in particular as it relates to kind of yards and the internal shuttles. But we certainly love the idea of, and we actually have at one of our lodges a stop, for just that. And we would love to see more of it. We just didn't, we tried to not present high economic cost ideas.
Okay, thank you.
All right, and I have a qualifying question as well. And I want to make sure I understand it. So the pass system that you're suggesting, is this for the whole summer, June 15th through August 15th? Or is it just on weekends or just holiday? When is that?
Great question. Yeah, thank you. So from, again, what we've been able to observe and what we've seen through our own, observed through the texting system and through our own processes, running the lodges for over 20 years now, is that the congestion is most significant on weekends during midsummer, June 15 to August 15. And that is the time when you see announcements come out about parking areas being full, and then at times the East Valley being closed down. And so our recommendation would be that the system begin focusing on weekends during that peak summer period, and absolutely on Memorial Day and Labor Day weekends as well. And then the Park Service may learn there may be selected other days, special events or other times during midsummer that they need to administer this system on certain weekdays as well. And there might be a week or two when it's particularly busy. But the beauty of this is that this can be turned on and off very easily based on what's being learned through a real-time test. But the key is that when you try this type of test, you start with a minimal solution, and then you see where the pressure areas still are. Because if you start with a broad solution that is for the whole summer, you don't ever get to spot those opportunities that we didn't actually need to constrain visitation and access.
Okay, great. So I think we've asked questions. So we'll go to the public now for public comment on this solution that was presented. Anybody have some thoughts? Come on up. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, John Buckley, CSERC. Today you're being asked by Lee and a slice of the business community to support alternative solutions instead of limits on vehicles that would be tied to a reservation system. And I note immediately that the recommendations that were packaged skillfully by Lee and others include some that our center strongly support, and we've actually included in our comments. We want them considered by the park. But unfortunately, despite our conversations, the beginning of the recommendations reject any reservation system with criticisms that are not fully accurate, and that completely leaves out the other side, the positive aspects of the reservation system. Fewer traffic jams, fewer delays at entrance stations, and less crowding and congestion. I spent hours on the phone with Lee and others, not just Lee, trying to craft strategies that are not just for those who are going to profit from Yosemite visitors, but that can also benefit the park staff, reduce harm to resources, and ensure a better visitor experience. I emphasize again that a number of the solutions are ones that I embrace and that we support. But the attack on the reservation system that's part of the VAMP recommendations that you're being asked to support today is not accurate or fair. The reservation system has never denied public access to all of Yosemite. Just in Tuolumne County alone, the Hetch Hetchy area and the beautiful Ackerson Meadow area have been areas open to visitors without reservations. Those driving through the Mono County have been allowed in as pass-through without reservations. In addition, those without reservations have been able to arrive early and enter and arrive late and enter. So it's not a question of one versus the other. Many of Lee's very well thought out recommendations can mesh with an advanced reservation system if it's one that is thoughtful and is done with consideration and input, as Jaron points out, from local as well as others. A new National Park Service report shows there were 3.7 million visitors to Yosemite last year, and they spent nearly $500 million in gateway communities. That's $500 million, and that was with a day-use reservation system. So all these criticisms, oh, we can't have that because it'll cause economic harm, are not based on the fact from last year. In closing, I urge you to support the recommendations, but I urge you to delete the second paragraph of your cover letter that criticizes the use of a reservation system and instead simply encourage the park to consider these recommendations as valid and worth sharing. I close with a sentence. Yosemite needs to be seen as more than just a source of profits. It's a precious, overcrowded legacy to be managed and protected for future generations. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, Board. My name is Patrick Kopel. I'm the Executive Director of the Tuolumne River Trust. Thanks for the opportunity to comment. As you know, Tuolumne County is an amazing destination for many of its beautiful outdoor experiences, Yosemite being the most famous among them. Tourism and outdoor recreation are a vital part of the county's identity and economy and culture. So the problem we're dealing with today is people waiting in line for hours at park entrances, throngs of visitors coming to some of the most well-known and highly visible locations, trash and human waste, illegal parking, and so on. People travel from near and far and express frustration at the long lines they experience entering the park and inside the park. So the question is, what are we going to do about it? Well, first off, I'd like to commend Lee and his group for developing a suite of ideas, many of them good ones. Within the context of where the park is in its planning process, they're gathering information, pulling together ideas, and moving those to the next step of analyzing them. I think at this point, I would encourage the board not to foreclose on the analysis of a reservation system. That's the point where they are in this process. Lee's put together quite an extensive and detailed plan, and he's, I think, encouraging you to sign on to a letter that would discourage the park from analyzing a reservation system. I think that's maybe premature. Maybe that ultimately would be the outcome of a plan, that there would not be a reservation system to get into the park. But I think it would be a mistake to foreclose on that analysis at this point. Let the park do its job and take a look at that. And maybe that analysis will, come up with something that exactly what Lee is saying. So that's where my comment ends. Thanks.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair Haff and members of the board. I'm Lisa Mayo. I'm the CEO for Visit Tuolumne County, and we did sign off on this plan that Lee and others have thoughtfully and creatively put together. I do want to address the reservation system, just the challenges that it did have. We work with international offices, and I would say that our biggest challenge with that system was international travelers that came here and maybe didn't know about it and had this trip of a lifetime maybe they've saved up their whole life for and got here and were not able to access the park. That's a problem. And when we are looking at Yosemite National Park, it's a park for the people. And I love the ideas that Lee has put forth as far as dispersing people throughout. One of the things we try and do at Visit Tuolumne is always get people to go to anywhere but the valley. So it plays right into the marketing that we've been working on for the last several years as well. So my board of directors, everyone agreed with this plan and what it says and what it can do for our future, and not just at Yosemite, but perhaps other national parks as well. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, I'm going to close public comment and bring it back to the board for final comments and a decision on this item. Go ahead, Supervisor Brandon.
Great, thank you. I know it started off a little harsh with that, and I won't lie that initially my perspective is within my district, the southern portion of the 120 corridor, the impacts on businesses and that. But obviously we do have to protect the resource to be able to maintain that great attraction that brings people from all over the world to want to participate. I've got one last dig, and I did look it up into the document with a little Google search onto it. There's no mentions of the word county, municipality, lodging, community, business, or local in that presentation. And so I find an issue with that being presented to us there. But in kind of the questions, asked to Lee there, look, this is something that is, I think, widely and broadly supported, and it sounds like all of the gateway communities across many different interests are supporting this plan that's been brought together with local stakeholder input to be able to, I think, add that into there. I hope it will be received and that there's a goal on there that this meets. It's really important. I'd say first, Yosemite is unique and it needs to be considered separately from the rest of the national park system. It's not only the first and one of the best known and most visited, but with a lot of different attractions, some that are congested at points of the year and others that are not used hardly at all. Imagine if we had a congestion problem in Tuolumne County, too many cars in downtown Sonora, and we implemented a reservation system to go through the town. I mean, instead of trying to figure out how do we get them to go visit other areas. Lisa, how do you think that, what's the term, a Led Zeppelin, right? I don't think it would go very well. We'd want to find one that I think is better utilizing the resource and doing something that is, I guess, easier than kind of a broad stroke that could have unintended consequences. Second thing, I completely agree. I have not been on here for 20 years. There are people here that have been in this conversation since the very beginning of a lot of these plans. But I have over that time seen that we've had some wonky years. The data that is being relied on is not going to be, I think, very reliable over the last couple. Just unprecedented stuff happening. And I appreciate that graph showing it went from normal fluctuations, yes, with things happening that were good and bad, and then to suddenly this jagged chart of new policies and crazy weather coming in and a lot of different things. I say lastly, we need to have targeted solutions, and this is what this offers. So I appreciate all the time putting this together, all of that stakeholder input. I fully support this, and I think it's a really good, I think it's a good idea because not only is it going to protect the park and protect the communities that, I mean, there's a synergy there. It's not just we're benefiting from it. The parks are enhanced by what we have outside and supporting that, but also getting more people to be able to experience all the other wonderful things that aren't just necessarily Half Dome. Get them to the other parts of the park and maybe get them back also into the gateway communities as well. How can we be a partner in that? My final little bit on that is I really like the comments by my colleagues. I agree with Supervisor Campbell. I can understand not wanting to go out on a limb for that, but having a consideration with Yards, I hope a similar presentation is offered for Yards to give input on that system. And then to Chair Half about the short and long-term solutions. So right now we're looking at this is what's happening, how are we going to address it? We should have a 20-year plan of what we're doing over that time. How are we partnering in that? How are we getting economic development? The grants that we're talking about right now with SURF, which is Sustainable Tourism and Recreation, what are we applying for? What are we advocating for? Right now, I don't know what that is, and I think it'd be really helpful after this to figure out that co-management approach to this resource from an economic perspective of what we do over the long range.
Thank you. Supervisor Campbell.
Thank you, Chair. And just to start out with, I don't agree with the perspective that Yosemite's in our backyard, therefore Tuolumne County or our group should get a bigger say over what happens in the national park. It's a national park. It belongs to all of us. To me, it's analogous to if I go to Washington, D.C. and want to see the Lincoln Memorial, I should be able to do that. It belongs to all of us. But that being said, where I think we can provide a lot of value is the fact that we do live here, and when there are problems in Yosemite, we all experience it. Everybody up on this board gets phone calls whenever there's any issue in the park. I agree with many of the elements in the proposed plan. I'd say probably 51% or more. I do agree with a lot of the points that are made. As I kind of alluded to earlier, a couple of, I don't know if you want to call them omissions, but areas that I would prefer that if this was just purely from a county perspective that we went into is looking at better public transportation and potentially parking outside the park or maybe directly inside the park right past the gate, something like of that nature. One of the kind of issues I have is that with the plan that's proposed by the stakeholders is if we're talking about there are two problems. There's traffic in the valley, but there are also traffic at the gateways to 120 and 140 and the other ways you get into Yosemite. And so restricting people's access or trying to encourage people to go to different parts of the park can alleviate that congestion in the valley floor, but it's not going to do anything to alleviate that congestion at the gateways. So to me, that's still remains an issue that we haven't quite provided an out for the national park system.
Talked about express lane.
And then the main thing is that I'm looking at it less from, and this sounds bad, but I'm looking at it less from a community stakeholder's perspective than I am the visitor experience. Because that, to me, that's what is important to all of us, including the key stakeholders, because if somebody has a bad experience at Yosemite, if they sit in traffic for 2 hours or 4 hours, as was the case for Yarts a couple of times when we had road work there, sitting on a bus for that period of time, they're going to go home and they're going to tell people it sucked and they're never going to come back. And that's going to impact the bottom line for businesses in the gateway. So that's more my focus than anything else, is to make sure that when people go to Yosemite and they see the vistas there, that they're going to come home with the awe-inspiring experience that we all know and love, and not just talk about the traffic, which to me that remains a problem and something has to change to alleviate that. But as I said, I think that the majority of the recommendations here I think are valid concerns and good suggestions. I guess there's not, since this is a pre-approved plan, there's not a lot of wiggle room here to change that, but we might consider in the future if we're going to make a formal statement to Yosemite that we kind of include some of these other things like parking in yards. That would be my main suggestion, but overall I'm supportive.
Thank you. Supervisor Kirk.
Well, thank you, Lee, and everybody for putting this together. I think Cicely, she kind of answered it when she said she's looking for well thought out ideas. That's what this is. I want to stick you on Pinecrest if you can help me come up with a plan for Pinecrest, because it's turned into a dump and it's sad. Seriously, that's a whole nother conversation. So a few things I want to say, and I agree with a lot of what my colleagues said, especially Supervisor Campbell with the user experience. A lot of people think that as board members, we just care about our bottom line, TOT, money, money, money. I'm telling you right now, I don't care about that. What I care about is quality of life. I just went to Zion National Park with my daughter, had a father-daughter adventure date. I loved it. Showed up, there's a big gate with like 5 cars could go through. So you talk about the idea of, and I think this is more like a 20-year plan, but the idea of multiple cars, express lanes, so you're not sitting there for hours. When you get in there, if you want to go to the Narrows, you have to take a bus into that main side. That's kind of like the valley, like take a bus into the valley. So I would love to eventually get to where there's more parking, there's more streamlining. When you want to get to the valley, you can't drive a car unless you're staying in a hotel. Like, those are where I like to see us long term. But right now, we know there's an issue. I think you guys have researched the issue. I think you have a lot of great ideas. I think, let me see here. One of the ideas, or one of the things that Buckley had kind of pushed back a little bit on, was the reservations system. International tourism, again, when it comes to quality of life, I want people to be able to show up and enjoy it. I'm kind of okay with the reservation system being a very last ditch option. So I'm okay with that being in here, but I would rather do the pilot program. I'd rather have the 5-10-year plan. I'd rather see all these other things implemented. And then at the end of the day, if it doesn't work, maybe a reservation system is a conversation. But I do agree with what he's saying. Maybe don't completely say no, but I think it's worth putting on the back end if some of these other things don't get addressed. But I think what I want to say is overall, with the comment portion ending tomorrow and this being what's in front of us, I support it. I think it's well thought out. I think the U.S. Forest Service is not going to have, throughout the park systems, I would probably guess that they probably haven't had a lot of maybe well thought out systems other than Zion, which I think was awesome. But I think they're lucky that you and all these folks came together and really put some ideas together, because it's easy for people to complain, but it's not easy for people to come up with solutions. And I think the fact that you're providing solutions to the U.S. Forest Service, I would hope, Park Service, the Park Service, I would really hope that takes a lot of the guesswork out and really helps them focus on some solutions with you guys. So I don't know what we can do as the board other than support these ideas. And, it sounds like Supervisor Campbell has some requests, which I'm fine with. I think at the end of the day, again, keep it simple, stupid. Let's get with the Park Service. Let's act on some of these. Let's do a pilot program, because there's nothing worse or more damning to motivation than to have these great ideas and then it's like, nah, we're not, or maybe it's like, let's address it, because it is an issue for people coming and who want to have that access and who want to enjoy that time. And I don't want to go in circles. So at the end of the day, I support it. Those are my comments. And let's come back. Let's see this thing with a pilot program, but I do want to I don't know how to influence that 20-year plan, because if I could implement Zion right now in Yosemite, I think it would be amazing. But the parks are different. Each park's a little different.
And that speaks again to a short-term, near-term plan and a long-term plan, because I'll get into my vision for a long-term plan, but I like the idea of a nimble system, like you call it, a targeted approach. In my mind, the reservation system has been the sledgehammer approach, and it may help some, but it really penalizes quite a few that live and work around the park. And yes, it provides for a great visitor experience, but I think we could possibly provide more great visitor experiences with a modulated approach. And so I like this. I like all the thought and the comprehensive nature of this plan. You had suggested express lanes. It's kind of like when you do evacuations, it's called a contra lane, where one side you don't have the exit be exit, you have them be, a fast pass example. And I think there are other solutions that you have suggested that would alleviate some of the lines that are created outside of the park, but we don't know unless we try it. That's why I think using this as a test case to adapt and adjust as we go along to see what works. And the beauty of it is that the Park Service could use this plan to continually adapt and adjust according to who and how many people are coming in. So I'd like to give this a shot. Of course, I don't know how much influence that we have here as a board, but I like the idea. My long-term goals would be to start working towards at every single entrance into the park, there would be some Forest Service land or some kind of land that could be used to create a parking structure and possibly housing for the park people who live and work in the park. They wouldn't necessarily be able to live in the park. Many of them can't because it's just they don't have the room for it. So you'd have these places near the entrance where people come and park their car, and then small shuttles go down to the valley and to different parts of the park where the people want to go. Not necessarily big buses, although Yards could still do that. But cars, you know, just like the Merced plan, when I was a kid reading the Chronicle, I think I was a teenager reading about the Merced plan the first time, that was the vision, to have mainly people in the park and maybe not so much cars. So I think the long-term plan should involve something along those lines. But in the interim, I think this is a beautiful way of having something that's organic and adaptable. And I would like to have the board sign this if that's the will, and I will entertain a motion.
I'll move on. Is it staff recommendation? I'll move on the recommendation. I'll second the letter of support.
Okay, so it was moved by Supervisor Kirk, seconded by Supervisor Brandon. All those in favor say aye.
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 Thank you.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, that carries 4-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you, board. Thank you all very much. I look forward to talking about long-term with you someday.
Yeah. All right. Let's go with our third 1:30 appointment, and then we might take a break. Heather, would you please read that one?
1:30 p.m., item number 3, public hearing to consider Dodd ordinance for zone change RZ 23-001 to rezone a 5-acre portion of 3 parcels totaling 22.91 acres from CK Commercial Recreation to CES Special Commercial under Title 17 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code, TCOC. Notice of exemption pursuant to Section 15061B3 and a notice of determination pursuant to Section 15162 of the state CEQA guidelines.
All right. Who's going to give this presentation?
Oh, good morning, or good afternoon, rather, Madam Chair. It's not going to be me today, Dave Ruby, your CDD Planning Manager. Today's presentations are going to be given to your board by none other than our senior planner, Natalie Rizzi.
Okay, and before you do, I need to notice everybody that this is a public hearing, so I hereby open the public hearing.
All right. Hello, everyone. I am Natalie Rizzi, the senior planner. The first item we have before you is zone change RZ 23-001, and the applicants are Barry and Rebecca Dodd. The project consists of zone change RZ 23-001 to rezone a 5-acre portion of 3 parcels totaling 22.91 acres from CK, which is commercial recreation, to CS, which is special commercial. The applicant has indicated in the future they would like to develop the special commercial parcel with an indoor boat and RV storage facility. This is not a conditional use within the proposed special. This is a conditional use within the proposed special commercial zoning and not an allowable use within the existing zoning, as it would most closely match a mini storage facility. Additionally, any outdoor storage not fully enclosed in a building is also a conditional use in the special commercial zoning and not an allowable use in the CK zoning. A conditional use permit would be required to allow for the indoor boat storage facility and any associated outdoor storage, and the discretionary entitlement would be subject to environmental review at that time. However, we are just reviewing the zone change today. The site consists of 3 parcels totaling 22.91 acres along Jacksonville Road. The parcels are zoned commercial recreation and contain the special commercial general plan. Zone change RZ 23001 proposes to rezone a 5-acre portion of the site to special commercial, which is compatible with the existing general plan land use designation. An application for a lot line adjustment was submitted with the survey division. The lot line adjustment would adjust the property boundaries between the 3 parcels so that the 5-acre special commercial parcel is its own parcel. This hatched area shows the area proposed for rezone to special commercial. This area would become its own parcel following approval of the lot line adjustment by the survey division. The remainder of the site would retain the CK zoning. And this is the exhibit map submitted for the lot line adjustment showing the new proposed parcel configuration. 7 adjoining property owners within 1,000 feet, public agencies, and various stakeholders were notified of the project on January 24th, 2023. No responses were received from adjoining property owners or members of the public. The Tuolumne Band of Miwok Indian Tribal Council, Tuolumne Utilities District, and Tuolumne County Fire Prevention indicated they have no comments or concerns with this project. The California Department of Transportation, or Caltrans, responded and indicated that if any construction activities occur within a state highway right-of-way, an encroachment permit would be required through their office. However, this is not likely due to the project's distance to the nearest state highway. The Environmental Health Division responded and indicated future development of the parcel will require compliance with chapters 13.04, 13.08, and 13.16 of the TCOC for construction of on-site sewage treatment systems and water wells. The Engineering Division responded and indicated future development of the parcels would require the project to comply with commercial encroachment permit standards in Title 11. The project was considered by the Tuolumne County Planning Commission on August 2nd, 2023, as they are the recommending body for zone change applications. The Commission asked clarifying questions of when a well and septic would be required. Staff clarified that a well and septic would be required for development of the site and would be applied for and analyzed at that time. A conditional use or site development permit would be required at the time of construction. 3 members of the public spoke in favor of the project, and no members of the public spoke in opposition or raised concern. The Commission did not raise any concerns with the project. The Commission unanimously voted 7-0-0 to recommend approval of zone change RZ 23001 based on findings A through D. The Board of Supervisors is the deciding body for zone change applications. Therefore, the decision process for zone change RZ 23001 is to approve the project, deny the project, or send the project back to staff. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
You have any questions? Looks like we have no questions here. I'll take it to the public to make any comments on this particular agenda item.
John Buckley, CSERC. I'll just note that our center is one of those speaking in support of the zone change based. It's just simply a zone change from commercial recreation to special commercial. It's not an actual project, even though we're not opposed to any actual, but at this point, there's nothing controversial. The only issue that we noted was that it's a high fire risk area. When there is a project, hopefully the board will keep in mind any mitigation measures appropriate to minimize fire risk. But we saw no issues that were environmental. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? All right, bring it back to the board for any final comments, or I'll entertain a motion. It is. Oh,
we close the public
hearing.
hearing.
We do need to close the public hearing. Thank you. And it is in my district, so I'll make a motion. Let me look at it. I can base it upon staff recommendation, can I? So let's do that. I'll make a motion to approve that. Okay, it's a motion by Supervisor Half, seconded by Supervisor Brandon. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, carries 4-0-0. Thank you very much. And you know, that didn't take very long, so we're going to go. Are you both on with the next one too? So let's have Heather read the next 1:30 public hearing.
1:30 p.m. Item 4, public hearing to consider Schindler. Item 1, adoption of Resolution 84-23 for General Plan Amendment, GPA 21-005, to amend the land use designation of an 8.56 acre parcel from General Commercial GC to Mixed Use MU. Item 2, ordinance for zone change RZ 21-012 to rezone an 8.56 acre parcel from C-1MX General Commercial Mobile Home Exclusion combining to M-U Mixed Use District under Title 17 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code. Notice of exemption pursuant to Section 15061B3 of the state CEQA guidelines.
All right, I'm going to open up the public hearing right now. And yes, please.
All right, again, I'm Natalie Rizzi, Senior Planner, and this item we have before you is General Plan Amendment GPA 21-005 and Zone Change RZ 21-012. The owner is Howard Schindler and the applicant is Eric Smith. Before we get into the project specifics, I wanted to remind your board of the priorities that were set for this year. This project would directly support community health and prosperity, as one of the sub-goals is to develop policies and projects to increase the supply of workforce housing. The project would allow up to 37 residential apartment units. The units would vary between 1, 2, and 3 bedroom to provide for a variety of living situations. The mixed-use zoning and general plan would allow for the development as proposed. The mixed-use designation would allow for commercial uses that are more appropriate for proximity to residential land uses than what is currently allowed under general commercial. The project consists of a resolution for General Plan Amendment GPA 21-005 to amend the land use designation of an 8.56 acre parcel from general commercial to mixed use, and ordinance for zone change RZ 21-012 to rezone an 8.56 acre parcel from C1MX to MU. The board's action consists of a general plan and zone change to mixed use only. However, the Tuolumne County Planning Commission approved conditional use permit CUP 22-011 and site development permit STP 22-007 on August 2nd, 2023, which would allow for the phased development of up to 37 residential apartment units on the site within existing commercial space. The conditional use permit and site development permit are contingent upon the approval of the general plan amendment and zone change to mixed use. The board cannot act or make modifications to the conditional use permit, site development permit, or conditions of approval. However, components of the development are discussed in this presentation to understand the entire project and impacts. The project site is located at 18711 Tiffany Drive, 290 feet northeast of the intersection of Twainhart Drive and Tiffany Drive in the community of Twainhart. The project site is currently developed with the Twainhart Shopping Center, which consists of a 2-story, 23,000 square foot building mainly utilized for office space, and 60,300 square feet of retail commercial space, for a total of 83,300 square feet of floor area. Much of the space is currently vacant. The existing paved parking lot contains approximately 307 parking spaces. Here's a map of the project site and surrounding parcels. The existing general plan land use designation is general commercial, with the project proposing to amend it to mixed use. The mixed use designation is identified as the gray color on this map. There are surrounding parcels that contain the mixed use designation of which the project would be compatible with. The mixed use general plan and zoning are required to allow for commercial and multifamily residential uses within the same parcel. The project development would be phased. Phase 1 consists of conversion of 23,000 square foot building into 21 residential units. Phase 1 also consists of upgrades and modifications of the parking lot and circulation. The number of parking spaces would be increased to 382 spaces. Phase 2 would consist of converting 21,000 square feet of existing retail commercial space into 16 residential units. The remaining 39,300 square feet of space would be left available for commercial uses and would not be modified. Property owners within 1,000 feet, various stakeholders, and public agencies were notified of the proposed project via mail on January 12, 2022. October 17, 2022, and May 1, 2023, due to project revisions and subsequent re-notification. Special interest lists were also notified each time, and the project was shared within the community. The notice was posted on the planning stakeholder page, and a separate project web page was created. A community outreach meeting was held on March 22, 2023, with notifications sent out. These same lists were notified of the project being considered by the Planning Commission and Board of Supervisors. All comments received during the processing of this application have been included in your packet and are organized by when they are received. The comments address concern which are discussed fully in the staff report found in your packet. I will focus on some of the concerns that were addressed in the upcoming slides. Concerns were raised about increased traffic safety, insufficient parking, lack of pedestrian facilities, and public transportation. As demonstrated in the staff report, estimated daily traffic counts, peak hour traffic counts, and the project's vehicle miles traveled, or VMT, would be reduced by the conversion of existing retail, commercial, and office space to multifamily residential uses. The project will require an analysis prior to the certificate of occupancy to look at existing encroachments and driveways, sightlines, internal access roads, and any operational and safety details as reviewed by Public Works. As demonstrated in the staff report, the project would comply with Chapter 17.60 regarding parking and would be verified via submittal of a parking plan. The project is required to provide on-site pedestrian facilities along the project's Tiffany Drive frontage. The Tuolumne County Transit website indicates there is an active bus stop within the shopping center on site. Concerns were raised about water and sewer capacity and the impact the project would have on Twain Harte Community Service District. Discussions with Twain Harte CSD indicated a capacity study was conducted. The study found that there is adequate water capacity to serve the project. The study concluded there would be adequate sewer capacity with the upgrade of a segment of existing sewer main, which consists of upgrading 330 feet of main within the golf club drive right-of-way. This work has been included in the project scope and analysis. The project has been reviewed by Twain Harte Fire Division to ensure compliance with their rules and regulations. Concerns were raised regarding the project's consistency with the general plan and proposed mixed-use designation. This designation is applied within urban areas where a mixture of these uses is desirable, near transportation corridors, downtowns, defined community centers, major commercial centers, schools, and community services. The project site is located within the defined community of Twain Harte as indicated in the general plan. The site is located near Twain Harte Elementary School, downtown Twain Harte, and various community services, including a church and public park. There is an existing Tuolumne County transit stop within the site that picks up at the Twain Harte Market. The Twain Harte Community Service District provides public water and sewer to the site. The site meets the urban definition as included in the general plan. Additional evidence of how the project meets specific goals, policies, and the implementation programs of the general plan can be found in your staff report. Concerns were raised regarding emergency services, specifically law enforcement. Law enforcement would be provided by the Tuolumne County Sheriff's Office with enforcement along state highways provided by California Highway Patrol. Dispatch prioritizes calls based on significance and nature of the call. With the conversion to residential units, the project proponent is required to pay county service impact fees in accordance with Chapter 3.50 of the TCOC. The county service impact fee is collected and used specifically for emergency services, including sheriff, fire, and ambulance. Fire protection would be provided by Twain Harte CSD, which has reviewed the project for compliance with their rules and regulations. Concerns were raised regarding the loss of commercial space and impact on business. The proposed MU zoning allows for commercial uses. All of the existing businesses on site, including the market, fit within permitted uses in the MU district. When comparing the permitted uses between the proposed MU zoning and existing C1, the MU zoning allows for uses that are more appropriate for proximity to residential uses and allows commercial uses that are lower in intensity and impacts than what's currently allowed. The Tuolumne County Planning Commission considered the project on August 2nd, 2023. Questions were raised regarding the project's traffic and circulation requirements. Staff clarified that the manual used for traffic analysis is an industry standard and showed reduced traffic counts and VMT, so no further study was required. Public Works will review the site for consistency with Title 11 and correct any deficiencies, although none were identified during their review. This would be verified prior to the issuance of a certificate of occupancy. If deficiencies were identified, the applicant would work with Public Works to correct those. The Commission would only review the project if changes were substantial. A summary of the questions asked by the Commission and staff's response is contained within the staff report. Members of the public spoke in favor and in opposition to the project, addressing concern. The full list of concerns addressed by the public and Commission are contained in the staff report. The Commission ultimately voted 5-1, with Commissioner Jordan voting no and Commissioner Brinegar abstaining, to recommend to approve the general plan amendment and zone change. They also voted 5-1 to approve the conditional use permit and site development permit, with the addition of a condition to require an outdoor green space for residents of the apartments to utilize. The Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors is the deciding body for general plan amendment and zone changes. Therefore, the decision options for general plan amendment GPA 21-005 and zone change RZ 21-012 are to approve the project, deny the project, or send the project back to staff. Since conditional use permit CUP 22-011 and site development permit SDP 22-007 are contingent upon approval of the general plan amendment and zone change to mixed use, approval of the GPA and rezone would authorize the conditional use permit and site development permit to be issued with the conditions and site plans as approved by the Planning Commission on August 2nd, 2023. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you for that presentation. Questions from the board? You look perplexed, Supervisor Campbell.
I'll just go ahead. Do you, so we had one vote against and one abstention in the Planning Commission. Did either of those members state, I didn't see the meeting, did either of them state their reasons for voting the way they did? And was it anything different than some of the opposition that the community had raised?
So Commissioner Brinegar abstained because he didn't feel like the additional condition was warranted. So that's why he kind of abstained. And then Commissioner Jordan, his main concern had to do with the current state of the market. And, he just indicated mistrust with the project proceeding and moving forward. That seemed to be his main concern, which kind of echoed a lot of the neighbor responses that were received.
When you say mistrust, it's related to the developer actually following through with the plan to build it?
Correct. That's what Commissioner Jordan expressed.
Okay. All right. I was just curious about why the vote came down the way it did. Thank you.
Supervisor Brandon.
Great, thank you. This is probably both to staff and the project kind of proponents and introducers there. I was at, along with Supervisor Half, the March 22nd stakeholder meeting. That was a same but different project that was presented there. A lot of the elements have been removed since that period. As I mentioned, I know we're talking about the zoning, but that's somewhat intrinsically linked to what's being built there, especially when it was, I think, dedicated housing, so it fit within the mixed use. I wanted to ask what happened with that specifically. Why was that reduced kind of when we want to see more housing? Because I thought it looked pretty cool from the public session there. I mean, it looked like a pretty inspired project.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so following that community town hall meeting, staff worked very closely with the applicant, and it seemed like a lot of the concern and a lot of, especially the environmental potential impacts, were centered around those new units, those townhome units, because it would be expanding the site beyond its current footprint. So the applicant, working with us, decided that they wanted to just focus on using the existing building space and existing infrastructure at this time, and, wanted to show that they were working with the community and wanted to, kind of do that, and maybe in the future, if that worked out, they could pursue additional units, but that would require, a new project and new environmental analysis at that time. But just really wanted to focus on using the existing space as it is.
Okay, because it was a multi-part project before, right? This would be the first phase one. Okay.
Yeah, correct. There would have been, right now it's just phase 1 and phase 2. I think with that, it would have been more like 4 or 5 phases.
Okay.
So.
And then I wanted to stretch that just one little bit and to ask either Mr. Schindler or Mr. Smith, is there any desire or willingness, and this is just to understand what the obstacle was, to be able to do the full project, or is this in its current form what's being proposed and you're satisfied and this is what you'd like? Can something be changed? Can something be adjusted? I know that's a little bit of a weird question.
Supervisor Braden, I'm sorry. This is really getting outside the scope of this particular public hearing. So in order to keep this administrative record clean, I think we really need to focus on what's before your board today, which is the general plan amendment and the rezone. So maybe this is a conversation offline. That might be better.
I can't have the conversation offline.
Well, right,
Right.
but what you're asking him is something about a project that's not before your board today. And so in order to consider what is before your board, we really need to keep it and keep our record clean about the project that's before your board today.
Okay. All right, that's all.
Supervisor Kirk, this is in your district. You have questions.
Just a couple questions, and you kind of mentioned it, Supervisor Sarah. Yeah, today we're looking to consider or to approve general plan amendment and rezone, but aren't we also approving a conditional use permit with it? Is that correct? Isn't part of our approval actually a conditional use permit as well?
My understanding that you are approving a general plan amendment and a rezone, and that the site development permit and the conditional use permit were approved by the Planning Commission.
Okay.
But Cody will correct me if I get that wrong.
And the reason why I asked that, as I read through the packet, and I think there's around 61 total conditions or somewhere in there that the Planning Commission had put on it. The fact that it's now here before the board and they've already weighed in, as board members, we can't add conditions to that conditional use. Is that correct?
That's correct, yeah. And Sarah summarized it well. The Planning Commission is the deciding body for the conditional use permit and site development permit. They approve those permits. The appeal period is run on those. There wasn't any appeal to the board, so the board really can't weigh into those conditions that have been approved.
Okay. All right. That is it for questions.
You're done?
Yep, for questions, yeah.
So I just wanted to be clear, the Twain Harte Shopping Center is built kind of like a 7, if you're looking at it, or an L backwards. But it's just the end piece that would form the top of the 7 that is the project site for the housing. Is that correct? For the 37 units? No?
So can you see my arrow moving on the screen? Okay. So the first phase would consist of 21 units in this 2-story building right here. And then the 16 additional units in phase 2 would consist of 1-story commercial space in this area. And then this would remain commercial as is.
Okay, I'm glad for that clarification. I didn't quite get that. And we are approving phase 1 and 2 today, or just phase 1?
So the board decision is on the general plan and zone change to mixed use. So the actual phasing came with the conditional use permit and site development permit. So that was decided by the Planning Commission. But those 2 entitlements, the site development permit and conditional use permit, do require a mixed use designation.
Got it. That's a lot to clarify. Thank you. Okay, those are my questions. So I think I will take it to the public now for public comment on this project. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Chelsea Lewandowski, and I am representing CSERC. Tuolumne County truly needs housing. As the Community Development Department stated in materials to this board, there is an acute housing shortage. Private businesses, as well as Forest Service and Yosemite Park officials, have all identified the lack of housing as a barrier to hiring new employees to fill vacant positions. There have been few housing projects brought forward in recent years. This Twain Harte Villages project is exactly the type of housing needed in the county. First, the structures and parking areas are already in place without the need to clear natural habitat or degrade scenic areas. Second, the site is situated such that the coming and going of families and seniors will not suddenly create new noise levels or cause traffic congestion affecting the few nearby residential properties, particularly with this project being phased in. Third, the site is already authorized to operate at full capacity as a commercial shopping center. A key point is that the transition to apartments will result in less impacts than if the existing authorized uses were all operating at full capacity. Fourth, families who live in the apartments and have elementary age school children will have very close proximity to the school, allowing their children to even walk to school. Plus, when school is not in session, the playground and sports field provide very close and safe play sites for kids. Overall, the project will meet a clear county need for housing with almost no project effects on any of the surrounding properties or residents. Critics of this project have claimed that allowing the apartments will reduce the potential for new retail businesses. As was stated during the Twain Harte meeting and during the Planning Commission meeting regarding this project, the owner has tried for many years to fill the empty retail spaces. Online shopping, however, has greatly diminished the need and desire for brick and mortar stores nationwide. Finally, the applicant has responded to project critics by dropping the originally envisioned townhome units and restaurant. With those aspects now deleted and the entire proposal simply converting existing empty buildings to apartments, this is simply a reuse and renovation of existing structures. The request for the general plan amendment and zone change to allow the project to go forward should be quickly approved, and our center strongly encourages that approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome back.
Yeah, John Buckley. I normally speak for CSERC, but this afternoon I'm speaking as a Twain Harte area resident. I've lived there for more than 40 years, and I could go into all the details that have already been shared by your staff about it doesn't increase risk for this, it doesn't increase risk for that. In fact, it reduces the amount of vehicle counts or all vehicle miles traveled. There's all these things that are less of an impact than it was fully developed in what it's already authorized to be. But here's the point that I share, and it's somewhat of a frustration is, so some of you know that I've been before this board and planning commissions for 33 years on planning issues. There are times when there are truly precious natural areas that are targeted for a development project, which is going to change the blue oak woodland, or it's going to pave over areas that have lots of habitat and everything. And our center has listed environmental concerns and consistently looked for alternatives to either mitigate it or to, look for an alternative site. We almost never win with this board. I can't remember when we have ever won with this board on such a matter. This project came forward. It's to use buildings that have been sitting vacant for decades. Some of them are not in the very best of condition because there's no incentive to fix the exterior where there may be something that's, dilapidated or whatever, because there's not an economic need. And the need for housing is everyone is in agreement, maybe not to the extent Jaron wants it, but to the extent that we do need a tremendous amount of housing, this is an opportunity. So all I'm sharing is this is like the no-brainer at the meeting there in Twain Harte where all these people, showed up and they didn't like, the developer, the owner of the shopping center, they didn't like the fact that changes had happened. But in reality, what was being proposed was not controversial, did not have a high environmental risk to it, even with the new townhomes and the dome thing, but it, at least by the response of the developer, of the applicant, showed even greater sensitivity to try and find a way to move this forward. So all I'm sharing is this seems to be the no-brainer. I would hope that you guys would see this as how to potentially support similar type places where buildings have sat vacant for a long time and have ways that can make good use of them. So thank you. I'd be glad to answer any questions if there are some, but it has our support. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Hi, my name is Joanne McCullough, and I used to work at Twain Harte as a transitional kindergarten teacher, and I also support this project. A lot of the students would go up the hill. They lived in on Highway 108 in Miwok and up there, and a lot of them didn't come to school at all when it was snowing or even icy, or they'd come really late. So I encourage this project so the kids will come to school every day.
Thank you. Hello there.
Hello, Bob Kirk from Miwok Village. We heard this morning about a shortage of housing, and I was interested to note that one of the qualifiers was a shortage of well-maintained housing. I think many of the community concerns center around the idea of well-maintained. Clearly, the shopping center has not been well-maintained over the last 4 decades. We know that leopards don't change their spots. We can expect maintenance to be an ongoing problem. I was a tenant of Suite A in the 2-story building from about 1982 to 2000. We started with an office that was already finished, then took a second office, which was also finished. I worked for a large corporation, headquartered elsewhere, and to my knowledge, their computer system faithfully generated a monthly rent check, and we paid a premium for that square footage space. Around 2000, we needed more space and asked the landlord to finish 2 adjacent unfinished offices so we could expand. The response was simple and astonishing: no. Well, we moved across the street to the KKBN building. They were grateful to have us and accommodated our relatively simple request to move a few partition walls. Based on my firsthand experience, I share the Twain Harte community's concerns about this project. Section 8 housing is not mentioned in the project documents, and indeed it is not necessary to mention it. Given the landlord's reluctance to spend any money on the center, even for basic maintenance, it is quite likely the landlord will seek every dime possible from governmental sources, which make Section 8 housing very plausible. I believe if this zoning change is approved for this project by this developer, the end result will be poorly maintained housing, bringing more blight. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Board. My name is Gary Sipperly from Twain Harte. I would like to echo what he just said and I guess repeat what Commissioner Jordan had in his mind when he objected to the program. I agree that we need housing. I would, however, say, and while I often agree with Mr. Bleckley, I guess I would be the no-brainer here, because about 3 years ago, I was president of the Twain Harte Chamber of Commerce. We had a meeting with some business owners, some business people in town, real estate people, with Mr. Schindler to try to help him get businesses to come to the shopping center. Shopping center is vital to Twain Harte. And the result of that meeting was nothing. He makes the point that businesses are doing things far more online now. Twain Harte Pharmacy moved out not because of online businesses. They moved out because their rent was exorbitant, their roof leaked perpetually, they couldn't maintain the parking lot. That's why they left. I don't want to make this personal with Mr. Schindler, but My issue is confidence. I don't have confidence in the developer, and if it could be done with someone else in some other way, perhaps, but the way it's proposed right now, I disagree, and I hope we can do it. Thank you.
Anybody else? All right, I'll close the public hearing. Bring it back to the board. Who wants to go first? Sure.
I said, do you want me to go first or last? And you said, sure. Okay. Where do I start? I'm gonna try and make this as simple as possible. I have been staying out of the meetings because I didn't want. When I say the meetings, I mean the town hall meetings with Tween Heart. Because I didn't want to give opinions. I didn't want to slip up and say anything until we got to this meeting today. Part of my frustration is the process. I want to put conditions on this project for some of the reasons that were stated in this room. The Tween Heart Shopping Center is, in my opinion, it's so vital to Tween Heart, but yet at the same time, it's such a dump. I can't tell you how many times I've gone in there and trying to buy food at the shop, at the market, and there's water leaking through the roof, there's buckets everywhere, there's tarps. You hear about the pharmacy, you hear about all these things, and it's frustrating just as a community member to not understand why there's not more respect given to people who have to work in these conditions, who shop in these conditions, who do business in these conditions. So for me, that's just kind of something I've always carried even before before becoming a board member. When I went back and I looked at the multiple phases, I think there's 3 phases, and then to see Schindler basically go out to these community meetings and see him retract some things, listen to the public, even with the look of the shop of the center and what he wants to do. There's some requirements within Tween Heart which he doesn't have to abide by, but he still did. I can really appreciate the fact that there is some forward movement to some of Tween Heart's concerns, and he's listening to those, he's taking them in, he's addressing them. I can honestly appreciate that. So today, again, I want to reiterate the fact that I am really bummed out that I don't get to put conditions on this project because it's already been through the Planning Commission. There was no appeal to the board, so I'm kind of stuck in a little bit. That's a real bummer for me. Without going on for too long, I think the easiest way I can explain this is, Mr. Buckley from CSERC, he wasn't speaking on behalf of CSERC, but he was glad that there were not environmental issues to be had here, which I completely agree with. We're not building anything really new. It's pre-existing. We're just retrofitting it. But there's other factors to this conversation that I believe are missing, which are the social concerns and the quality of life concerns for the folks at Tween Heart who I represent. I don't like to ever hide behind the people who elect me, because you elected me to make decisions. Sometimes I make them, you don't like them. Sometimes you do, and I say, too bad, so sad, vote me out if you don't agree with me, but that's what we're here. On this one, we need housing. And some of the examples that were brought up are folks from the U.S. Forest Service or folks who are seasonal. Part of the conversation in here is there could eventually be Section 8 housing, which isn't going to be U.S. Forest Service folks. It's not going to be professionals, blue-collar workers. It's going to be a different type of people, in my opinion. Working in law enforcement, I've seen those types of people. So I'm more concerned for the Tween Heart residents with their social quality of life and where this may lead to, because we don't know what type of folks may end up living in there. So for me, it's tough because we need housing, but part of my gripe is that I don't get to put conditions on this project, which really eliminate me from having a voice in this project. I'm just faced with a yes or a no. That's it. So I think what I want to end with is this little perspective, and then I'll tell you why I'm going to vote the way I'm going to vote. And that is, if I owned a piece of property and the applicant wanted to buy it from me, and I went and did my research and I saw the properties that he currently owns, I would say no, because the quality of life, if I were to sell you my piece of property, is going to change for me and for my neighbors. Now, if that piece of property was going to be purchased by somebody else and they maintain their properties, they maintain their rentals, there weren't complaints, there weren't dilapidation, I would say yes. So I will not be supporting this project because I think 20, 30 years from now, if this is continued to be managed under these hands, we're going to have bigger problems than what we have now. And I want the quality of life for Twin Heart to maintain and get better. I don't want it to change, and I think it's going to change for the negative if we go down this path. So I'm going to be voting no against this project.
Thank you. Supervisor Campbell.
Thank you, Chair, and I very much respect the perspective of my colleague. My feeling about this, having read all of the comments that were submitted on this, in my view, we absolutely need housing. I do support this because I've heard people talk about the condition of the property, and there are a couple of issues that I would like to point out, but it's not the appropriate time to do that. But my point in saying that is that there are issues now. It has been vacant for a very long time, and without, I don't want to sound crass, but it can't get any worse than it is right now. It's vacant. It's not being maintained to a level. If there is interest in the property owner and to develop it and use it for another purpose, particularly a purpose that we desperately need in this county, which is housing, then I'm all for it. And honestly, what our job here is today is to look at whether the findings are sound, whether it is consistent with the general plan, with the ordinance codes, and whether it's correct under the zoning district, and whether it qualifies under CEQA, Environmental Quality Act review, and on all those counts, I think it absolutely does. And so it's pretty hard to refute it. There are conditions that I would want to place on it too, so I share that concern, and I don't fully understand all of the discussion that the Planning Commission had about it and what conditions they did or could have put in place. But I think that if there's a desire to develop housing, we need to be supportive in the county. And as long as it's following the rules that we have set in place as a government, and if they're following those rules and checking those boxes, we have to approve the project because that's appropriate. And I think some of the commenters made some really good points that there is already, parking there, which is a big issue for me. It's right next to the school. It'd be nice if there was a crosswalk there, but again, that's not the time to talk about it. So I think it checks all of the boxes. I think that the applicant is following the path that the county has laid out for people interested in doing these projects, and so I'm supportive.
Thank you. Supervisor Brandon.
Thank you. Not everybody knows, but until I was 8 years old, I grew up in Twain Harte. I went to Black Oak Elementary. I was going to ask, I don't know if there's any chance. No? Okay. Anyway, see if you were one of my teachers. Before all of that closed down, and I very fondly remember going to the video store and to the pizza place and being able to go shopping in the market. I don't always get up the hill. I spend a lot of time in district. But when I do, and when I've gone to meetings or passed through, a lot of that area is a ghost town. It's missing a lot. It's a lot of empty homes, and it's a lot of vacant shopping centers. I don't know a better definition of blight than a completely vacant shopping center. So it's silly to me that we wouldn't approve something that is going to invest in a property because it has deferred maintenance issues and has been abandoned for a long time. That, to me, doesn't make any sense. There's no income. It's not a profit motive. It's kind of bringing in the government to step over a private property right to do something that's in alignment with all of our plans, to invest money to create housing in a private way and then conduct it according to their business and to step in. I respect some of the comments that were brought up on the trust stuff. I don't think that's the issue here today. At that town hall, a lot of what I heard were traditionally what I would consider NIMBY comments. It was the idea of we don't want mixed use because mixed use could be, this type of housing or that type of housing, or what if they rent with these people? It's going to change the character of everything. And I'm not sure that there would be a project up there that would be supported. As was brought up, this is about as minimally impactful to the community lifestyle as anything that could be proposed. So I think the biggest disappointment is actually, to me, it could be more utilized and have more. I know we're not talking about that, and I agree. I would love to see conditions of approval with this. But we need the housing. And I think mixed use is flexible and it will adapt to the market, and it's a good tool. I think it would be good for the area and the county, and Forest Service workers too. I guess one of the things is when we talk about affordable housing as a potential that could go in and it fits under the mixed use kind of codes there, 80% of average median income for that is, I believe, $48,000 for a household. I make $4,000 more a year than that. So I am like less than 10% away from probably affording Section 8 housing within the household. Most Forest Service workers, I have one living with me, make way less than that. And so a lot of our working folks who probably have to commute up there, I think actually my housemate probably does have to go up to the Twain-Hart area to do a lot of his job, hopefully would be able to live in the community that they do work in. I think that's the end goal. So I'm supportive of this change. I would love to see the project come back and have that creative thinking of how can it even be more than it is without getting too specific. So thank you.
So can you go flip to the last slide on this presentation, our choices? All right. I have a question before I ask this question. Were there any conditions put on this project by the Planning Commission?
So they specifically added a condition to require there be like a green outdoor space for residents of the apartment units. That was the only one specifically added by the commission. There were, I believe the count is 61, so the other 60 conditions were put on by staff.
So are there any conditions that these apartments need to be used for full-time, long-term rentals and not Airbnb?
Yes, Madam Chair. Condition number 52 of the approved conditional use permit and site development permit entitlement says the residential units shall not be rented out for a period of less than 30 days.
Okay.
So it is intended to be a longer term rental.
Okay, good. I didn't remember that. All right, so then I don't have to worry about this. I'll have to tell you, I'm on the fence. I'm on the fence because I went to the hearing in March, and there was a lot of backlash about the upkeep and maintenance. That's what I'm paying most attention to. And I think the developer, the owner of this property, has an opportunity here, if I vote for this, to build back trust and to show a good faith effort that this will be a stellar project and one that the community will be proud of and that the owner will be proud of. We do, I'm sorry, I'm thinking as I'm talking. We do need housing. And I've been a big proponent on this board, as several of us have, in fact, all of us have been proponents for housing. We need housing. So if I vote yes, that's my expectation for the developer, for the owner to prove everybody who said, negative things about the upkeep, to prove them wrong with this particular project.
Madam Chair, if I may be so bold as to interrupt, for the benefit of you and your board as well, I'd like to point out a few other conditions of approval.
That would be great. Thank you.
That might be noteworthy for your consideration right now. And these are tied to the conditional use permit and the site development permit. These go with the project if your board signs off on the rezone and general plan amendment. So, condition number 50, as written, the property owner shall be responsible for maintaining the signage, including the sign located at the corner of Twainhart Drive and Tiffany Drive, pertaining to the site. Signage shall receive regular maintenance so that they don't decay, fade, warp, chip, or otherwise deteriorate in appearance. Condition number 51, the buildings and infrastructure on the site shall receive regular maintenance so as not to appear dilapidated or deteriorated. And condition number 53, an on-site or off-site manager shall be provided for the facility. Information identifying the manager and their current contact information shall be provided to the Land Use and Natural Resources Division. And the intent of that one is so that my office can follow up on enforcing the conditions of approval if there are complaints and things are out of compliance. So we hope that we've baked in some conditions of approval to the entitlements pertaining to the development of the site that address some of those great concerns that have been voiced by several and are legitimate. So we're hoping that that will assuage some hesitation and that we have some mechanisms in force on this entitlement package that can give some assurances that it won't go unwatched.
That's very helpful. Thank you for that, Dave. And one other question then, was there a condition on maintaining the parking lot?
That one would fall under the same one. That is considered infrastructure on the site, so it falls under the blanket of that one. That would be condition number 51.
Yeah, I think Supervisor Campbell has a question before I make a decision.
So I spent a lot of time in this particular location, so I know it very well. If you wouldn't mind bringing up that aerial map real quick, are there any conditions that, thank you, that would address looking forward, and I feel optimistic about it because when I look at the plans and I look at the artist rendering of the site, I think of young families, working people with young children. It's right next door to the elementary school, right across the street. The issues that I think of there, which is best case scenario, it's up and running, it's full, got young families in there, they're going to want to walk to school. There's actually a fairly well-developed entryway facing the parking lot on the elementary school side. And there's, I wouldn't call it a sidewalk, but there's a little kind of a in-between sidewalk area there. There are no crosswalks that lead to it. So if we had, several families living there with children who would walk presumably along the sidewalk that's already there in the parking lot, once they get to the point where they want to cross the street, there's no place to do it safely. In fact, there's also a bush that's right that makes it really hard as a pedestrian and also kind of if you're in a car, makes it really difficult to see traffic. So my question is, are there any conditions that would make that situation better, that the cross-traffic visibility could be improved, and that there might potentially be a crosswalk put in there at some point?
Yes.
And I'm sorry I'm putting you on the spot with that.
Let me look it up.
In-depth question based on my years of soccer practice experience in that spot.
Okay. I've got good news for you, soccer dad. Condition number 45 that was adopted by your planning commission says verification shall be provided to the engineering division, Public Works, that all encroachments conform to county requirements. A sightline analysis shall be submitted to ensure that there are sufficient sightlines. All roads serving the site shall meet current Title 11 standards, including but not limited to road widths, right-of-way widths, traffic striping, marking, and signage. Verification shall be provided by a qualified professional. So the intention, and this is scheduled to happen before certificate of occupancy is issued for the first residential housing unit that gets rented out. Before anybody can move in, Public Works has to sign off on the conditions of the road. That'd be Tiffany Drive, and they're going to look at the intersections of Tiffany and Twain Harte Drive as well. Make sure that they're safe, they're good to go. One of the things that they did highlight when they reviewed the site is that there's a crosswalk deficiency right at that spot, and it's a logical place to add one. So I'm pretty sure that they're going to catch that when they review the deliverable that is required for them to review and sign off on of a traffic striping and layout plan for the parking lot and the road to go into construction. So.
Okay. So even though we as a board don't have the authority to require those two particular things, as a component of the approval process, the county does have that ability.
Yes,
in
that's
working
correct.
with the developer. Okay, that's
Public
great.
Works is probably going to pounce on that.
Okay.
And I'm sure you're going to see a crosswalk.
Okay. That's great. Thank you.
All right, Supervisor Kirk has another question.
Just real quick, what would trigger a because again, I just want the board to hear a big part of my reservation or my no is because I can't apply conditions. What would trigger the ability for this to come back to the board at a future date and apply conditions? Is it only if we were to move on to other phases and just those phases?
No, the phases are a package deal.
So what would trigger that? I guess
what would trigger this to come back to your board?
Would we ever have another chance? Would we ever have a chance to, as a board, apply conditions?
So the only thing I can think of, Supervisor Kirk, would be if your board voted on a motion to send this project back to staff for further refinements and to bring it back to your board at a later date for a vote with refinements.
With refinement. So go back.
Or changes.
And then put it back on this calendar for refinement, at which point then we can add conditions. That's an option?
I think so.
Okay.
I'll look to council
Would
for
it have to go
clarification
back
on
to
that.
the planning commission again?
Respectfully would clarify that or differ a bit in that the conditional use permit and the site development permit have been approved by the planning commission. So that approval has, and the appeal period's run, so that approval on those two entitlements, in my view, is final.
Okay.
If there were some sort of proposed expansion of use or different use or some sort of other conditional entitlement.
So that's what would trigger it?
That would trigger an additional, potentially an additional planning commission approval that could be appealed to the board, not necessarily automatically come back to the board.
Okay.
But as far as the site development permit and the conditional use permit that are currently approved, I don't really see any mechanism for that coming back to the board.
That would have been my question too. Yeah, thank you for asking that. Okay. And I'm kind of citing on the statement that Supervisor Campbell made that everything that we are to approve has been met, basically. So I'm going to go ahead and approve this when we vote. But I hope that you're really hearing my comments and my statements. And with that, I will call for a motion.
So I'll go the easy route here. I did have it pulled up, but I lost it. I'll move that we approve the staff recommendation with findings A through D and CDD. Staff recommendation with findings A through D. Anything else?
Second, I think.
Okay.
Okay. It was moved by Supervisor Campbell and seconded by Supervisor Brandon. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Opposed.
Any abstentions? Carries 3-1-0. And with that, we're going to take a 10-minute break. We'll be back at 3:55. Thank you. I know. Okay, we're going to resume our meeting. And Heather, where are we? We're at the district attorney item, right? Number 27. Would you please read that?
Item number 27, consideration of adopting Resolution 82-23, changing the standard days and hours of operation of the Tuolumne County District Attorney's Office and Victim Witness Assistance Center due to operational and fiscal constraints.
Thank you. Well, hi there.
Good afternoon, Board. Cassandra Jenneke, your Tuolumne County District Attorney. Today we are back before your board with a request to reconsider our August request regarding the hours of operation for the DA's office and our Victim Witness Assistance Center. So not to rehash the entire history of the position in our request, that was included in the board item both in August and again for today's meeting. The board provided direction regarding the operations of our office, and I took that back to my leadership team. The task I gave them was, ourselves, was fairly specific in that I wanted to ensure that there was zero or negative impact to the general fund, that we were using all of our available resources to try to fill the gap, and that we were balancing the administrative needs of our office with the services that we provide to the community. So the proposition that we developed and that's before your board today is to underfill the open assistant to the department head position with an admin technician 2. That we close our office for the entirety of Wednesdays, and that we operate Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday from 9 to 12 and 1 to 4 with open office hours during that time. The reason that this was proposed was first because there is zero impact on the general fund, and in fact it will present a cost savings for the general fund because the administrative technician salary is less than that of the assistant to the department head. It utilizes our available resources in that the assistant to the department head position is currently vacant. However, what it does do is balance the need that we have for the person that fills that position to support me and the rest of the leadership team with the administrative goals of our office, while also trying to maximize the amount of hours that we are open to the public. We would be proposing to move from 45 hours open to the public if we're working on an 8 to 5 with no closure period, Monday through Fridays, with a reduction to 24 hours open. That was also proposed because that builds in a lunch hour for the administrative technician too, so that it minimizes the impact on other members of the DA's office for coverage. And it maximizes the number of days that we are open. I received some questions from the board once the item was placed on calendar, and so I just wanted to address some questions that I received. I believe one supervisor inquired about why closing on Wednesdays. Wednesdays is a day where we see the least amount of foot traffic through our office. It coincides with kind of us getting over the glut of contact that we get after weekends where we see an increase in crime. And then we are oftentimes gearing up for some increasing in crime that occurs Thursday and Fridays that would impact individuals coming into our office. Wednesdays are also a day where our court obligations are minimized in comparison to the rest of the days on the court calendar. And so that allows us to have in-office meetings with individuals that we need to speak with. It also coincides with when we have the majority, if not all, of our multidisciplinary team meetings that take a fairly significant assignment of resources from our office. So that is our request today, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions from the board? Supervisor,
do you want to start? Or okay.
Supervisor Campbell.
Just thank you very much, District Attorney Jenneke. I just had one kind of just clarifying question by way of a question, a suggestion. So if you look at the recommendation, what you're asking for is resolution to change the standard days and hours of operation. And it says closed on Wednesdays. Just to clarify, we're not saying closed on Wednesdays, we're saying by appointment on Wednesdays. Would that, because you are still meeting with the public, but it would be by appointment only on Wednesdays, right? Because the way it sounds
Sure.
is that the district attorney's office is just not operating on Wednesdays, which we know is not the
would
case,
not be true.
and
No,
that's
we'll
not
be
what
there.
you're asking for. So it would be meeting open to the public 9 a.m., 12 a.m., you know, all that stuff, and then by appointment Wednesdays, is that a suitable language change? I'm just trying to be as clear as possible.
Sure. Thank you for that question of clarification. I think in short answer, the answer is yes, but then also a caveat that not every member of the district attorney's office is going to be available for unlimited appointments on the days of Wednesdays, right? It's as available or as needed. And so, I think that
Well, put it this
that may not add clarity, actually.
Okay. Would you be taking, and I apologize for putting you on the spot. Would you be taking meetings by appointment between attorneys and members of the public on Wednesdays at all?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, I think that would make sense because then we would have minimal interruption.
I guess I'll just say my issues with just saying we are closed on Wednesdays. That's kind of because it's not exactly, to me, closed means that the doors are closed, the lights are turned off, and nobody's working. And that's not exactly what we're trying to say.
CAO Riggs.
I'm sorry, I thought that when we spoke, the intent was that the office was closed to the public, meaning they would be inside doing work very much like CDD does on Fridays in Public Works. They're still in there working, but yet they're not actually taking people into appointments so they can focus on all of research, paperwork, everything that they're, and obviously I can't speak to all they're doing on Wednesdays, but it's my understanding that the district attorney wants that to be closed to the public so they can focus on getting work done, but not meeting with members of the public.
I totally get that. I'm nitpicking the terminology, and I recognize that that's what I'm doing. But it is important because saying you're closed, I don't think that's quite accurate to what we're saying. And I'm looking it up now, but I want to see exactly what CDD has on theirs because I know it doesn't say just closed.
Close to the public. Walk-in traffic or?
Yeah, close to the public. Okay. So would that be acceptable change? Just closed?
Sure.
Just change that word close
That was
to the
the
public?
intention, certainly.
Okay.
It's not as if I'm giving my staff Wednesdays off or myself.
Exactly. I'm more worried that our community members might read it that way when that's not true.
Sure.
That's what I'm concerned
So
about.
in the resolution, in the bold where it says Tuolumne County District Attorney's Office, and then it goes into in-person phone and so forth for all the days, and it says closed on Wednesdays, it could say closed to the public on Wednesdays. Just
Sure.
add to
And
the
I don't
public.
know if I need to go back and formally amend that or if the chair can write that in.
Well, we know that our clerk of the board would appreciate at some point having an amended resolution if that's the direction of the board. And we would also recommend that we just be clear, it's in the whereases, but also in the now therefore be it resolved that we include that this is for this fiscal year. It shall end on June 30th, 2024, unless it's further extended.
Well, I'll just ask Kenko, is that change necessary or are we just gilding the lily?
I would recommend it because right now, if you don't have it that way, then what you've ordered is that that's sort of ongoing unless you, and I know that the intent is to have it end this fiscal
You would
year.
recommend to have
Well, if
to the
that's your
public?
intent. Oh, no, to the public. I think that makes it very clear.
You are
that that's the
recommending that?
intent.
Okay.
I would.
Okay.
But Sarah, you're also recommending that last whereas be the very last part of this. Is that what you're saying also?
Correct.
Yeah. So we'd flip that and put, because this is conditional. It's for just the remainder of this fiscal year. So we would have that be the last part of this resolution.
So Heather, you could put in there on that last where it says Tuolumne County District Attorney has the now therefore it be resolved, and there's Tuolumne County District Attorney's Office in person, phone, email access. When it says closed on Wednesdays to the public to expire on June 30th, 2024.
Perfect.
And I can submit an amended resolution.
Well, I think if we agree to that here, I think, Heather, that's something you can do, right? As long as we state it.
If I make a motion with that change.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No fuss, no muss. Other comments? Other questions?
Questions or comments?
Well, we're doing questions, I guess, first, aren't we?
It started as a question, but
Yeah.
it just kind of.
Let's do questions because we need to go to the public as well. No? I don't have any questions. We'll go to the public. Public comment, please.
So I would just like some clarification. Is this admin assistant 2 a part-time position, so it's only 4 days a week? So it's not a 5-day-a-week full-time position?
So if that's your question, we'll have you sit down and we will ask the
Well,
DA
if it's
to.
only a part-time position, then I have further comments.
Okay,
Because
so
she came to you a few weeks ago and said she would need like $25,000 to staff that position 5 days a week and be open 5 days a week. Excuse me, and you were opposed to that. And yet earlier today, you voted to give Soulsbyville Elementary School $50,000 to put in a security camera system when the school district is not in your jurisdiction. So I'm concerned about how you choose to spend your money when she's been pretty clear about what she needs. So if it's only a 4-day position and she's closed 1 day a week and then you want to argue about it, that doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
thank you for your comments. DA, could you come up and answer that?
Certainly. One of the conversations that we had at the last time that this item came before your board was a conversation about possibly increasing the part-time position that we gave up to a full-time position. What would it look like to fund that position in this year's budget? As a leader within this county and within the county organization, I took back to my team a directive that we were not going to increase our financial impact to the general fund this year. It's not fair to the other departments that gave up money when we had to make the 3% cuts, and so that was something that I was very clear about with my team. So I don't stand here before your board today asking for more money. That was certainly a solution I could have proposed to your board, and we chose not to. So I don't want to conflate the two issues because I didn't bring that before your board for a decision today. It is a full-time position. The reason why we are proposing that the position provide limited front reception, first person of contact support for the members of the public is because by doing this underfill, we are losing another full-time back of the house admin support position. And so having the underfilled position provide support to the extent that they can, both to the public with limited hours and to the leadership and rest of the DA team in the back of the house during those times where they are not required up front, was the best way that my team could propose balancing those needs. So it is a full-time position. It's proposed as a full-time position. It's unfortunate that the assistant to the department head job description is limited. Well, not unfortunate, that's the wrong word. The assistant to the department head position is simply limited in that it cannot provide that kind of front desk support that is envisioned and needed and was directed by your board to maintain. So that is the reason behind our proposal. I hope that makes sense.
Yeah, thank you for that. And I'll ask if there's any other public comment. Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. Comments? Supervisor Brandon.
Great, thank you. It's kind of on the edge of asking a question or whether it was a comment. I know that with what happened with the budget and the expectations, you brought a proposal forward. It was rejected. This is a proposal kind of coming back. I think Carol brings up a really good point with that. Kind of simply put, with the decisions made within that budget, I don't think it's unreasonable to do an appointment-only system. To me, that makes sense. And if we would like to pay for that full-time assistance, I think we can have that conversation. I thought it'd be kind of coming back. But what it is right now is coming at the expense, if you look within the memo, of a fentanyl awareness campaign. And that is one of the things that's racking some of our communities, including we see this in Jamestown. And so having walk-in hours, 24 hours a week at the DA's office, when you can call, you can email, and you can come in to schedule an appointment. It's only unscheduled walk-ins who are not calling and not emailing. that to me is not worth losing some of the advocacy efforts on a really dangerous drug within our community and some of the other work that they do in the district attorney's promotion. So I don't support this currently. I'd like us to go back to the original proposal. I won't take any more time up with that. If we'd like to have this, I would prefer it be a budget action and we figure out where we're paying for it and kind of do that work.
Thank you. Supervisor Kirk.
Thank you. I was one of the supervisors who emailed the DA, so thank you for responding. I think after going back and forth and having a little bit of time to chew on it, I'm going kind of back to the simplicity of my earlier statement at the first item, which is law enforcement. I think law enforcement is one of which the DA is a part of, which needs to have access. I think if we could push the messaging of getting appointments online and scheduled, I think that would be helpful. But I'm just going back to the simplicity is I think law enforcement needs to be accessible. I think they need to have the doors open Monday through Friday. If this board does not agree with that, I think the only wiggle room I would consider is maybe offsetting it a little bit, like 9 to 12 and 1 to 4. That way you still get a morning, an hour in the morning, and there's an hour midday. There's capacity there. You can do a lot in 2 hours. I'm not going to pretend like I know your office because I know you guys are busy. I know that. I'm saying you're law enforcement and people need to have access to law enforcement. So that's where I stand. But I will give wiggle room if we want to break the days up a little bit. But Wednesday, appointment only.
What you're saying is you want
Monday
the
through
DA's
Friday.
office to be open at least at some point every single day of the week.
Yes.
The work week.
So my thought was like a 9 to 12 and a 1 to 4, Monday through Friday. And I don't like that we're like, oh, how about this?
Yeah.
It's like, for me, it's simple law enforcement. I want people to access them. And sometimes when people are in times of need, they don't have, or crises or dealing with something, I want them to be able to access our DA's office.
I do respect your position, Supervisor, on that, but I just remember the conversation that we had with our district attorney the last time she was here with a proposal, and we didn't support that proposal at the time because I think there were very good reasons for that, but we asked her to work the problem and come back with a solution. And my feeling is that she has done that and done an exemplary job of that. It's not ideal. We have to work within the framework of the capacity that there is at the district attorney's office, and the person in the room who's best suited to know what that is standing before us, and so that's why and I know I did make an issue of close to the public. And I apologize for that because it's a simple but I think significant change. But the spirit of I think what is being proposed I do support because it is open most of the time. And if they need a day to work through some of these other issues and just have a known calendar of appointments that they know on Wednesday we're going to have this amount of work and so I'll have this amount of time to do the prep that I need for trial or investigations or all of the different things that they do. I think building in that level of predictability is a healthy thing to do, and that's the recommendation that we're getting, and so I support that. And I didn't say so before because we were kind of asking questions, but I'm really grateful that Cassandra, that District Attorney Janicki took the time to kind of work the problem and discuss it with her staff and with the administrator's office to come to us with a better proposal.
Thank you. I'm going to be very blunt here. Our board has a problem in that we're not very supportive of our department heads. And this is the second time this department head is before us. She took the direction, she worked with her staff, she came up with a solution that is only for her department. And here we have a split vote because I am in complete agreement with everything that Supervisor Campbell said. And I'd like to know if there is a possibility that we might have at least a 3-person vote to give this department what they need to go ahead and do their job.
So can I make a response? If you go back and you watch the board meeting, I wasn't in support of changing hours at the beginning. So I did not ask department heads to bring this before the board the first time. I did not ask department heads to bring this to the board the second time. I've been on the same page. I'm just relaying it's law enforcement, and
Right.
we should have public access to it.
And you heard me about we have a reputation of not supporting our department heads, right?
Yeah, but let's take it one issue at a time. I've been very clear since.
Okay.
I don't think any of our board members asked to have this brought to us. The first time, the second time, yes.
I don't want to make it an argument, but I do want to make a response to that. I think we've had a number of proposals, in particular from the district attorney's office, and I have been on the side of requesting resources for that, and we have put them elsewhere, and that is fine. What came before us was a request to invest in that staff person. To my knowledge, there's no dollars allocated in this, right?
Right.
We're not giving more positions.
No.
So this isn't supporting the department. This is telling them to basically cut something else so that they can keep the office open against what was the initial department head's wishes. So to me, that's not supporting the department head. Bringing back the compromise, I'm not here to say don't do anything. Look, if mine fails and there was no other option, I would accept this, as opposed to just saying we'll do both and make it all work. But my preference, especially on a first vote, is the fentanyl campaign is more important. And if we want that, we should give them resources. I do agree with the concept. I don't think it applies in this circumstance.
So I have a question for you, Sarah. It appears that if I bring this to vote, it's going to be a 2-2. Any suggestions?
Well, 2-2 would mean it would fail, but it sounds like Supervisor Brandon might be inclined to reconsider after an initial motion that fails. That's what I understood.
What I would like, if we put forward what it is right now, I don't plan to support it. I would like to have a vote of what the original proposal was by the department head, or we send this back to amend it with resources to do what we want. Either way.
So
if that makes sense.
Clarify. I'm not sure what you mean by original proposal, because
52,000. What was it?
we are you talking about the budget proposal? Because when we met at the last board meeting, what you're talking about in terms of the position wasn't part of the proposal.
Correct. I can clarify what I mean is in budget, the decision was made to not necessarily have that position there. That was it. You're right. At the last proposal before the board, it wasn't either staffing, but
so on that point, what I would just wanted to point out is that not approving every request during a budget period from every department, in that context, I don't think that qualifies as not supporting department heads, because we can't possibly give every request to every department head during a budget discussion. But when we're talking about department head being before us on one issue, I want to change the hours to X, Y, Z so I have time to do the work. That's a specific request, requires no expenditure of funds, which to me that makes a big difference in terms of the kind of conversation we have. It's something that it only affects the DA's office. It's not going to affect the general fund, and by extension, not going to affect other departments. And so I have to trust that the DA knows what she's doing, and if she came up with this plan, then it works for her staff.
Well, I did not bring up the point about department heads. I agree we should consider it on case by case. I think actually at that meeting, you had the comment that I agreed the most with, which was if this is important, we should send it back to staff and investigate finding money to be able to put back into that. That would be my ideal. If we choose this as a priority, we would fund that. Again, this is coming back at our direction. This is not the initial proposal of what the department had wanted. I'm not denying that you put a lot of work probably into this to figure out something that's workable, but this is agreeing with our direction, which I wasn't initially part of in the first place.
Ms. Janicki, I think you have something to say, something to tell us.
I appreciate the conversation, truly I do. When we came before your board at budget time, I spoke to your board and expressed the very significant concern that I had about our budget outlook. Asking for more money now flies in the face of that concern, and I won't do it. I very much appreciate Supervisor Brandon's proposition focus comments since we've gone back to the board for comment. It summarized also kind of an email exchange that him and I had about this issue. I know that there is some thought process that, a 3% cut isn't a lot, and budget wasn't that bad this year, so, why are we here now? Those were questions that I got the first time around. And what I will say is that 3% for my department represents a person. 3% for another department represents their training budget. 3% for another department represents cuts to a program. And so the reality is that I can't stand before you today as a leader within the Tuolumne County organization and ask you for money. I can't and I won't do it. My staff trust me enough to know that even if there was political swing for that right now, they know I won't do it because I understand that that's not where we should be when we are looking at fund balance being what it is, the budget outlook next year being what it is. And so I can't do that. But I also can't keep asking my staff to do the same with less. We've been doing that for years. And so I understand Supervisor Kirk's thought process. I hear it. I heard it when we were here last time. And we are a law enforcement agency. People do reach out to us when they are in crisis. But the service my office provides is prosecution of criminal cases in Tuolumne County. It's assistance to victims within their constitutional rights. Nothing requires that to be 24-hour access. None of that is required to be 10 hours a day access. And the reality is that the staff of your DA's office is tired. We have been doing more with less or the same for years. And so I find myself as a department head coming before you and asking, please help me balance these two needs. The needs to serve our community, but the reality that we cannot keep expecting to offer the same level of service for less. And so what I'm hearing is that I'm going to walk away from you today with what it essentially passes or doesn't pass in front of your board. And that's fine. That's a reality. That's what I'll take back to my staff, and we'll keep working the problem. But after many hours of consideration, this is what my team, who is fully vested and vetted in addressing the concerns that this board raised, the concerns that our community shared with us, and about providing the greatest level of service for Tuolumne County, this is the proposition that we gave you. I may not be able to do it all, but the reality is that we can't do it all. And so what I'm asking from you today is to let us try to do the most that we can in the best way that we can with the resources that we have. And the greatest resource we have are our people.
And then we would be reevaluating it before the end of this fiscal year because it only lasts until then.
Absolutely, because I couldn't come before your board and justify it in any other way except that it is a financial constraint.
Supervisor Half?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to address something and just bring, and I know your board is aware of this, but as you know, our executive team came together and created a budget team. And each one of your directors or your department heads bring their fiscal people, and we met, and you saw during the budget presentation a series of times that we all met. And what I want to do is give the district attorney kudos right now in standing true to what this executive team and budget team is all about, that we all made decisions. She's standing here. I'm feeling really, really pleased with this, so thank you. But for the entire organization, and that's what the budget team is about, is looking at each other's needs as an organization, even sometimes when it means you don't get your own needs met. I think that what you have before you, we did during budget when we talked about what would it cost to not only reinstate that program. I mean, her office assistant, we had cut it, so she needed an additional 25 on top of what we cut. And that's what she would have needed just for that position that was in there. And we made it clear during the budget discussions that there was not more money to find. What there was your contingencies that we could go back and pull out of. Your contingencies sit at about $800,000, which is less than what our budget policies tell us they should be. We are expecting our fund balance to come in of maybe 200,000 to 400,000 higher than what we estimated. And so we're coming in at par where we should be, but I do believe the district attorney has brought you a good middle road from, I want to close all the time and go to appointments only, to we'll close and just cut our hours almost in half is essentially what she's given you. And it is, as you pointed out, it is only till June 30th. And I do think she's demonstrating a great team. Her teamwork in this and her commitment to that, I think, should be celebrated. And I'm very thankful for it. So thank you.
Supervisor Brandon.
Thank you. So I had an idea with a compromise on that, because I think we're both saying a similar thing. A proposal was worked on, brought forward, and I appreciate the conviction and courage too to say what you said after with the different departments on the financial side, which is something we had talked about in the first. I would leave it to this. If we can agree, since we're kind of hung on this, if the goal is it should be up to the district attorney's office how they would like to conduct their office hours, whatever you want, I'm fine with that. I have no issue either way, but I do want to make sure that this isn't something being pushed on you that you think is not the best use of your resources. I want it to be something that you want to do with your department. Kind of as in the beginning, I trust you to do it. If it's this proposal, that would be fine with me. If it's the original proposal of appointment only, that's also fine with me. I don't know if that's an agreeable compromise, and we just leave it to you.
So I might offer, and perhaps Ms. Carrillo is going to jump in and make this observation. While I appreciate the sentiment, I do not believe the board can cede its power to me under the ordinance code that dictates the fact that you all get to control when my office is open. It's very interesting intermixing of an elected department head and this board. You get to control my money and apparently the hours of operation.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's why I bring before you a very specific request. I mean, we all know how the last time turned out. So what I wanted isn't what this board was going to agree to. And that's fine, because we're here to have a healthy discourse about what our community needs, and that's fine. As I stand before you today, this is what I think is going to be best for my office. And if you agree, that's fantastic. And if you don't, we'll keep working the problem.
Supervisor Kirk.
All right, I'm going to jump in because I see some heads nodding, and I don't like the idea of giving you authority to just do whatever you want and come back. And I know that's not what you meant. I do not want to go to all online bookings, all right?
We're not doing that.
I know that. But he mentioned a couple things. So here's what I'm going to do so that this doesn't come back with something else that I like lesser. Because sometimes
it might be something you like better. I don't know.
I would rather us
so
be open because
pessimistic.
we're law enforcement and people need to get a hold of us. But I can hear the conversation, and so if I can interject and affect it, I will do that at times. So I will go along with the majority for what's proposed with the cleanup of Wednesdays is by appointments for a temporary time against what I really want to do. But I will do that to move this forward so that it doesn't go back and it comes back with something that is less desirable, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I'm on the same page.
It's funny how compromises don't make anybody happy.
So at this point, I will entertain a motion. Anybody can make
Let's
it.
see how that's reported
Okay,
in the news.
I'll make the motion because I monkeyed with the wording here. Okay, so I'd move to approve the district attorney's recommended hours and resolution, the attached resolution with the change on the line Tuolumne County District Attorney's Office in-person phone, email access. At the bottom would be, instead of closed on Wednesdays, it would say closed to the public on Wednesdays.
And the second provision, which would be to add the expiring date at the very end.
And expiring June
30.
30. Okay.
But Supervisor Kirk had requested it not just be closed, but specify that it says, but open for appointments, by appointment only on Wednesdays.
Are you okay with closed to the public rather than by appointment only?
Are we doing appointments on Wednesday, though?
Yeah.
Yes, I mean,
Yeah,
that's the vision.
That was the first question that I had was about that, whether we needed to specify. And county council said close to the public was sufficient. So that's why I went with that word. Okay.
Okay.
Good
So
as
it
a
was Moved by
Motion.
Supervisor Campbell. And did somebody second it?
I'll second.
Huh?
I'll second.
Oh,
Okay.
and Supervisor Kirk seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions?
All right.
Carries 4-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, we're on to County Administration, number 28. Heather, would you please read that item?
Item number 28, consideration of adopting Resolution 83-23, approving a cooperative fire protection agreement with CAL FIRE for fiscal year 2023-24 in an amount not to exceed $11,058,762 included in the fiscal year 2023-24 budget.
All right. Good afternoon. Eric Hart, County Administrator's Office. So before your board today is a new agreement with CAL FIRE. As your board is aware, for many years, if not decades, we've had a cooperative agreement with CAL FIRE to provide fire protection services for Tuolumne County. The most recent agreement we have was entered into September of 2020, and that agreement was actually amended 3 times during the term of that contract. The original contract was for roughly $13.4 million and included 11 firefighters. At the end of that term, with those amendments, we're up to 37 firefighters and total of 5 full-time stations. 2 of those amendments were funded with some one-time funding. And so this agreement that is before you today is for just a 1-year period. It is for a not-to-exceed amount of just over $11 million, and it maintains that same level of staffing as we have today. The reason that it is a 1-year agreement is, as I previously stated, 2 of those stations are funded with some one-time monies that are anticipated to go away. And so unless we are able to identify some additional funding sources, we will have to revisit this agreement and see what services we can provide. It is anticipated that Mona Vista and the Groveland stations may become unsustainable in the 25-26 fiscal year. So with that, staff is recommending that your board approve the Cooperative Fire Protection Agreement with CAL FIRE for fiscal year 23-24 in an amount not to exceed $11,058,762 and the accompanying resolution. And I'm more than happy to answer any questions, and I see our fire chief is in the back as well if you have questions for him.
Questions? Anyone?
Just briefly, you mentioned one-time funding and Station 56 and Groveland. Can you please tell us what are those one-time funds that we are currently receiving that we will not be receiving by 2025?
The original amendment, so amendment number 2 added 6 full-time firefighters and the Groveland station, and that was a pilot program we used some COVID money for. And then the other one is the SAFER grant, which is set to expire in, I believe, March of 26. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Oh, sorry, Station 51.
Okay, I'm not seeing any other questions from the board. I'll take it to the public. Any public comment on this item? Seeing none, bring it back for final comments and/or I will entertain a motion. Supervisor Brandon.
Great. Just in short, these are critical investments we need. I think everybody up here agrees, and we've made very historic progress on this, but the financial commitment of this is significant. And I know this is not news to anybody up here. This is something we all think about. I agree when we're talking about the Groveland Station. We had a discussion about financing districts. I've said the same about those that are within my community, about the ability to support it at a higher level in some way. And then looking at, in particular, something we've discussed a lot is cost recovery. With 85% being medical calls, we have to get creative about supporting this and prepare for both, where I think the citizens of our county realize this importance, and we and the public do a good job at expressing that need and find the resources needed for these critical services. And also the other one of how do we make sure that we can protect these if we have a plan B. So that's all. I fully support at least this 1-year contract, but it's a 1-year contract. We have to figure out the long term.
No, I agree with Supervisor Brandon.
And I agree on the 1-year contract, and just so you know, the bang for the buck. it's a 27% decrease per cost per firefighter. So the more firefighters we have, the cheaper it actually is per firefighter. It's a higher contract, but just FYI.
And my only comment would be that's the top dollar, the 11 million. And chances are, unless something goes really haywire, we won't be spending to that top dollar.
Yes, Supervisor, I'll just add to that real quick. Thank you for bringing that up. I meant to mention it. We typically run about 80% of the not to exceed amount, just for your board's awareness.
So I'll entertain a motion.
Chair, I'll move that we adopt Resolution 8323 approving cooperative fire protection agreement with CAL FIRE for fiscal year 23-24 in the amount not to exceed $11,058,762 included in fiscal year 23-24 budget.
I'll second.
Okay, it was motioned by Supervisor Campbell and seconded by Supervisor Brandon. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, that carries 4-0-0. All right, before we go to our closed session items, and we will read those, because I always forget at this time of the afternoon.
We have one more item, Supervisor.
Do we have one more?
34?
Request.
Oh, board requests. I thought that was reports. Okay, we do have number 34. Heather, would you please read that?
Item number 34, consideration and direction on a request to discuss standard park policies and possible amendments to prioritize youth sports at the standard park facility.
So this is yours, right, Supervisor Kirk?
Yeah, let me pull it up real quick. Thank you. It's the day's getting away from us.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I mean, you guys, if you've read the memo, it's pretty simple. Somebody asked me, how did you get to this? It's real simple. I was coaching at Sonora Elementary. I got rigged into coaching a soccer team this year because there's not enough coaches. And I was coaching at a field. The field was really bad, so I ended up on a conversation about utilizing standard for practice so that my kids would stop rolling their ankles. During that conversation, I discovered that part of the reason why we can't practice at a certain time is because once the 6 o'clock hour hits, and if there's softball games going on where they're serving alcohol to adults, kids have to be removed from the fields. And so I thought, well, whose idea is that? Like, what policy is that? And it's kind of an internal policy. So that's where the conversation started. But really what it did is it led me to go back to the YSF Foundation meeting and just I know we had a conversation with YSF about maybe giving them control of Standard Park. As I put in the memo, we didn't because we wanted to keep costs down. But really the main reason for this board was we really wanted to have our kids have priority access. So it just got me thinking at a higher level. What I'm looking for from support from everybody on the board is, hey, can we put this on a future agenda? Can we have staff come back with a discussion about the alcohol policy? Maybe we remove it completely. Maybe we stop letting the vendor stop selling alcohol. I don't know. It's just we need to have that conversation. But then also to give directions to staff to say, look, when you're looking at softball, when you're looking at these youth sports, because there's a lot more coming up, especially post-COVID. I know, like, for instance, Sierra United, the soccer club, which is a couple steps above TCYS, they've gone from 3 teams to 6 teams to now they're up to 9 teams. And sometimes I drive back late at night from things, and I see the baseball field open at 10:30, people walking off, the adults. And I just think to myself, man, adults, they don't have curfews. They're big boys. But our kids, they're busy in school. They got to get their homework done. They got to get fed. They got to get in bed early. Why not prioritize, get these kids out in the fields, get them prioritization use, until 6, 7, 8 at night, and then let the adults come on, then let them play. And so I kind of want to just have a bigger, broader conversation about how do we really make it a priority for Standard Park to serve our kids, because really it's a shame that they can't be out there past 6 when a lot of them are just getting out of school or trying to transition through that day. So that's in the gist of what I wanted to get approval. If you guys are good, just give a thumbs up and we'll bring it back.
Okay, so I have more than just a thumbs up. If we were to approve this, how would you go about organizing what comes back to us? How would you go about doing that?
Supervisor Half, that is in the document and policy that your board created, that once a board request is approved, comes back, that staff vets it, staff does the item. So we would work with Supervisor Kirk to address those concerns or any of the other, if you have concerns, when we draft it and bring it back. But that is in the policy that your board approved, that it is staff who determines what agenda and that they do the vetting of all the information to bring back before you. And we do have some ideas.
I was thinking, I was speaking more of specifics. How would what Supervisor Kirk has in his mind get put into the document?
Yes, so we've spent some time with Supervisor Kirk. We understand his concerns, and Liz Peterson and Eric Aiken already have some ideas that they can put out there. Some of those would be, there will be an increased cost for running the facility if we do this, and your board needs to be aware of that too. And we'll have all that brought into, because we charge adults more than we charge the children's groups. And that's all fine. We'll make sure all that's incorporated into that memo.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Yeah, sure.
And I don't mean this disrespectfully. It sounded like you were saying two things that were the opposite. Because right now, to my understanding of this, 6 p.m., kids off the field, so they are available to go 3 to 6 p.m. 6 p.m. they're off. Adults come on because there's alcohol in the field. You're saying that we want to keep it at 6 so that the kids can go home and have the homework. I was hearing both things, and it seemed like it was switching. I'm not really sure what the policy it is, what we're looking at. Is it more kids being able to use the facilities instead of adults? Is it just changing the alcohol policy and letting people reserve it as they see fit?
So that's we're kind of here getting into the policy discussion, which is what I want to put out a future agenda. But yes, it's a little bit of both. It's for me to go back with staff, with Eric, with TCOIS, with some of these clubs and say, how does the scheduling work for you guys? How does it work for the county? How can we make it better suit the kids and their schedules and their life? And maybe that means eliminate the alcohol policy. Maybe it means we just don't care if they're serving alcohol while kids are on the field. It's kind of prioritizing youth sports with our scheduling, but then also a conversation about what the alcohol policy might look like. So it's
okay. That helps. And then the second is the staff, to clarify, it's an internal policy? Is it an ordinance? Is it something strong?
It's not an ordinance.
Can we just say, go change it?
Potentially at the future meeting.
Yeah.
Today,
right,
yeah, because today's on action item. But
No,
yes,
it doesn't need action. I mean, it's just direction. There's no board approval required on an internal policy document.
There is no
You
ordinance.
can't take action today because it's a board request item.
This is to put it on the board
Right.
to act.
No, I understand. I just don't know whether it needs the full research and all of that. If it's as simple as saying, we don't need to stop serving alcohol at 6 p.m., and there's a majority, done.
So
we don't need to discuss it anymore. It can just
So
do that.
that's not for today's discussion, so I'd like to move on. Do we have?
I wanted to do that.
Do we have board support for bringing this forward at a future date?
And I'll just kind of describe. So when I saw the description in the agenda, made me think, wait, we're kicking people out. We're kicking the adult league out so we can have more youth sports. That doesn't sound right to me. But that's not what you're asking.
No.
Maybe
it's just a shift in scheduling.
When my understanding in reading the board memo is, and from what you said, it sounds like you are interested in making more efficient use of the existing underutilized fields at times past 6 p.m.
Because there is if we were to just kick all the adults off, we'd have a drop in income. So let's shuffle the schedule around to make it all work.
So if we're just talking about efficiency of the fields, I'm okay with having a conversation about that, but it feels like this is something that it's a policy issue that I don't really want to get into the details. I would rather just tell Eric and tell Liz and tell Tracy, find a way to make more efficient use of the fields and then it not even come back to the board. Mm-hmm. But if we do this, it has to come back to the board, right? We can't.
The item before you today is whether or not we bring the item back for discussion.
Okay, let's just do that.
And I get the frustration.
I'm not frustrated.
We can give direction on the request, though.
I think when Liz brings it back, it's going to be pretty simple. It'll be a pretty simple, just getting board blessing.
Yeah.
So before we vote and discuss this anymore, I'd like a chance to offer the public to weigh in. Okay, seeing none. Let's decide whether we're going to bring this back or not. Does anybody have a motion?
Personally, I don't think it needs to come back. If it's just to change the alcohol policy to be less restrictive, I'm fine with that. If it's to remove it entirely or, like Supervisor Campbell said, get in the weeds of the details, I don't even want to have to spend the time on it.
Supervisor Brennan, that's an action, and this is not for any action other than bringing it back.
If it is a simple solution, it could end up on the consent calendar, and then correct?
It could.
Yeah. If it's just a policy change,
an
an internal. policy?
It actually, Sarah was just putting it, does say direction on here, so board discussion and direction, and it is about bringing it back.
Yeah.
What we could do is if we are able to, and I think this is where Supervisor Brandon is going, if we can work this out amongst ourselves within the operations and meet the needs of the community, there may not be a reason to bring it back with the board. If we can do that under the authority that we have, we will. If that works for you, we can do that, working with, Liz and Eric have already been doing that. Supervisor Kirk will continue exploring that. Just to answer the question on the alcohol policy, it's on our website. We've not been able to find anywhere yet that this was something that was approved by the board. I think it was something put in place based on actions and concerns that staff had seen, and that's why that policy was put in place. It's an operational policy, but if you're good with that, we can do that. If we can't arrive to something, then we can bring it back if that's what you would prefer.
That sounds great.
So I'll work with staff, and if I have any gripes, you'll hear from me.
Do you need a
We know
motion?
that.
Well, are we providing direction? Because it does say direction on that.
Yeah.
I agree, work with staff. I don't agree. You go do it and figure out whatever you think. I would
not
like
what I
to
said.
also be able to, I know you didn't, but I'd also like to be able to talk basically as we normally do, and we can all have input and see where we agree. I don't want it to come back suddenly and be like, well, we got rid of all alcohol in the park, and now it's only kids. Adult programs are canceled.
Would
You know
this
what
be,
I mean?
okay, let me ask
That's
this
kind of why I
question.
wanted to bring it back.
Let me ask this question, CAO Riggs. You have weekly meetings with us. Once something has been, CAO Riggs? Well, my question to you is, if you meet with each of us individually anyway, going over board meetings, could you not find out whether this meets our needs or not, and whether we need to bring it back to the board or not?
Sorry, I have counsel in my ear telling
I
me that
know,
would be
and
pulling
me
the board.
yammering at you.
No, I hear both of you. She's saying it's a Brown Act violation.
Okay.
So let us work it with the supervisor, if we even work with two or not. But going outside of that and having it with all five of you is where we are going to have the problem. So again, let us work on it, see if we can address the issue without having to make any significant changes that has far-reaching impacts. And if we determine we can't do that, then we will place it on the agenda for board consideration.
I would humbly nominate Supervisor Ryan Campbell to be one of the two. And trust his
What am
opinion
I
on it,
being-
because he's got kids and does adult programs, so.
What am I being nominated for? So me and Supervisor Kirk will
Yes.
we'll talk over it with Liz.
Yes.
All right, I can do that.
Okay.
I like both of you guys.
All right. Thanks, buddy.
All right, thank you. All right, so we're at the point now of doing reports, and I'll start with Eric. Do you have anything to report? Tracy? Sarah?
I have one really quick report. At about 5:10, I'm going to leave the meeting for a brief period of time because I've been asked to present as a panelist for UC Davis Law School class on legal issues in the rural counties, and then I will pop back into the meeting, so just FYI.
Thank you for that advisement. Heather? Okay, Supervisor Campbell?
Nothing to report at this time.
Supervisor Kirk?
The only thing I'll bring up is I went to that ceremony at the Dan Backer facility for the Sheriff's Department. So it was cool to see some of our investments financially from the board to the Sheriff's Department to start to bear fruit, because those cadets, those folks are going into the jail, and it's creating promotional opportunity for folks inside the jail to get onto our streets. So it was good to see that effect.
Thanks for remembering that. Supervisor Brandon?
Great. I wanted to bring that up too, and completely agree. I think it's great to see that we've got 8 deputies coming in, 1 patrol, 7 for the jail, and I think there's something like 8 or 9 in the pipeline.
Mm-hmm.
So for the first time in, we don't know how many years, but at least since 2019, since we tracked it, we're gaining deputies and we're gaining them fast. That's very cool. Also had a few meetings that were great, and appreciate Robbie attending, looking into the field of biomass energy, energy resiliency, energy independence, some of the grants that are out there federally and what's available. And I think that's a really exciting economic development opportunity. And then the really cool stuff that happened at Columbia College. They gave a great state of the college presentation on a lot of the exciting programs, career technical education, working with the hospital, doing statewide fire service partnerships with LA so that their firefighters can come up, do wildlands experience, a 4-year cooperative land stewardship agreement, and just a bunch more, some on-campus housing projects. So it's really exciting what Columbia College is doing, and I think the more wind we can put in their sails, that's great. So.
All right, and the only thing out of the ordinary that I don't usually do is the thing that Supervisor Kirk already reported on, and the graduation ceremony for the sheriffs. That was really awe-inspiring. So with that, I think we'll go ahead and read the closed session items, if you'll do the honor, Heather.
There we go. All right. Item number 29, closed session conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Authority Government Code Section 54956.9D1, Margaret Watkins versus County of Tuolumne et al., Alameda County Superior Court Case number 23CV031400. Item number 30, closed session conference with real property negotiators, price and terms, Authority Government Code Section 54956.8. Negotiators Tracy Riggs, County Administrator, and Eric Earhart, Assistant County Administrator, related to property located at 16319 Stent Cutoff Road, Jamestown, California, 95327, APN 059-234-002-00. Item number 31, closed session conference with real property negotiators, price and terms, Authority Government Code Section 54956.8, negotiators Tracy Riggs, County Administrator, and Eric Earhart, Assistant County Administrator, and David Del Secco, related to property located at 2011 Cedar Road, Sonora, California, APN 044-420-04200. Item number 32, closed session conference with real property negotiators, price and terms, Authority Government Code Section 54956.8, negotiators Tracy Riggs, County Administrator, and Eric Earhart, Assistant County Administrator, and Sharon Manchella and Kenneth Manchella, related to property located at 20075 Cedar Road North, Sonora, California, 95370, APN 044-420-036-000. And finally, closed session conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, Authority Government Code Section 54956.9D2 and E1, one case.
And County Counsel, do we expect to report out on any of these?
At least one.
At least one. All right. Now I need to ask for public comment.
I think it's item number 21. Please don't cost me any more money. And I think it was 31 and 32, the Cedar Road properties. That seems like quite an interesting opportunity. I'm concerned about how much cost there might be involved because they're old and rehabbing the buildings, but that might be a solution to several problems.
Thank you. Anybody else? All right, we'll go ahead and recess for closed session, and we're going to do that in this room. Closed session here? Okay. Thank you, everybody. Okay, welcome back. We have a report on the closed session from today's meeting, September 5th, 2023. On closed session item number 29, existing litigation. Supervisor Kirk moved and Supervisor Campbell seconded. By a vote of 4-0, the board approved the county council to defend the county in the matter of Margaret Watkins versus County of Tuolumne et al. Alameda County Superior Court case number 23CV031400. A personal injury action arising out of the plaintiff's slip and fall on a county roadway. The board approved submittal of the matter for determination of insurance coverage and tender of defense to its self-insurance program, PRISM, and the board approved a retainer agreement with Spinelli, Donald, and Knott to represent the county in this matter. And that's the end of that report. Thank you, and we'll go back into closed session.